Hey everybody, how are you? Hope that you're doing well. It is a Wednesday morning and I am here to talk and listen and basically just hold space for anybody that wants to join and talk for the day. I am here as long as you want. It's going to be a fun time. I am seeing people both on Instagram and on YouTube, so if you have something to share, something that you want to talk about, I'm here for it. Let me know. Danger9 says, "Are you fine?" Uh, is that a question or a comment? I can't tell. Danger99, tell me what you mean by that. Are you fine? That's a weird way to ask that question. But thanks for everybody over on Instagram. Let me know where you're checking in from, guys. Go ahead and tell me in the chat where you're from. Uh, 21 says tells Danger to shut up. Easy, guys. Jeez, we just started the chat and all we already have chat on chat violence. Calm, everybody, calm down. I don't know what time it is for you guys, but it is early in the morning for me, so it's too early to have confrontations. Gee. 682 says he is fine. Thanks a lot, guys. Wow, what a way to kick off the chat. It is 7 in the morning over here, guys. Jeez. Let's everybody just let's take it all a step down. Everybody calm down. I hope that you're doing well. Let me know in the chat where you're checking in from. Let me know where you're from. What time it is for you. I'm trying to find a good time for these streams. This time, 7 a.m., 8 a.m. my time seems to work okay. But let me know in the chat where you're at, what time it is. Abdul says it's 12 a.m. here. Okay, okay. I'm okay with that because that can also mean that uh, people are reading or watching in bed or whatever, which obviously is popular, right? Who doesn't sit with their phone in bed, right? So that could be an okay time. Abdul says from Melbourne, Australia. Nice. I love Australia. I was there a couple of Christmases ago, maybe Christmas like 2022, 2023. So glad you're doing well in Australia. I guess right now it's winter time in Australia, right? Southern Hemisphere. Anybody else? Anybody else want to share where they're from or where they're checking in from? Just a fun way to kick off the stream. But let me know where you're from, what time it is. But I'm okay with it being 12 a.m. in Australia. I think, most of Asia is going to be, nighttime and on their phones and all that. So that could actually be an okay time. Yeah, so anybody else wants to share where they're from, happy to hear it. Yadira, welcome. Sarkar, nice to see you. Hiba, welcome. Abdul says, yeah, it's cold winter time. Yeah, but something tells me Melbourne is pretty good, right? Like, Melbourne, I didn't get to visit Melbourne. I mostly visited Sydney. But I hear it's beautiful basically year round there. Akai is already coming in strong with the questions. He's done with the small talk. He wants to have questions. Akai says, what is your opinion of cloud security in the age of AI? Well, how do you mean by that? How do you mean that, Akai? Do you mean like practicing security? Do you mean careers? Let me know a little bit more about that. That this is me being the data scientist that never wants to make assumptions, right? I always ask for clarification. So what do you mean by that? Like, what are you referring to for cloud security? Give me some more information there. 6A2 says from Eritrea, talking to you from Toronto. Nice, nice, love it. So Toronto, it is a very reasonable time, right? It's 10 in the morning in Toronto, I think. So welcome. What do you do in Toronto? I actually have one of my coaching clients is in the general Toronto area. So hope that you're doing well out there. I know that summertime in Toronto is just beautiful. Summertime across most of Canada is beautiful, right? So glad that you're here. Let me know if you have any questions or if anybody else wants to introduce themselves. Feel free to say hello. Okay, so Akai is providing clarification. says, I mean in my career to specialize on it after a computer degree because it's my last year of university. Okay, so here's another question. Why did you specifically say cloud security? What why not just think about it as sysadmin and security in general? I want to know that. Because I think that a lot of people, I think one of the most common mistakes that people make is they get caught up in thinking that everyone's on the cloud. And that's not the case, right? Guys, there's plenty of companies out there that do not, I repeat, do not use cloud providers. So don't fall into the trap of thinking that you have to be a cloud engineer or a cloud developer or whatever, a cloud security specialist. I mean, yes, that's a thing. You could choose to do that. But what you're really doing is you're really making entire systems secure. It just so happens that some of them are on the cloud, right? So that's my question back to you, Akai. Why did you mention like cloud specifically? Like it doesn't have to be cloud. You could just think of it as just system security in general, right? Like why not think of it as that way? So that's what I would encourage you to think about, right? To be like, well, what I really want to do is I want to work on secure systems, not necessarily just cloud systems. Like if you want to go work in the finance industry or the banking industry, right? They don't use the cloud. Or at least not nearly as much as you think they do, right? Like you think a bank wants their information on a vulnerable cloud out there? Of course not. So think of it that way, right? So many people fall into that trap. So if you're just joining us, great having you here. Feel free to say hello. Feel free to tell me where you're from or any questions that you have on your mind. I'm basically here for, the next few hours, and I am open to talking about anything that you want to talk about. So let me know. What's on your mind? What's going on with you? I know that I have a lot of students. I know that I have people from all over the world. So let me know what's going on in your part of the world, what questions you have, if any. Or if you just want to sit back and listen, that's cool too. I am here for a couple of hours. I've set up this goal, guys. I set out this goal where I want to stream 100 hours over the next 30 days. So it's not going to be easy, but you got to get started, right? How do you eat an elephant? You eat it one bite at a time. So I am streaming 100 hours this month. And that is in addition to all of the client work I do because I do offer one-on-one coaching. So it's going to be a busy month. It's going to be a busy way to end off the summer, but I want to do it. So Victor, welcome. Is it Divyani? Divyani, welcome. Nish, nice to see you. Love Geek, welcome. Let me know where you guys are from. Feel free to say hello. Fatima, welcome. Feel free to say hello. Just let me know where you're from. No one's going to call on you for any tech questions or anything. We're just hanging out. Also, you may have noticed that I have Claude ready to go. So if you guys want to see Fable 5 or if you want to you want to send me a prompt, we can do that, right? I have it all set up. So if you want to see it be a prompt, let me know. Over on YouTube, we have a first chatter over on YouTube. Humble says, hey Dennis, it's been some time. Hey Humble, how are you? Nice to see you again. It has been some time. Live streaming is something that I have definitely done a lot more of in the past. This year hasn't been a high streaming year for me, but I'm out to change that. As I said earlier, I am out to do 100 hours in the next 30 days. So just a little fun goal that I've set for myself. But yeah, so thanks for being here. And I'm just gonna keep talking until you guys get rid of me. Or until 5 hours comes up, right? Whichever one of those happens first, right? But yeah, guys, I also, like I said, I also have Claude up, and it is running. I do have it enabled for Fable 5. I do have a max plan. And if you guys want to see a prompt or something you guys want to throw out there, let me know. Dark, is it Dark Lucy? Dark Lucy, welcome. Um, Medi, nice to see you. Ilias, welcome. Humble says Joseph. Oh, okay, Joseph. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, I thought I recognized you because I know you had a couple of names. But yeah, Humble on YouTube is Joseph. Man, you're one of my longtime supporters. Thanks so much for being here, friend. Good to see you. Anything I can help you with, just let me know. Um, I think you were into running, right? Let me know how that's going for you too. Love Geek says hello, love from India. Yeah, great. Thanks for being here, love. I have a lot of followers in India. Just curious, I am from Confluent and working on event streaming and architecture and development. Happy to learn. Okay, cool. Yeah. My streaming setup is very basic. You know, I just have a really good camera and OBS at home. And I do multi-stream. I stream on YouTube and on Instagram simultaneously. I used to do all the platforms, but it's just not worth it. Like, LinkedIn needs to stop with their whole influencer talk. LinkedIn is terrible for content creation, right? But yeah, so anything I can help you with, love, let me know. But I have a very basic streaming setup. One of the things you learn with content creation is that don't get fancy with it. Just do it. Just turn on the stuff and do it, right? You just got to get the content out there. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to kind of get out of my own way and say, hey, let me just get started. Let me do some streaming. Let me just rack up the hours and just go from there. Love says what I meant was event streaming technologies. Okay. Okay. I'm not 100% sure what that means. Like, are you talking about like the cameras required, the bandwidth? Um, I'm assuming you're also going to some fairly unique locations, right? Not every event is in a convenient location for streaming, right? So I'm curious on what that means, love. So feel free to share anything else if you want. Malik, welcome. Is it is it Sakina? I think it's Sakina. Sakina, welcome. Yeah, so anybody who wants to ask any questions, feel free. If you want to see a prompt, I have Claude ready to go. So let me know, guys. I'm here for whatever you want. Yeah. So over on YouTube, Humble says, "Yep, been with you from the very beginning." You have, my friend. Thanks so much. Have not been running for about a year, but making a recovery. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I think you mentioned that you had some sort of injury. I don't want to go further than that for your own privacy, but yeah, that can be tough. But I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad that your spirits are up. I'm glad that you're still in data. So thanks for being here, my friend. Love says, like Kafka, messaging asynchronous backend development. Oh, okay, okay. That's some very high level stuff, Love. So good for you. I cannot say that I have a lot of experience with Kafka. That's just never come across my way for some reason in my career. Messaging asynchronous back. Okay. I think there's a couple of frameworks that already handle that, right? Uh, like what's that big one? Is it Datadog that does the frameworks or does the messaging or the packet management? But good. I'm glad to hear it, love. I mean, if anything else you want to share, let me know because like I said, I really don't know a lot about Kafka. That's just never really come along my way. Stella, welcome. I think it's Nay. Nay, nice to see you. Is it Muad? Muad, welcome. Yeah, thanks everybody for being here. I'm also seeing a couple of people over on YouTube. If you want to introduce yourself on YouTube, feel free to also do that. But I am here as long as you guys want to talk. As long as you guys are sending me prompts or something that you want to try in Claude, I am open for it. I mean, I get it. Not everybody has access to Fable, right? Not everybody has access to a paid account on Claude. So I'm here for that. If you guys want to go through some prompts, or if you guys want to kind of test some things out, or maybe even do like Maybe not like a mini project. I think that would be a little ambitious, but whatever you guys want to work on, let me know. Yusuf, welcome. Is it Amina? Amine, welcome. Abdel, nice to see you. Um, Personally, I have been in a little bit of a steady state with all of the stuff that I've been working on. Um, Abdul says, are you on the Claude Max plan or Pro? Abdul, I am on the $100 plan, which I believe is Claude Max. And then Pro is a $200 one. I can't remember. But I'm on the $100 plan, which I believe is the max. You guys can tell me in the chat. I'm sure you guys know. But for me, that level of plan kind of fits what I'm doing. I do hit the limit every once in a while, but generally speaking, it does give me enough bandwidth within that to be able to do the things I want to do, right? So yeah, that's what I do. But again, I realize that not everybody can do that. Claude can be very expensive for uh, people in other countries and all that, right? But yeah, so if you guys want to look at Fable or something that you're curious about, this is the time for it. Ahmed, welcome. Is it Fala? Fala, nice to see you. All right, I think it's Josiah. Josiah says, hi, I have a question. I'm trying for a job switch, aiming for AI engineering roles. Current job market is overcrowded. How to stand out? What will be your suggestion for me? What makes you say the current job market is overcrowded? I want to hear that. What makes you say that? Because, I do work with a lot of people who want to make career switches, right? That's a common thing that people come to me for coaching on, right? One of my basic things that I teach my people is that your outlook on the market makes a difference. So when I hear people say, "Oh, it's overcrowded, there's too many people, there's no jobs," one, you're basically, fighting against yourself. Why are you doing that to yourself? That's dumb. And two, you're just repeating what everybody else is saying online, right? No, you don't have the data to back that up. So if you're going to go there with a negative attitude, guess what? You're going to have a negative result, right? So Josiah, I would question you from the very beginning. I mean, there's a lot of things I work on my clients with, but I would question you from the very beginning. Like, if you think it's overcrowded, then great. It's going to be overcrowded and it's going to suck, and you're going to find that out, and then you're going to say, "Oh, I knew I shouldn't have done that," and then that'll be the end of it, right? But that's you killing your own dreams. That's not what actually may be happening, right? Uh, J Fox, welcome. M7, Miriam, is it Samri? Samri, welcome. Or maybe it's just Sam. Sina, nice to see you. And is it Med? I think it's Med. Guys, if I pronounce your name wrong, I apologize. Not intentional. And if you want to correct me, feel free to tell me in the chat. But yeah. So that's what I would tell you, Josiah. If you think your job search is going to suck, it's going to suck. If you think your job search is going to go great, it's going to go great, right? So your attitude determines a lot, guys. Don't forget that. And give me just a second here. I just want to make sure that everything is going well on my end. I'm just checking all of my messages over on Instagram. Instagram can be a little bit funny with messaging. Hmm. That is interesting. Um, Faris, my good friend Faris is here. How are you? Faris says good morning. Good morning to you too, my friend. Speaking of Toronto, you must have heard us talking about Toronto because there were some other Canadians in the chat earlier. So welcome, Faris. Nice to see you, my friend. Thanks for being here. Xpan, welcome. Is it AJ? AJ, nice to see you. Inez, welcome. AJ says, been a while, Dennis. Yeah, AJ, how are you? Nice to see you again. I think it's been a while for a lot of the people that are joining in. And that's on me. That is fully on me because I haven't really done as much streaming as I usually do. So I'm here, I'm present, and I'm ready for whatever you guys want to talk about. As I said before, I have a goal of doing 100 streaming hours over the next 30 days. So you guys can help me reach that goal by just being here and just, you know, let me help keep the conversation going and just kind of go from there. Josiah, I think I missed an earlier statement because every job posting on LinkedIn, there will be at least 500 applications within minutes. People are going crazy with auto applying AI tools. Okay, but that doesn't mean the market is overcrowded, right? And the other question is, why are you looking on LinkedIn to begin with, right? Why aren't you going to individual company sites? I mean, look, if you know what the crowd is doing, why are you joining the crowd? Like, guys, you should be applying that to like your everyday life. Like, if you know where the crowd is, why are you just making yourself one of the crowd? That's dumb, right? Nothing good ever came from just following others, right? Like Josiah, you're doing this to yourself, right? What are you doing? So, I mean, yeah, I get it. Auto applying tools are a thing, but don't do that. Be original, be unique, stand out, right? Like that's how you do that. So, I mean, Josiah, you're doing it to yourself, my friend. Um, Kingo, welcome. Akraf, welcome. Is it Nuramine? Nuramine, welcome. Farah says, I'm doing well. How about you? I just logged in, so I missed the Toronto chat. I'm doing well, thanks. Doing very well. I'm, just trying to get more streaming hours in, trying to do more here with my streaming abilities. One of the things I've noticed in my business, because I've been at it for a while, is that the back to school time, like August, September, tends to bring more people to my account. So I'm trying to be a little bit more proactive during this time of the year, like, late July, August, September, because as people switch jobs or as people start school again or whatever, I see a rise in people who are joining my accounts or well, followers and joining my chats and stuff. So yeah, that's what I'm just doing. I'm just here logging in my hours. I'm treating it like a job as much as as much as I don't want to do that because I am self-employed. I'm treating it like a job. So thanks for being here, Faris. Yaya, welcome. Asma, nice to see you. Is it Abbas? We'll say Abbas. Moran, Sisse, Nancy, welcome. God, is that one name? I'm gonna try this name. Lagdisi Mohammed Amine 98. My God, that is a long name. That is, how do you expect anybody to follow you with such a long name? My guy, what is going on? That is way too long of a username, my friend. Um, is it Hobby? Hobby, welcome. Zoom, Fazi. And we're gonna say Emel? Imel? Welcome, guys. So, guys, as I said, I'm here for your questions. I'm here for your chatting. I'm here if you guys want to try a prompt in Claude. If you guys haven't used Fable or want to try a prompt in Claude, this is the time for it, right? This is the time for it. Let me know what you want to try. I'm happy to put, if you put a prompt in the chat, I'll take it and I'll put it into Claude and see where we end up. So let me know what you guys are up to. Farah says, I'd like to hear your thoughts on the Fable 5 extensions and then including it in the paid subscription tier. Yeah, that's a good question, Faris. That's a very good question. So first of all, if you guys aren't familiar with it, Anthropic has been extending the availability of Fable 5 on the accounts. On the desktop accounts, like what you're seeing here, right? You can always use it via the API, but then you're paying on a per token basis, right? That's a separate charge from your subscription. Right? So Anthropic has been moving that deadline back and back and back more on a continual basis, right? And that's okay, right? It's just one of their policies. So one of the things that, well, there's a couple ways to look at it, right? One, they claim that the reason they have to do this is because they're running out of inference space, like literally like their ability to process all of these requests is capped, right? Because they only have so many chips. They have to dedicate some chips to future model training, and they have to dedicate other chips to inference, right? To the usage, right? So because of that, they've had to say, well, Fable 5 is a big resource hog, so we're going to limit that. So in other words, it's a fixable problem, right? Because it means that there'll be other as more capacity comes on, the ability to give Fable 5 more access increases, right? The second thing to realize is that I think that we're all excited about Fable 5, but it's just another model. There'll be others. There'll be a Fable 5.5 and a 6, right? So it's just a natural part of the growing pains, right? That's all. So I'm okay with kind of going through these extensions and is it available, is it not available? It has solutions. It has solutions. And also, the other thing that you're going to have to remember is that just because there's a latest and greatest model doesn't mean that you have to jump on it. Doesn't mean that it's going to perform better for what you do. Personally, for me, I do a lot of my stuff in Opus 4.8. Some of my other tools run in Opus 4.7. I think I even have one tool that runs in 4.6. Why? Because it runs just fine in 4.6, right? If it runs just fine in 4.6, why am I going to mess with that? Just let it go, right? Let it run. So yeah, so Faris, I mean, I think it's just a growing pain. And I think it's just something that, you don't have to be on Fable. I mean, to me, Opus 4.7, not 4.8, 4.7 was a very capable model. And the reason also I bring that up is because realize that as these new models comes up, it makes the previous models cheaper, right? The token cost literally is cheaper. So why would I care about the availability or the very expensive cost of Fable if 4.7 works for me just fine and those tokens are cheap? Like, well, great. Keep working with the model that you like, right? So that's what I would tell you, Faris, that I think a lot of people just get out of control with that. Oh, tokens are going expensive. They're not. Just use what you need. You don't have to do the latest and greatest model. Like that's not a requirement. You'll be okay. So thanks for everybody who's joining in. Only Man, welcome. Halim, nice to see you. Jexo, we'll call you Garage. Meg Garage, what a name. Tess, welcome. Sariq, nice to see you guys. Off the Grid, Taha Off the Grid. I like that name. That's being off the grid is a good thing. But yeah, so anybody who wants to join in, ask questions, I'm here for it. Let me know what you're up to. Let me know where you're checking in from. We've had people from Toronto, from India, from Melbourne. So lots of good people in here, lots of good questions. Dark Savannah, welcome. Is it Tula? Tula, welcome. Yumeng, nice to see you. Let me know what you guys are up to. If you want to try a prompt in Fable, feel free to let me know. Put your prompt in the chat, and then I will put it into the Anthropic window here. You'll also notice that I'm using Anthropic Desktop. I'm a big fan of Anthropic Desktop. I think desktop is very underrated. I think it's very convenient to start in desktop for a lot of things that you want to do. So yeah, that's where I'm at with my usage on Claude. So feel free to say hello. Let me know what you guys are up to. Checking my Instagram one more time. Guys, usually I would have my Instagram AI send you guys a link to my coaching if you guys are interested in that. Feel free to click on the link in my chat so you can try my coaching. I created a digital twin of myself where you can try my coaching for free. You can, just try it. Gives you an idea of the same tone and advice that I would give. I do not give you generic advice. So feel free to try that. Otherwise, I'm really disappointed that my other AI is not responding in the chat. I think there might be a problem with Instagram itself or Meta itself. So Ahmed says, with the rise of small language models, how do you see the intersection between SLMs and computer vision evolving for application on edge devices? Wow. You are mixing up a lot of things there. How did we go from SLMs to computer vision? And then how did we go from computer vision to edge devices? Ahmed, do you want to reconsider your question? Maybe you used a translator or something about your question just doesn't make sense to me. Because you went from SLMs to computer vision to then edge devices. That's weird, dude. Like, I love you, but that's how did you do that? Like, can clarify that for me because I don't know. That one's a little weird, my guy. Jexo says, I am an electrical engineer student and my brother an AI graduate student, and he is doing really great, and my family compares me to him a lot. So what can I do? I have 2 years and a half left. Well, do you like electrical engineering? And well, let me start there. I have other thoughts to share, but I don't want to get too far ahead. Do you like electrical engineering? Is that something that you want to be doing, right? Let me know. Over on YouTube, guys, we have our special guest joining over on YouTube, the doctor himself, Casual Economist. How are you, my friend? He says good morning. Good morning, my friend. So good to see you. We have two diehard veterans over on the YouTube side, guys. Humble and Casual Economist, excuse me, Dr. Casual Economist. Really appreciate both of you guys. So good to see you, Casual Economist. Hope everything is good over there in Minnesota. So we have Minnesota and Tennessee in the YouTube chat. So we have the Midwest covered in the chat on YouTube. So thanks for you guys for your support. So good to see you, Casual Economist. 682 says, I am insecure about my age and want to pursue career in tech. Been coding for the last 5 months. Okay, 682, in which direction are you insecure about your age? Too young or too old? Let me know. I got to get clarity there. So 710 says, yes, I'm doing well in electrical engineering. Okay, okay. But that wasn't my question. I didn't ask if you were doing well. I asked you if you liked it. Right? Two completely different things. You can be good at something and not really like it. Right? So let me know. Let me know, 710. Is it Mooney? Mooney, I'm sorry, I don't understand Orija. Sorry. Ravine, welcome. Abdes, welcome. The good doctor says, I haven't decided yet if I should talk crazy on IG or IT. Which one do you prefer? That's funny. You know, why not both? Why limit your craziness to one stream? I think that everyone should benefit from your level of craziness. And I mean, come on, you're bringing not just any craziness, you're bringing doctorate level of craziness. So really, you're kind of denying the Instagram chat if you're not over there too. Like you're kind of like doing them a disservice. So shame on you for not being on both, good doctor. I love that question. Love that. Salvo, welcome. SMD, nice to see you. Havza, welcome. So guys, you're asking a lot of questions in the chat, a lot of good questions, but remember, a good data scientist like me hates to make assumptions, right? A good scientist doesn't make assumptions. A good scientist clarifies. So just because I push back on you and give you another question doesn't mean I don't want to help you, or doesn't mean I don't have an answer for you. It just means that I want to be a little bit more clear on what you guys are talking about, right? Because that's what you're supposed to do as a scientist, right? A scientist makes sure that they are working with the best information possible, right? Mooney says, hey, nice to see you. Nice to see you too, Mooney. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Everything is good on my end. I'm here chatting, having fun with as many people that want to show up today. I'm trying to be more consistent about my streaming. I am here as long as you guys want to be here. And yeah, just let me know what questions you guys have. Mooney says, are you Moroccan? Who can really say, Mooney? These are difficult questions. You guys ask a lot of difficult questions in the chat, but who can really say? Who can really? It's a tough question. Okay, so Jack 710 says, yes, I like electrical engineering. Okay, cool. So next question. Okay. So next question. And I know that this is going to be a tough question. I have a feeling that some of you in the chat are going to be able to relate to this question. Others, I think, are going to have a hard time relating to this question. Personally, I can't relate to it, but I'm not making any judgments. You mentioned about how your parents compare you to your brother, who was also doing well, and it sounds like he's an older brother, right? Who cares? Who cares? What does that matter to you? It doesn't matter to you. You can be happy for your brother and you can be happy for your family, but that's their journey, not your journey. Your journey is your own. Your career, your life, your everything is your own. Right? So that's what I would tell you. Who cares? Let them make those comparisons. But what net effect should that have on you? I would argue, I would tell you that it has zero effect on you. Like, who cares? Right? Like, just let it go. Let them say whatever they want. Do what you want to do. It sounds like you like the electrical engineering. And just do you. That's it. That's all that matters. Just do you. Who cares what other people say, what other people think, what other comparisons people make? That has nothing to do with you. You have to do with you. Your interests, your likes, your pursuits, your own ambitions, that's what matters to you. Run your own race, right? Now, I get it. I get it. I hear this from other people. I hear this in my DMs. I hear this from my clients. In a lot of countries, a lot of cultures, your family's impression is very important. I get that. But ultimately, it's you that has to be happy, nobody else. Right? So that's what I would tell you, 710. Mooney says, I hold my master's degree in applied economics. Can I switch to data engineering? Why would you want to do that? And you said applied econometrics. Why would you want to do that? Mooney, let me know your motivations. Scrolling says, hi, nice to see you. I have a question if you don't mind. What do you think about a PhD in IA? What is a PhD in IA? Let me know what you mean by that. Did you mean to write AI? I don't know what a PhD in IA is. Well, I know what IA is. To me, that means internal audit. I used to work in internal audit. Is that what you mean? Let me go ahead and clarify that, Scrolling Life. I don't know what you mean. Excuse me. 682 says 29 years old. Okay, but that doesn't answer my question, 682. Were you afraid of being too young or too old? Because I don't care what your age actually is. You said that you felt like your age is a problem, but I still don't know in which direction. Right? So too young, too old, what do you think? 710 says, thank you for your words because I needed to hear this a lot. Oh, thanks a lot to you too, 710. Thanks for being here. Yeah, guys, I mean, look, that goes for everybody in the chat, right? I mean, if there's one thing that I've learned, it's you got to just run your own race, right? Who cares what other people say, what other people do? That has nothing to do with you. You know, one of the things that shaped, I'm going to share something here with you guys. One of the things that really shaped me, I heard this interview by this psychologist, you know, and he was talking about other topics, but one of the things that he said was that the only thing that matters is your own thoughts, because when it's 3 a.m. and it's dark and you can't sleep at night and there's nobody next to you, you have nothing else in the world, the only thing you have is your thoughts, right? You have to live with your thoughts at 3 in the morning, in the middle of the night, in the dark of night, right? So I think about that a lot, right? That's really the only thing that matters. Can I be in bed at 3 a.m. and have a clean conscience and know that I'm doing the best job I can? That's the only thing that matters in this world, guys. So forget everybody else, forget your parents, forget your professors, forget your money troubles and your job troubles and your this and that and somebody screwed you. Forget all that. The only thing that matters is your thoughts when you're alone in the dark. If you can be happy with your thoughts at 3 in the morning and you have a clean conscience, then that's all you can hope for, right? So that's my advice to you, 710, and for anybody else in the chat. If it helped you, I'm really glad, 710. The Good Doctor over on Instagram. We can always count on the doctor to be the doctor. He says, fight your older brother to the death to avoid your parents comparing you guys. Yeah, okay, yeah. That's an opposite strategy, a little bit of a comparative strategy, as we would say in science. Uh, that's funny. That's funny. But I mean, that is the alternative, right? What are you gonna do? You're gonna just fight your parents, fight your older brother? Just let it go. Who cares? Humble over on YouTube says, very true, Dennis. Definitely important to pursue your own life's tasks, as mentioned in the book Mastery by Robert Greene. Yeah, absolutely. And Humble, I love your inserting of Mastery by Robert Greene there, because for those of you who don't know, that is a book that I also recommend. Mastery by Robert Greene. Look it up on Amazon. It's a very popular book. You'll find it in no time. Just, find something to dedicate your life to and go for it, right? And screw everybody else, right? It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is you and your thoughts and your own pursuit of something that makes you happy, right? That's the only thing that matters in life, guys. And remember, I'm saying that to you guys as like a 50-year-old. Like I'll be 50, next year here, and in less than a year here, right? So I'm just sharing that because that's one of the things that's helped me in life, right? Just do you. That's the only thing that matters. Okay, so Scrolling Life clarifies and says, I mean working on a thesis in the field of artificial intelligence, PhD, doctor. Okay, well, don't get mad. There's no need for 2 exclamation points. A period would have done just fine, sir. You're the one that wrote IA. Like, look, how can you be consider yourself a PhD if you're going to reply to me like that when all I did was seek clarification? Come on, son, be better than that. You gotta be clear in your thoughts, guys. You gotta be clear in your questions. Um, so working on a PhD, yeah, sure, if you want. Look, all the veterans in the chat know how I feel about PhD, right? To me, PhDs are like the most boring people on the planet. So if you want to be a boring person, go for it, right? Just if you want to be different, if you want to be different than most PhDs, you can get the PhD, but also be a practitioner, not a theorist, right? I mean, that's for anybody else who's considering, going into a PhD program, that's the problem with PhDs, right? They are theorists, not practitioners. The world needs practitioners, not theorists. Companies are hiring you to be a practitioner, not a theorist. Right? So that's what I would tell you. Make sure that you're always a practitioner of it, not just a PhD theorist. 682 says, it's not the age, it's the urgency. I'm trying to escape a labor job and every day feels like time I want. Okay, but that's not what you said though, 682. 682, in your first message, you specifically said you were concerned about your age. You didn't say anything about your existing job and time lost. That's a completely different question, my guy. So I invite you to kind of repost your original question. Let me know really exactly what you mean. Like, what is the core of your concern? Because now you've raised multiple concerns, and I think you've muddied the water there, right? So, yeah, so what the heck, man? I mean, because initially you said you were concerned about your age. That's why I asked you about the age. And you said it was 29 or whatever, right? But what the heck, dude? So, yeah, let me know. Let me know. Weird conversation so far on that one. Yeah. 682 says true. Yeah, 682. So feel free to restate everything. The name is Prajwal. Welcome. Durga, nice to see you. Labidi, welcome. Is it Banks? No? Banks, no, welcome. Yassine, nice to see you. Mika, welcome. Mika, you've been here before. Welcome. Nice to see you again. So yeah, over on YouTube, Humble, thanks again for bringing up the book Mastery by Robert Greene. If you guys want a good book to help you for the rest of your life, it's certainly a book that changed my life. So feel free to look up Mastery by Robert Greene. It's very hard for you to go wrong reading that book. At least read it, see if it speaks to you. But that book was what really pushed me into data science. Because 682, coming back to your previous thoughts, I wasn't happy being a developer. I was very good at coding and it paid me well, but I didn't like it. I wasn't passionate about it. It just wasn't for me. Right? And that's okay, right? Coding doesn't have to be for everybody. So that book helped me to say, okay, well, what do I really want to dedicate myself to, right? What is it that I really want to do? And how do I go about becoming a master at that, right? That's what the book helps you figure out. So if you guys want a good book, highly recommend Mastery by Robert Greene. Durga says, hi, I'm sorry I joined late. What's the agenda? Yeah, you're never late. You're never late if the stream is still going on, right? And there's no agenda, Durga. We're just here chatting. I love that the internet and live streams let us come together as a like-minded community to be able to say, hey, let's just talk. Let's just see what's going on. All of us are interested in data and AI in some capacity. So yeah, no agenda, no agenda. Scrolling says, okay, I got the idea, thanks. Okay, cool, Scrolling. Let me know how that works out for you. Is it Kailash? Kailash says, how's Fable, by the way? Yeah, for those of you guys that are seeing the screen, I do have Fable 5 ready to go. If there is a prompt you want me to execute, I'm happy to do the prompts. I think it's okay. I think it's okay. I see the difference. But as I was saying earlier, I find plenty of success in Opus 4.8, 4.7, and I'm pretty sure I have at least one tool still running on 4.6, right? So yeah, it's a good model, but it doesn't mean like I have to use it or I have to jump to it, right? So it's good, but like I still use other models, right? I mean, I still use the right tool for the job. And sometimes that tool is not Fable. Doesn't have to be the latest and greatest model. So I hope that helps answer your question there. Selenophile, hey Dennis, how are you doing? I'm doing well. Nice to see you. I know you've been here before, so glad to see you back. It's so nice to see so many of the veterans from my live stream here. Kiss My Cloud, welcome. Arts and Stories, hey Dennis, how are you? Long time. Arts and Stories, another veteran. Yeah, it has been a long time, and I feel guilty about that, guys, because I ultimately do enjoy live streaming, but it takes a lot of energy, guys. Like, live streaming is not easy. Like, it takes a lot of energy for me to do this, right? So, um, I do want to get back to it more. I have committed to doing 100 hours over the next 30 days, which is a huge goal, by the way. That's a lot of hours for those of you guys that don't know. But yeah, I want to get back at it. It's always fun to talk to you guys, always fun to meet with you guys. Um, it's just not easy, guys. Streaming is not easy. Don't let anybody fool you guys. This streaming stuff is not easy. But yeah, thanks for being here. Syed, welcome. Surajat, welcome. Is it Zina? Zine, welcome. Yeah, so if you guys are on Instagram or on YouTube and you see the links to my one-on-one coaching, feel free to click on that. It's completely free. It's a digital twin that I created of myself. I used a RAG system to create a digital twin, and it'll give you the same tone and the same advice that I would give you in a live coaching session. I promise you that it is not generic advice. It is advice based on my own approach and my own philosophies of data science. So if you guys want to check that out, feel free to click on the link. Glad to have you guys do that. And just see if you like it, Feel free to send me feedback on it. But otherwise, if there's anything else you guys want to talk about, or if you want to try a prompt in Fable or in any other of the engines, feel free to let me know. That's what I'm here for. I'm just here for how long you guys want to talk. I'm seeing a few people over on YouTube that haven't said hello. Feel free to say hello if you'd like to introduce yourself. Guys, just say hello, right? No one's gonna call on you. There's no test later. We're all just kind of hanging out, having fun, seeing what's going on. So let me know what you're up to. I love hearing where people are from because I always, I love traveling. I've been able to do a lot of traveling in my life. So it's always fun to hear where people are checking in from. So if you want to do that, feel free to do that. Casual Economist says, are you streaming at certain times? Yeah, that's a good question. So if I'm going to reach that goal of 100 hours, I definitely need to pick something that's a little bit more consistent. So I think I'm going to try this time, Casual Economist. I'm going to try around this time every single day. It seems to work for most time zones. It's probably not great for Asia, but I don't have a lot of followers in Asia to begin with. Well, India is part of Asia, I suppose. But yeah, Casual Economist, it'll probably be around this time. Yeah, at core, guys, I'm a morning person, so I love doing my work in the mornings. So yeah, it's now 8 a.m. for me. I started streaming at 7. So yeah, it'll be around this time, Casual Economist. I hope that's convenient for you. I'm willing to move my schedule for you, just so you know. Casual Economist has been such a great supporter. Really, a lot of great supporters in the chat. I know Humble's also been a great supporter, a long-time supporter. So, yeah, I mean, you guys tell me if there's another time, but when I look at the world map and where my followers are, this seems to be a pretty good time. So, yeah. So again, guys, if you're just joining us, feel free to put in your data questions, your AI questions, your career questions, whatever you guys want to talk about. I'm here for it. I'm here for as long as you want me, and we'll just see where the conversation takes us. It's been a while since I've been streaming on a consistent basis, but you know, you got to start somewhere, right? And I know that a goal of 100 hours is a lot of hours, but I think I can do it. So I am checking my Instagram messages again, and man, it seems like Instagram messaging is having issues today. That's such a disappointment because I would normally be sending you guys a link to get free coaching, and I don't know why that's not going through. So if you want to click on the link that's on Instagram and on YouTube, feel free to do that, guys. Um, I really don't sell courses. It's the coaching that I really like and that I really want to be doing. Um, so I'm disappointed that the background messaging on that is not working. That's really weird. Um, in fact, you know what? I think I'm gonna go debug that and figure out why that's not working. That's one of the AI agents that I developed with Claude Code, and I'm curious about why that's not working. So this seems like a good transition here. So I want to thank all of you guys for joining in. Really good questions today, and it was so good to see some of the veterans in the chat. Thank you so much for always supporting me. Really means a lot to me. Um, so, guys, I will be streaming again tomorrow. Feel free to check in again at this time and turn your notifications on. But as always, please take care of yourselves, take care of your families, and I will see you again tomorrow. Hey, everybody. Good morning. How are you? So good to see you. It is a Thursday morning here in Las Vegas, and I am back to see how you're doing, see what you want to talk about, see if there's anything on your mind. Whatever you guys want to talk about, I am here for it. I am already seeing people joining into the chat. Med, my good friend Landry is here. Hassane, Saka, Bifidel, thank you so much for being here. Really glad that you're here. If there's anything I can help you guys with, anything you want to talk about, I am here for it. Let me know how you're doing. It is a Thursday. It is a beautiful day out, so I hope that everything is going good for you too. I am here to keep on streaming as long as you guys want me. Denelson, hey, how are you, my friend? Haven't seen you in a while. I'm so glad that my veterans from the chat are coming back. I love it. Denelson, how are you? So good to see you. Casablanca Bakery. Wow. Do you actually own a bakery in Casablanca? You're making me hungry. Let me know. That's kind of fun. Noda, hi from Egypt. Hello, Egypt. How are you? Remember last summer? Do you guys remember last summer when everybody thought I was Egyptian? We had so much fun with the Egypt chats there for a while, for a good month. Everybody was comparing me to that food guy from Egypt. Somebody in the chat can remind me, who was the food guy everybody said I look like? It was a pretty good resemblance. I even emailed that guy, and we were supposed to do a collab, but he kind of flaked out. But good to see Egypt in the chat. So good to see you guys. Is it Ulad? Ulad says hi. Ulad, nice to see you. Hassan says, Aziz, what's up, man? How are you? So good to see you. Such energy in the chat to get us started today. Jeez, I love it. Shakia, welcome. Darius, nice to see you. My good friend Landry says, hello, Sir Dennis. Hello, everyone. How nice of you to greet the room, Landry. Thanks for doing that. I am doing great, Landry. Hope you are doing well. I know that you're big on all of the uh, certifications I've been seeing you get. So glad that you're still around. Glad that you're still in data. But anything I can help you with, let me know, Landry. Abdullah, welcome. Waleed, nice to see you. Saffron, Zakari, Eamon, JG99, that's a good name. Drissy, oh gosh, what is this name? Is it Thrip? We'll call you Thrip. Thrip, welcome. Mentral, nice to see you. Denelson, my good friend, says, hello, Dennis, my good sir. How has everyone been? I've been great, Denelson. How have you been? We haven't talked in a while. Hope you're doing well. I'm guessing that you're still in LA, so glad that you're here, my friend. How's everything going? Give me an update if you guys want. You know, yesterday we had at least 3 or 4 different veterans in the chat. So glad to see more people like Denelson and Landry joining. So glad to see you guys. Is it Rashraf? Rashraf, welcome. X-Ray, welcome. Hunter Pro. What a name. Hunter Pro. Not Hunter Amateur. Hunter Pro. Glad you guys are here. I stream both on Instagram and on YouTube. I am on a personal quest, guys. I am on a personal quest to stream 100 hours in the next 30 days. That's not easy. For those of you guys that don't know, that's a lot of streaming. That's a lot of streaming for anyone, and for me, it's a ton of streaming. But I am determined to reach this goal, so I'm glad that you're here. Also, you may have noticed that I do have Claude up. I do have Fable 5 enabled on my account. So if you guys want to try something, there's a prompt you want to do, you guys want to learn, I'm here for it. Let me know what you want to do. Put the prompt in the chat, and I'll put the prompt in Fable on my end. I do have the Claude Max plan, but let's see if we can hit the limit. Let's see if we can max our usage out. I think it'd be fun to do that, right? Brandon, welcome. Oh, is it Brendan? No, I think it's Brendan. Sorry, Brendan, welcome. Is it Isaac? Isaac, welcome. Nyan, Karanti Coins. Is that a name? Karanti Coins. Guys, if I mispronounce your name, I'm so sorry. Not intentional. I hate when people mispronounce my name. Feel free to correct me in the chat if you want. But otherwise, just let me know how you're doing. Feel free to say hello. Let me know where you're checking in from. Let me know what you're up to. What are your interests in data? Just let me know. Okay, so I think it's Waleed. Waleed already posted a question. Waleed is done with the talking, guys. He wants to get right into the questions. Waleed says, what is the basics that any tech student should know to choose the right path in the future? Okay. So Waleed, I can appreciate how you're making that like a general question across all students, across all studies. So Waleed, what I would tell you is that the number one thing that has helped my tech career has been to be flexible. You got to be flexible in the way you're learning, the way you approach problems, and the technologies that you ultimately choose to use. You have to be flexible in all. Why do I say that? Because companies use different things, right? Companies use different things. So a company that is using a product is not going to adjust just for you. They're not going to go abandon a product and use something else because you want to. Right? Nobody's gonna say, oh, okay, we're gonna hire this guy, but we also have to switch our tech stack. Right? That's not gonna happen. So I think that flexibility in saying, okay, well, 1 year I may work in this language, next year I might work in that language, or I really don't feel strong about my SQL. Let me go fix my SQL a little. Like you have to be flexible, right? Like even though you're not a DBA, you might still want to improve your SQL skills, right? I think that's important. So that's what I would tell you. People get too caught up in what's the right Java roadmap? What's the best language for 2026? There is none. If you're looking for that, you've lost, right? The key is to always be flexible. In my career, I've had a great career, but I've also worked in 5, 6 different programming languages, 4 different database packages, right? multiple pieces of individual software throughout the years, right? Multiple web apps, certainly, right? But that's how you do it. That's how you stay employed. Another reason why I think that's important, Waleed, is a lot of you guys ask me questions about how to go into freelancing, which you guys know I'm not a real fan of early in your career. You should be doing that later in your career, not early. But that's another way you have success at freelancing, when you're able to be flexible and say, oh, yeah, I can work on that. Oh, yeah, I've done that. Yeah, I can help you with that. That's how you have success as a freelancer. You don't have success as a freelancer by saying, oh, I'm a Java expert and I'm going to put myself out there as a Java expert. Like that narrows down your field, right? Like, why would you do that? When you're a freelancer, you got to take the contracts that come up, right? So yeah, so that's what I would tell you, Waleed. I know that's a long answer, but that's what I would tell you. Mistakes were made. What a great name. I love that name. Mistakes were made. Welcome. Is it? We'll call you Massey. Massey, welcome. Y49, nice to see you. Janine. John Carlos, welcome. Sebastian, nice to see you. Okay, so my good friend Landry says, I am working on a new project, production level ML AI solution on forecasting using a fictional grocery store and some grocery items. Okay. So Landry, I know you're a smart guy, so there's probably reasons for this, but I'm a little confused how it can be production level but still fictional data or a fictional grocery store. And also, Landry, I'd like to know how you're defining production level. Because one, that can mean a lot of things to a lot of people. And two, that is one of the things that it's really hard to practice on your own outside of an actual like production environment. So Landry, you caught my attention with both of those things. What do you mean by that? How are you actually doing that? Because I'm asking because I don't want you to like form a false sense of where you're at with that, because I think that you could be in danger of doing that. So Landry, let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat. Ali, welcome. Ali says, has anyone noticed that Claude is not very good at prompting, or just my inputs are inaccurate, but comparatively with other models, I realize there is a big difference. Okay. Ali, help me understand that. Um, so guys, this is me being the data scientist, right? And always like clarifying, making sure that I'm understanding you correctly. But one, what kind of prompting are you looking at, right? Two, which version of Claude? Because there is no one version, right? You pick the engine you want to use of Claude. Three, are you using desktop, console, Cowork, Claude Code? Like, where are you actually doing this? And what other engines are you comparing it to? Because you say you're comparing it to other models. Well, which ones? Like, are you comparing it to open source, to Chinese models, to OpenAI, to what's the other one? Grok, right? Is Grok still a thing? Let me know in the chat, guys. Is Grok still a thing? Grok's a joke, right? Let's take a quick poll in the chat. Give me a 1 if you still use Grok. Give me a 0 if you're like, nah, I'm done with it. I'm a 0. I'm done with Grok. I haven't used Grok in 6 months, 8 months. So let me know what you guys are using out there. If you guys are a Grok user, put a 1. If you are not, if you haven't used Grok or you don't care about Grok, put a 0. Like I said, I'm a 0. I'm a 0. So Ali, let me know. Give me more information. I'm not saying that your observation's wrong. I just need more information. That's the scientist in me, right? I don't want to make any statements without a good amount of information. Y49 says Aziz. Hello, Y49. Thank you for that nice greeting. Glad you're here. If there's anything we can help you with, let me know. Amine, welcome. Osama, nice to see you. 4K. Is it Titus? Titus, welcome. Zama, welcome. Amine. Amine says, do you know MLOs? Do you mean ML ops? Sorry, I don't know what MLOs is, but I'm wondering if you mean ML ops. Mohammed, welcome. Is it Shukla? We'll call you Shukla. Shukla, welcome. Sharat, nice to see you. In 897. 897 says hello. Hello to you too, 897. How are you? Let us know where you're from. Let us know how you're doing. Ilias, welcome back. I think you've been here before. Ray. Ilias says, bro, you are Moroccan? Yeah, maybe. Who can really say? You're asking difficult questions, Ilias. These questions may not have answers. Who can really say? No one can answer that question. Salma, welcome. Is it Sandeep? Sandeep, welcome. 2405. Mario, welcome. Leroy. Leroy, have you been here before? I can't quite remember. Vidya, Slogan. Is it Hajarita? We'll call you 04. Abdullah, welcome. Abdullah says, welcome me. Okay. Okay, Abdullah, nice to see you. Guys, I try to get to all the welcomes, but I'm also trying to get to the questions. But so thanks for the patience, guys. Okay, so Landry says production level in terms of the infrastructure, Azure ML, managed identity, Git, principles of least privilege, etc. Okay. Okay. Okay, Landry. So you know, I'm talking to Landry here, but I think this is beneficial for a lot of people. You're not wrong in the way that you're going about the production side, but I don't know if I'd call it production. What I would qualify that more as being like hardening, right? You've described a hardened application where you're talking about having identity management, you're having some provisioning rules in there, right? Your least privilege, right? That's called provisioning in general terms, right? Um, so that's good. When I think about production level, like true production level, I'm thinking about geographically dispersed systems, systems that can be spread out across multiple servers, multiple data centers, multiple time zones, etc. Right? There's other things, and can still come together and have a cohesive app, right? And then on top of that, when you distribute an app like that, you have to have load balancers on the front end. Some of those servers may not be hot, they may be warm, your failover scenarios, etc. Right? That's really what I would classify as a production system. And that's why I say that that's very hard for you to imitate as like a student or as an amateur or as a learner, right? So I don't want to discourage you because you're not wrong, but I think that's more application hardening. If you were to come to me and say, hey, I have this production level item in my portfolio, like in an interview scenario, I would be much more expecting you to talk about the scalability, the geographic distribution, the way you're handling messaging in the back, right? Because now you have multiple servers maybe talking to the same back end, right? That to me is a little bit more on the production side. So I hope that makes sense, Landry. If not, let me know in the chat. Or if anybody else has questions. But I'm glad you're looking at it because, guys, one of the things that gets lost is that even when you're like a working developer or a working data scientist, there's still levels, right? Like there's still levels to working at a smaller company versus working at the enterprise level. And I know that I went through that growth cycle because, when you first start out, you're working for smaller companies. I define that as little shops that are maybe like less than 50 people in the entire company, right? And then you move up a little bit, now maybe you have like 100 users, and then you move into the enterprise level. And I did that in my career. My first 4 or 5 years of my career were relatively small companies, and then I started working for Ticketmaster, and that brought me to the enterprise level, right? So that's what I would tell you that, you're going to go through that growth. So it's okay if you don't know production level because you're probably not going to start working at a true production level shop from the very beginning in your career, right? So Landry, anything you want me to clarify, let me know. Happy to help you. Fluffy and Pretty, welcome. Nice to see you. We have some great names in the chat today. Jeez. Ahmed, welcome. Anez, welcome. Forever, I see your question. Give me just a second. Okay, Forever has voted a 0 in the chat. Remember, guys, we're running a quick poll in the chat. Give me a 1 if you use Grok, and give me a 0 if you don't use Grok, right? Yeah, guys, please try to not spam my chat. I promise I'll get to you guys, okay? Abdullah says, are you going to help us to learn LLM? Sure, Abdullah. I have Claude ready to go. For anybody that wants to see Fable 5, I get it. Not everybody has access to Fable 5, so this is your opportunity. Send me a prompt and I'll put it in. So yeah, Abdullah, if there's a prompt you want to do in an LLM, I'm ready to go. Let me know. Okay, so Forever says, hey sir, if I want to look for a job in the US, I believe, or other places, is that possible? And as a full stack developer. Forever, let me know where you're from. I'm assuming you mean that you're from outside the US? So let me know. Like I said, I want to kind of clarify here. But let me know if you're coming from outside the US or you're here already, like maybe you're a student or whatever the case may be, okay? Give me just a second, guys. Let me check. Yeah, okay, everything's functioning. Tired. Okay, so who was next? Is it Med? We'll call you Med. Med says, hey Dennis, I've been learning back-end development for the past few months. My condolences. With AI now building decent websites, I'm wondering if it's still worth continuing or if I should switch to something else. So I think that your instincts are correct, right? And that's why I said my condolences, right? Even before reading your message. Because most back-end operations will probably be handled by AI in the future. I think that's just going to happen no matter what you do. So why not switch to prompting? Why not switch to app development via prompts? I really think that's where more of the future is headed, right? I think that you need to kind of think about, well, I have to embrace AI, so how do I become more AI forward? That's really what you want to be doing. So Med, I agree with you. Your instincts are correct. So the question is, what are you going to do about it, right? That's the real question we should all be asking ourselves. What are you going to do about it? You see the problem, so don't just sit there and be mad about it like most of these neckbeard developers. What are you going to do about it? Right? So that's what I would tell you, Med. Start being more AI forward and start embracing prompting. Because I really think that's where the future is, right? Over in the YouTube, making another great return is the good doctor, Casual Economist. Thanks for being here, buddy. Casual Economist says, I need to find a job outside of the US. He can take my job here. Well, there you go, Forever. You can swap out jobs. I'm not going to give too much away, but the good doctor does work in healthcare because he is a doctor after all, right? So Forever, I hope you like healthcare. But yeah, why don't you guys swap jobs? Forever, why don't you tell me in the chat what the good doctor's new job will be? What's your current job? What can he look forward to? Right? Or anybody else who wants to swap. You guys have somebody in the US that wants to swap. So let me know what job the good doctor would have if he were to switch with you. Elhad says, hi Aziz, how are you doing? I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. You know, it's a good day. It's a good day. I'm getting back into streaming. Today is my second day in a row streaming. Yesterday, people reminded me about how much they enjoyed the streams, and I enjoy the streams too. They just take a lot out of me, guys. Streaming is not easy, guys. Like, you know, these big streamers, like the people who do like 100 hours, 120 hours. I think a couple streamers do like 150 plus hours. That's a lot. I couldn't imagine doing that. I'm tired I'm tired now. It's been 20 minutes. Streaming's not easy, guys. Streaming's not easy. Imane says, where are you from? I am in Las Vegas, Nevada. Where are you from? Jeez. Imani, you don't even say hello. You don't even say good morning. You don't even greet the room. You're just like, where are you from? Are you with the Gestapo or the CIA? Jeez, guys. Landry says, I can't afford that, Dennis. Yeah, Landry, I get it. And that's why I was suspicious of that, right? Because very few people can simulate that on their own in a like a learning environment, right? So Landry, I get it. You know, I sympathize with you. It's not cheap to talk about the type of learning I just described. But like I said, that's why for me, as an experienced person, as an experienced hiring manager that might be interviewing you, you might want to be careful around that because I would catch on to that and say, "Oh, you simulated production? Okay, tell me about that. Tell me more." And next thing you know, you're answering the question wrong, right? So yeah, I get it. I get it. It's not easy to simulate what I described. It's possible. Like you could do it like on DigitalOcean or things like that, right? It'll cost you money, as you correctly point out. But so yeah, so that's why I want to encourage you guys to think about, well, are you really hardening an application or bulletproofing an application, or are you doing production level stuff? Not the same thing, right? Not the same. Alien, is it Alien? Alien, we'll call you Alien. How are you? Nice to see you. Narajan, welcome. Chakib, Aib, Ian, Shaitan, welcome. Your 408877. That's a heck of a username. Welcome. Um, is it Maria? Maria says, "What's up? Are we vibe coding?" Yeah, we can, Maria. You know, guys, I always have the Claude window open, but nobody seems to want to send me a prompt. Put a prompt in the chat, and I'll put it in Fable, and we can start coding something, or start asking questions, or start seeing the capabilities of Claude. Some of you may not have access to Fable 5. As Landry correctly pointed out, some people might be sensitive to costs. I get that, you know, that we have people all over the world who may not have access to Fable. So I'm here for it. What do you guys want to try? So Maria, send me a prompt. Send me a prompt. I'll put it in the window here. Where was I? Okay, so I'm seeing a couple zeros in the chat. Landry votes 0. Andrew, welcome. You've been here before. I'm glad you're back, Andrew. How are you? So Andrew has also voted 0. So yeah. 0. I haven't seen any ones. So I'm going to go ahead and assume that nobody in the chat uses Grok. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing. I'm not a fan of Grok. If you read about some of the stuff they do in the background with the information they get from your computer, no one should be using Grok, right? So yeah. If you do use Grok, let me know. Let me know what childhood trauma led you to be a Grok user, and we'll see if we can't help you with group therapy here. Amine, welcome. Is it Madi? Madi, nice to see you. Oh, my good friend. Wait, is that the same person? No, that's a different person. Wow. Emna is here. Welcome. Lena, welcome. Hassan, Hamad, not Ahmed. Okay, well, if you're not Ahmed, then what are you? Azme, welcome. Adarsh, nice to see you guys. Um, we'll call you Bizarri. Bizarri says, "Hey, Uncle Aziz." Hey, how are you? I'm just glad that nobody's calling me Grandpa Aziz. I still feel like an uncle, even though I'm going to be 50 years old next year. Oh, I can't believe I just said that. 50 years old, guy. Oh my God. But yeah, I'm still uncle status, not grandpa status. Maria says, "What are we going to create? Prompt? Whatever you want. Drop a prompt." I mean, come on, guys. You do know how to prompt, don't you? Even drop a simple prompt. Drop a simple prompt in the chat, and I will do it in the window, right? So let me know what you guys wanna try. Hamed says, in reply to AI taking over software engineering and prompting, Harvard CS50 instructor says you should learn programming and computer engineering. Is he wrong? What? Is this a serious question, my guy? Hamed, are you asking a serious question? I almost can't believe this question. Let me say it again for the people in the back of the classroom here. The Harvard CS50 instructor says you should learn programming computer engineering. So you're telling me that the guy who stays employed by teaching ancient technology is telling you to learn ancient technology? And you're asking me if he's wrong? Let me say that again, guys. The Harvard CS50 instructor says you should learn programming computer engineering. So you're asking me if I should listen to the guy who has a vested financial interest in teaching ancient technologies, if I should go learn their ancient technology. See it? You see my point? Come on, Hamed. Hamed, I'm not mad, buddy. I'm just disappointed. Moving on. Ziad says, yo, what's up? How you doing, Ziad? Nice to see you. Ziad, I appreciate your energy because I just can't believe the question that we just had in the chat. So Ziad, thanks for being here, my friend. 07, welcome. Oh my gosh, what a name. X2VVXVV. Oh my gosh, we'll just call you X2. How do you even remember that? How do you guys expect your accounts to grow when you have names like this? Amine, welcome. Yusuf, nice to see you. 75457, welcome. Is it Due? Due, welcome. Callistium, nice to see you. Koke says, what about limited? Okay, so I get it. A limited account might hit the limits too quickly, but that's why your good buddy Dennis is here. I do have I guess I have a max account or a pro account. I have the $100 account, right? I mean, this is my business, so I have the $100 account. And I find that the limits on there are pretty like useful for what I do, right? So yeah, if you guys want to do it, let's do it. Ahmed says, ask Claude, what's the worst current technology that is making our lives worse without us knowing? Oh my gosh. What a great question. Let me see. Okay. Okay, guys. We have our first suggestion. So here it goes. We'll let that run for a bit because Claude is not fast, right? So let me keep on going in the chat. Solo, welcome. Ilias, nice to see you. Mr. Poised, what a name. So sophisticated, right? I love it. Over on YouTube, the good doctor says, ask Fable to map out a high-paying career path for a janitor. That's funny. That's funny. We'll call you 771. 771, welcome. Okay, so Med says, hey Dennis, my response, AI is getting very good at coding, but I believe it still can't consistently design complex systems, debug difficult issues, optimize performance, or secure applications. Let me know. Zama, but you're not just saying that. What you're saying is that it can't do that and it will never be able to do that. And that's the part I have trouble with, right? Because I hear this argument all the time. I actually just did a piece of content on this on Monday or Tuesday, right? Where every developer I talk to, they're holding on to dear life for anything that'll save them. And they always say that, well, I'm really more of a system designer than a code monkey, blah, blah, blah. Med, I love you, buddy, but you don't understand AI. When people say this, they don't understand AI. Because no one set out to do an AI coding engine. That was never the goal. The goal is to create an engine that learns and reasons and can adjust and can generate new information, right? The generative AI side of it. It just so happens that they happen to be very good at coding because, you know, open source and GitHub is out there, right? Plenty of data. So you can't just say, oh, well, you can't just say, well, they'll learn coding, but they're not going to learn anything else. Well, that's dumb because they are trained. They're trained to learn anything, right? So they may not be excellent at it now, but they will be. So when you say debug difficult issues, well, who says they're going to have bugs in the future, right? Like, who says bugs have to exist? Do you know why bugs exist now? Bugs exist because humans wrote the code. Like, duh, right? So yeah, so Med, you need to have a little bit of a better understanding of AI. You're showing like a level 1 understanding, and I hear this a lot from developers. But it's really just kind of, somebody wrote me a DM and said that a lot of developers are just using copium, right? It's just a coping solution. And that's what it is, right? You're just coping with it. Like, it's not going to save you just because you think, oh, well, I'm more of a system architect, I'll be fine. No, no. AI will master that too. AI arguably already does that too. You just haven't used it enough, right? So yeah, Med, that's what I would tell you. Abdu, welcome. Hiba, nice to see you. Hiba, I think you've been here before. 98, welcome. Dinosaur, great name. Fasoy, nice to see you. Okay, so Landry says, chat, what do you guys want to work on? Predictive modeling, time series, text analysis, etc. Okay. Landry, I love that you're engaging the chat. This is your chat too, guys. It's not just my chat, so feel free to post questions and let me know. But yeah, Landry, let's see if anybody replies. 05, welcome. Hind, nice to see you. My accomplish, welcome. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Okay, guys, so let's go back to our LLM. We had a great question. What's the worst current technology that is making our lives worse without us knowing? If I had to pick one, I'd say it's a recommendation engine. I love it. I love that selection. Not a single app, but the underlying optimization layer that sits between you and everything you see, hear, read, and buy. Oh my gosh, I love that answer. So let's see. Okay, so it talks about the For You page. It talks about how it's shaping your information diet. Second order effects are that people scroll too much, right? Which is true, right? That the algorithm is feeding your need for more information, right? Infinite scroll, notification systems, dark pattern. Yeah. Okay, guys, so what do you think? What a great answer. What a great answer. I love it. So let me know in the chat. What do you guys think of Claude's answer? So Claude is telling us that the recommendation engine is the worst part of our lives right now. And you know what? I tend to agree because I remember that I was reading this article that was talking about recommendation algorithms. And I think the engineer worked for Netflix or something like that. And they talked about this concept where, actually, I think it might have been a YouTube engineer. So they talked about this concept where there's a lot of videos, right? There's a lot of things that a recommendation engine can expose you to. And in fact, it's too much, right? So they have to find ways to actually kind of narrow down your potential recommendations. So even though you're looking for recommendations of things you like, they don't use the entire data set. They use a subset of the data set and then make recommendations from that, right? And the reason they can do that is because there's the basic concept of that you as a consumer, you don't know what you don't know. So you actually never experience what are the things outside of that subset that maybe are of interest to you and could be useful to you, but you'll never know, right? Because your whole universe of things that exist are that recommendation engine, right? So right now, you could be missing out on some really good quality content that you'll enjoy, that helps you, that helps your family, but you'll never know because the recommendation engine, like artificially, I guess you could say, or out of necessity, cuts down your potential universe of ideas and things that you're exposed to, right? So I just thought that was a really interesting way that they look at it, where they kind of don't care. They know that they're kind of harming you, right? That they're not exposing you to everything. But just as a technical necessity, they say, well, we'll only make recommendations from this, and the user will never know, so who cares? Right? That's kind of their attitude, right? So yeah, I love the answer, and I think that yeah, there's definitely reasons why you should be a little bit suspicious of your recommendation engine, right? So yeah, I love the question. Um, where did I leave off? Give me a second. Okay, so I think I left off with Miriam, welcome. Yaski, welcome. So Maria says, am I getting that right? I think that's Maria. Let's do something merging more complex. Ask it to do predictive analytics for an electric utility company that predicts, anticipates customer complaints. Boring. Come on, guys. Customer complaints, that's been done like 100 times. So Maria, I'm loving your energy. I love the fact that you're putting suggestions, but give me something a little bit more complex. Like I love the prompt that we had before. Um, Maria, something tells me that you're able to come up with something a little bit more complex. But customer complaints, sentiment analysis on text. Come on, guys. That's like student level. Give me something a little bit more exciting, Maria. Put it in the chat. Ryu says, I have a question. How can I switch from WebSE to AI? And what are the difficulties that I will face in the switch? How are you defining AI engineering? Because that's important. A lot of people say they want to be an AI, but they don't actually know what they're getting into or what that actually. So, Ryu, give me some more information there. What exactly do you mean by getting into AI engineering? How are you defining that? That's important, okay? Thanks everyone for joining. Anas says, will Anas says, will cloud replace software engineering? But I think you meant to say Claude. Will Claude replace software? Yes, absolutely. In many ways, it already has, right? In many ways, it already has. You guys might read about something known as frontier firms. I think Microsoft uses that term a lot, but a lot of companies use that. The frontier firms are firms that are very AI forward and are already using AI in their work, right? So Anas, yes, will it happen? Yes, and I would tell you it's already happening. You may just not hear about it yet because it's still in early stages and there's still a relatively small number of frontier firms, right? But yes, absolutely. Absolutely. A year from now, you wouldn't even think of asking that question because it'll be so prevalent, right? We'll call you RX7. RX7, welcome. Nice to see you. Unsung Personnel, welcome. Love the name. Amara says your website is vibe coded, right? Which website? I have multiple websites. You're gonna have to be more specific. Yeah. So Amara, you have to be more specific. Which website? I have multiple ones. I have multiple websites. I have multiple subdomains within those websites. So you'll have to let me know. Ozuma, welcome, says, what's the topic? Ozuma, the topic can be whatever you want. We're doing some chat. We're doing some questions in Claude. If you have a Claude prompt you want to put in, let me know. We had a great prompt earlier. about asking what was the worst technology out there right now. So I love that question. But yeah, Azuma, we can do whatever you want. We can. That's the whole point. I have no agenda. Just here having fun with you guys. Eunice, welcome. Maria says it's better than just a question. I don't know, Maria. We had a very good question here, right? You know, one of the reasons why I love chat and why I love the audience, having an audience like you guys, is that audiences are smart. Audiences are smart, right? So I think we had a very smart question here. So Maria, don't poo-poo the questions. If somebody wants to put in a prompt, just let me know. Maria says, okay, let's have it build a house for us. We'll tell it what we want, and it creates floor plan design, contractors, timeline, etc. Okay. You know, Maria, to your point, Claude has gotten so much better at rendering images. It doesn't do like realistic images, but it'll do like SVG images and show it to you in an HTML page. It's gotten very good at that. So yeah, Maria, write the prompt for how you want the house to look and ask for an image, and I'm pretty sure that Claude will come up with something decent. You'd be surprised. Manohar, welcome. Vat, welcome. Fatima, nice to see you. Is it Maima? We'll call you Maima. Maima, welcome. Halima, nice to see you. Is it Anibas? I think it's Anibas. Anibas, welcome. Kifi, Sabri, welcome. Tabula, welcome. Maria says, but you poo-poo my first request. Well, your first request wasn't very good. You know, I mean, guys, this is what people come to me because they want honest replies, right? Your first prompt wasn't very good. It was boring. I mean, what was it again about predicting customer complaints and an electric company? Oh my. Come on, that's like every data science student project out there about that, right? So you know, you're smart. You'll come up with a better prompt. Anybody else who wants to put a prompt in the chat, let me know. I'm willing to put it in. I think we had a great prompt earlier. We had a great prompt earlier. If you guys want to talk about recommendation engines, because that's what Claude is saying, right? Claude is saying that the recommendation engine is the worst current technology. So yeah. Osuma says, oh, then that's pretty. Ozuma, what part were you referring to? Excuse me. Not 100% sure what part you're referring to there, Ozuma, so let me know. Let me know what you mean by that. Is it Ember? Ember, welcome. Yusuf, welcome. Momer, nice to see you guys. So good to see so many people in the chat. Like I said earlier, I am on a quest to do 100 hours of streaming over the next 100 days, which is a lot. Excuse me, over the next 30 days, which is a lot. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to reach it, to be honest with you. Maybe I should just do like 30 continuous days of streaming or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, I'm here to hold space and talk about whatever you want. And guys, you guys know me. You guys have seen my content. I'm going to be honest with you guys. If you're on the wrong track, I'm going to tell you, hey, that sucks. Well, what's wrong with you? Were you dropped as a child? Were you dropped on your head as a young baby? Like, I'm going to tell you guys. So, you know, feel free to participate. If I do poo-poo your ideas, it's out of love. It's out of me wanting to develop a better data scientist, right? That's what I'm here for. I love the data science profession that I want to leave it better than I found it, right? And I do that by telling you, hey, you're screwing up when you screw up, right? So yeah. Okay, so Ryu says, write this. What are the specific AI features and capabilities, such as recommendation systems, that directly influence and shape the overall user experience? Okay, I'm down with that. Okay, let's see what it says. It's going to take a little while. Babel is not fast, guys. Matt, welcome. Gang 9, nice to see you. 28, welcome. I think it's Deepak. Deepak, welcome. Anglin, nice to see you. Is it Arpit? Arpit, hello. Selenophile, welcome back. I think it's the same Selenophile as before. I don't remember you having so many underscores, but welcome back. So guys, we are waiting for our latest prompt. Selenophile says, hey Dennis, how's everything? Everything is good, thank you so much. Second day in a row of streaming, guys. So maybe I should just do 30 days of stream. 100 hours might be a little bit too much. I'm starting to doubt my own abilities for 100 hours. Guys, streaming is not easy. If you guys stream, let me know in the chat if you guys stream. But it is not easy. It takes a lot of energy to do streaming, like a lot. So yeah, I'm here for as long as you guys are here. I'm here for as long as I can keep going. But I'm doing well. Thanks for asking, Selenophile. Okay, so specific AI features and capability that directly influence and shape the overall experience. Okay, so Claude says, good question. Algorithms are a stack of distinct systems, which is 100% true, right? So recommendation and ranking systems, right? Which we already know. Personalization and user modeling. Yeah, yeah. That's true, right? These apps collect a ton of information about you, right? So yeah, that personalization can have negative net effects. Search and retrieval, semantic search, query understanding, autocomplete. Autocomplete is underrated as an influence mechanism. Huh. It shapes the questions before you finish asking. Okay. I can see that a little bit. For me, autocomplete just lets me type faster. I don't know if it's influencing. Conversational AI and LLM layers. Okay. Computer vision features, face detection, visual search, AR filters. Yeah, okay. Speech and language interfaces. Yeah. Now, yeah, that's an interesting one. I don't know how many of you guys have taken a look at voice models, but guys, I think one of the biggest secrets out there is that voice models right now are scary good. They are scary good. Like 11 Labs, I don't know what secret sauce 11 Labs is using, but voice models are very, very accurate. So yeah, I would definitely agree with that. That speech and language interfaces they're kind of like a different level. Sure. Predictive text and generating writing aids. Yeah. Dynamic pricing and offer optimization. That's definitely a problem, right? Dynamic pricing is definitely a thing. And I don't know how happy I am about that one. Notification and engagement optimization. Okay. Content generation, synthetic media. Yeah. Have you guys heard about the dead internet theory, right? That talks about how there's so many bots and so many like fake accounts online. There's definitely a lot of AI generation accounts out there, right? Like on social media. That is definitely getting out of hand. Fraud, spam, and trust system. Yeah. So yeah, guys, I definitely agree with all of these. Let me know if any of these caught your eye, right? I can't remember who was our prompter, but it was a good question. Thanks for that. Selenophile says, Dennis, what do you recommend? Learn SQL and other stuff, get an internship as a data analyst, and then study AI engineering side by side, or focus 2 years on AI engineering? That's a good question. That is a good question, Selenophile. So if you had asked about any other technology, I would tell you to go learn AI instead. But you asked about SQL, and I tell this to people, and I've said this in my other content, that if I think about all of the skills that have helped me in my career, SQL has been like the consistent part in my career. There's very, very few projects or contracts or positions that I took in my career that didn't require SQL at some point. It's just a very, very handy skill to have. So I would be, so the fact that you're asking me to about SQL specifically kind of stops me because I wouldn't want to discourage anyone from learning SQL. I think it's valuable. Having said that, I think it's nearly impossible for you to go wrong with choosing AI engineering, right? Because if you're saying that you're at a crossroads right now and you could be choosing, AI engineering, there's basically no way you can go wrong by choosing that, right? So yeah, Selenophile, great question. You're not going to go wrong by choosing AI engineering, but I also think there's a lot of value in learning SQL just because I think you're going to use it so much. Like it would be almost impossible to have a long career in tech without knowing SQL. So that's my answer to you, Selenophile. Ozuma says, I want to work as an applications game programmer and don't know which university to attend. I'm from Morocco. So I would be grateful if you could tell me. I don't know if my question is related to... no, it's a valid question, Ozuma. It's a valid question. So Ozuma, I would question to you if you actually need to go to university for game programming. I'm not saying don't go to university. I'm saying, is that what you need to study? I don't think it is. I don't think you need to study that specifically. You could study business and still do game development, right? That's what I did. I mean, I have a business degree. I have an international business degree, but I paid for my college by working in the video game industry. For those who don't know, I do have a background working in the video game industry. I worked for Disney Interactive. I worked for the trade association for the video game industry. I've been to E3 Expo multiple times. I basically worked for the company that put on E3 Expo. It was their show. So I think that you can still pursue a goal of game development without actually, having to go get a degree in that. So just pick your local university, get a degree in marketing or business or finance or HR or whatever, and you can still learn game programming, especially in the age of AI. Mina, welcome. Is it Abdub? Abdub, welcome. Surya, nice to see you. Khalil, welcome. Selenophile says, Dennis, what will be relevant in the next 5 years? LLMs or CV if we have to choose one and go deep. For CV, I'm going to assume you're talking about computer vision. So I think that this might be slightly controversial, but I think LLMs are still going to be the way to go. Because I think that LLMs will swallow up a lot of the CV work that is currently out there and currently to come. Like, I'm sure that you guys have heard about how some LLMs are being used to solve these long-standing math problems, right? If LLMs can really solve those, then they will most likely solve most things related to CV, right? And also, I mean, the reality is that working in CV isn't really that difficult or that different than being a data scientist. I mean, it has its quirks, don't get me wrong. But the challenge to CV has always been more about the processing power and the storage that you need, right? CV projects tend to require a lot of data, which means a lot of storage, which means a lot of processing because you're breaking up images into pixels, so on and so forth, right? Well, into color combinations of pixel, right? So it becomes like a three-dimensional matrix and all that, right? Or multi-dimensional. It can go beyond three. So yeah, I mean, it's hard. It's hard for me to say, oh well, LLMs are never going to master that. Of course, they're going to master that, right? It's going to take a little bit of time. It's going to take this. It's going to take processing power and the same amount of storage, because you're still going to need a lot of data. But I think you're still better off with LLMs. If I'm wrong on that, feel free to let me know in the chat. I might be wrong on that. I'm open to being wrong on that. But that's what I would tell you there, Selenophile. Good question. Zeneb, welcome. Yepa, welcome. 05, nice to see you. Caesar, Molia, welcome. Ryu says you're welcome. Yeah, Ryu, appreciate the question. Appreciate your participation. 111, nice to see you. Is it, we'll call you Ina. Ina, welcome. You know, Michael 5091. The Bruh Dude. Is that a real name? The Bruh Dude. Welcome. Shubham, Rosalind, nice to see you. Okay, Ryu says, should we learn things like DBMS or just the SQL and PSQL and SQL request optimization? I would tell you that it's more about the request optimization. Although it never hurts to understand how databases are designed, right? But really it's about writing efficient and accurate SQL statements. That's what I would tell you there, Ryu. It's about making sure that you're able to pull the data that you actually need, and you do it efficiently and you do it accurately, right? But that's what I would tell you. So Yuno says, hey Dennis, I have to make a high stakes decision. I'm graduating with a bachelor's and master's in big data and AI engineering. I got an offer as an IT support consultant for the Atlassian cloud ecosystem. Okay. So what's the decision? Let me know. You said it's a high stakes decision. What are the options you're looking at? Let me know in the chat. Ayub, welcome. NVK, nice to see you. Josiah, welcome back, my friend. You were here yesterday. So glad you're back. Nice to see you. Kumar, welcome. We'll call you Black. I don't know, is that Lamide Black or I am the Black? We'll call you Black. How are you? Nice to see you. Thanks for being here. So guys, let me know if you want to put something in the chat or if there's something you want to talk about. I am here for it. If you're over on YouTube and want to say hello, if you're keeping the good doctor over there company on YouTube, let me know. YouTube has been kind of quiet today for some reason, but that's okay. But yeah, guys, so I'm here and I stream. I'm going to be streaming as many days as possible. I'm getting back into streaming. You know, I've forgotten how fun this is. But like I said, it does take a lot out of me. It does kind of, you know, take away from the other things I want to do in my day. I do offer one-on-one coaching, so I also want to make sure that my coaching clients are getting the same amount of attention, or an appropriate amount of attention, I should say, because they do count on me, they do rely on me. But yeah, I'm here for however long you guys want to talk. Over on YouTube, the good doctor says, I'm working for once, can't comment as much. Oh, wow. So the good doctor is actually doing their work. Good for you, my friend. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad that your business is going well. We're living in interesting times, right? So I'm glad that your business is doing well. Let me know if there's anything I can help you with. But yeah, if you're just joining us, I am here for as much chat as you guys want to do, as much prompting as you guys want to do. For those of you that don't know, I was a chief data scientist for most of my career, but I now do content creation and data career coaching full time. I have been doing it for about 2.5 years now, approaching 2.5 years, and I am loving it. So this is what I do. This is my passion in life, to work on data science and to make data science a better profession. So anything I can help you with, let me know. I'm here for, you know, I'm here just about every day for streaming. Today is 2 days in a row, so I am glad that I am doing this again. It's one of those things where you just kind of you got to get back into the rhythm, right? You got to get back into doing it. So I'm trying to get back into that rhythm. I was trying to do 100 hours in 30 days, but I may just do 30 days of streaming instead, or something else that I can be more manageable with. Right? But yeah, so guys, I think this is a good transition point. Thank you so much for being here. Um, anything else I can help you with, send me a DM. I will be back again tomorrow. But as always, please take care. Hey everybody, good morning. How are you? It is so good to see you. So glad that you're here. I hope that you're doing well out there in your part of the world. It is a Friday. We made it to Friday. I am late today. Oh my gosh, I am so late today. I hope that we can still have a good stream. Already in the chat, is it Radoon says, hey, Uncle Aziz. Hey to you too. How are you? People are already joining in on Instagram. Thanks so much. If you're on YouTube, feel free to also say hello. Happy to be here. A little bit late today, but better late than never, right? Today is day 3, I think, of streaming online. So I'm getting back into the streaming, guys. Not easy. Oh my gosh, streaming is not easy, guys. I don't know how many out there. It is not easy. Amine says, Mr. Dennis, hello. Hello to you too, Amine. How are you? Hope you're doing well. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. But I am here. I'm checking in. I am seeing how you guys are doing. Let me know where you're checking in from. How are you? How is your Friday going? I know for some people Friday is the first part of their weekend. So let me know how you're doing. What are your plans for the weekend? What are you doing? What are you watching? What are you studying? What are you experimenting with? What is your side project? What is your side project to your side project? Because we all have projects, right? So what are you guys doing? Let me know. I'm here for it. I'm here for all of it. 810 says, hey, Uncle Moroccan, I know you are Moroccan, but stay hidden. You don't need any business with Moroccan. I have no problems with Moroccans. Moroccans are good people. I've been to Morocco multiple times. I'm just here, enjoying the ride, guys. This isn't the first time a country has latched on to me. Right now it's Morocco. It's been Morocco since like January, since the beginning of this year. Last summer, everybody thought I was Egyptian. I almost flew to Egypt, guys. That's how crazy it got. I almost went to Egypt because they thought I was Egyptian, right? So yeah, I'm just here. I'm just here. I'm just me. Get me just a second to get a new window going for Claude. So, if you guys have not seen my streams before, I have Claude ready to go for any questions you want to have. If you guys want to have a prompt, put a prompt in the chat and I'll use it, right? Oh wow, why does that say Opus 5? That's weird. It says Opus 5. Is that new? That's weird. Guys, we have an option for Fable 5 and Opus 5. Does anybody know what's going on there? Well, obviously, I'm assuming it's a new release, Opus 5. I didn't get an email on that. Let me know if you guys have heard about this. So we can try either Opus 5 or Fable 5, whatever you guys want to try. We've been fooling around with Fable 5. We got some great prompts yesterday. So if you guys want to have a prompt, let me know. Amina says, I have a serious question, Mr. Dennis. Yeah, sure, go ahead. Go ahead, Amina. I'm ready for whatever you guys want to do. Look, I walk in here with no agenda, guys. Whatever you guys want to talk about, whatever you want to do, I'm here for it. I'm here to listen. I'm here to help. I'm here to give advice. I'm here to take advice sometimes from you guys. So whatever you guys want to do, just let me know. So Amina, put your question in the chat and I will do my best to answer it. Bizarri says, guys, he is not Moroccan. Bizarri, you must be a lot of fun at parties. What is wrong with you, dude? Some people, ugh. Ali, welcome. Videshi, nice to see you. 810 says, I want to start an Obsidian Vaults selling, but I recently know you could use Cloud Code to make the vaults, etc. And it was new to me. I think it's going to change a lot. I want some advice. 810, Give me your definition of what an obsidian vault is. I think I know what you're talking about, but the scientist in me wants clarification. I think, I'm 99% sure I know what you're talking about, and I do have an opinion on that if it's the same thing. But guys, a good scientist always clarifies, right? A good scientist doesn't just dive into an answer. So if you want to clarify, let me know what exactly you mean. 810, I'd be happy to help you. Um, if it's the same obsidian I'm thinking about, I've already made some comments on social media about this. But let me know what you mean in 810. I genuinely want to hear more about that topic. So let me know what you mean. Um, Zaka, welcome. 105, nice to see you. I'm not gonna say that name. That name is nasty. I'm just gonna call you Aisho. Aisho, you have a nasty name. Get out of my chat, dude. Eduardo, welcome. Jelani, nice to see you. Baris, Yolda with Xenox, Mano, welcome, guys. We'll call you MO2. MO2, nice to see you. Yo20. Oh my gosh, what is this name? Sharaman? Sharaman, welcome. Arts and Stories, my good friend Arts and Stories is back. How are you, my friend? I'm so happy to see the longtime veterans in the chat. You know, I did a lot of streaming in 2025. I've slowed it down in 2026. But I'm so honored that some of you guys have been with me from the very beginning. So thanks for being here, guys. 408, welcome. We'll just call you Bar. We got some nasty names in the chat today. You guys have some disgusting names today. Usually I get good names. I'm not going to say that name. We'll just call you Bar. Bar, welcome. Feel free to leave. But yeah, guys, I'm here for whatever questions you want, whatever prompts you want to do. You want to talk about your career, you want to talk about a new tech, you want to talk about AI, you want to talk about just life. Let me know. I'm going to be 50 years old. I've had a 25 plus year career in tech, so anything you guys want to talk about, go for it. 408 says, hey, 408, nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. So, yeah, guys, I'm here to talk about anything you guys want. And the reason I can do that is because I have been around a while, right? And one of the reasons I do these live streams is because, well, one, it's very difficult, and two, it's part of my social proof to all of you that you can ask me things and you can rely on my answers. Like, I kind of know what I'm talking about. Do you know how hard it is to take on all-comer questions? If you don't have experience, it's very hard to do, right? So I do this because you guys know that I hate the idiot influencers that are out there that are stealing from you guys, that are taking your money, that are giving bad information. And there's plenty of them. So the next time you have an idiot influencer out there, tell them, ask them, hey, why don't you ever go on live? Why don't you host a live? You know what the answer is? They can't. They'll give you some excuse or whatever, but they can't. They can't because they're not educated. They haven't worked. They don't have the time in the trenches in the industry like I do. So I love being here. I love getting different questions from you guys. You can go in my archives and I've answered hundreds of different types of questions. So yeah, thanks for being here, guys. So Amine says, I'm finishing my data science engineering degree and feel solid on MLDL. Should I focus on strengthening statistics or lean more into LLMs and newer trends? Want to build a strong DS profile. Okay. Okay. So you probably don't need more statistics. You could lean into LLMs and newer trends, but you can go crazy chasing new trends, right? Don't do that to yourself. You want to build a strong DS profile. Okay. So here's what I'm not seeing in your statements. I'm not seeing the storytelling and the stakeholder management side. That is significantly underappreciated by most data scientists, and especially new data science, right? So that's what I would tell you, Mina. Where's your people skills? Where's your communication skills at? Where's your presentation skills? Where's your visualization skills? That's important to some degree, right? Amina, do you have the skills to sit down with the business person and address their needs? Hear them out, understand the problem, understand what's possible, what's available to them, and present them with a solution. That's the part that I'm not seeing in your skills and is very much missing in most graduates, right? So let me know if you want to kind of give me more information on your skills there. I think it's Muthu. Muthu, welcome. Hati Machi, welcome. Medbaya. We'll call you Funtu. Funtu, welcome. Rachit, 8933922A7, welcome, guys. It's just a random fella. What a great name. Okay, see, now we're back to good names. Before we were getting some nasty names. But welcome, random fella. Checker8, welcome. Yassine123, nice to see you. Is it Principal? Principal, that's an interesting name. I love that spelling. SVN, welcome, guys. Glad you guys are here. 408 says, very insightful. Which part, 408? Please let me know. I love getting feedback that you guys like the stuff, but I talk a lot, right? So I don't always know which part you're talking about being insightful. Let me know, 408. I like getting that feedback so I know what messages are landing with all of you guys. Is it Cat Corinne, welcome. 21N, nice to see you. Random fella says thank you. No, thank you for being here, random fella. Glad you guys are here. Without you guys, I'd be talking by myself, right? So thanks for being here. And actually, you know what? When I first started, I did talk to myself. I would host streams where nobody would show up, and I'd be sitting there by myself for like 20 minutes just talking. So really glad you guys are here. Kareem, welcome. Paradise Photography, what a name! I love it. Okay, so Amina is going to add, I just want to know the essential skills I should have in order to succeed DS interviews. No, no. Why would you say such a thing? Amina, you stink, dude. Don't do that. Oh, guys, I see this mistake over and over again. You're not trying to pass an interview. You're trying to succeed at your job. You're trying to be a good data professional. Why are you looking to do the minimum requirements to pass the interview? That is stupid. That is so dumb. Don't do that. Look, guys, I'm going to walk you through the same exercise that I use with some of my coaching clients, okay? So, Amina, I'm going to put you in a magical world where there are no interviews. You have been given a data science job, okay? And I'll tell you what that job looks like because this is what most data scientists do, okay? You're going to work by yourself. You're not going to be part of a team. You're going to have a boss who's not technical, right? Very likely to not be a technical boss. I know this because a lot of my clients don't have a technical boss. And they're going to tell you, Amina, here's a nice clean desk for you. We've put a nice computer on it. Here's the password, here's the root password for our database. You have complete access to our data. And I scheduled a meeting with the CEO in 2 weeks. You got 2 weeks to show us something. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? They just gave you everything. They just gave you everything that you need. What are you going to do? That's a terrible situation, right? That's not a I'll figure it out later situation. That's a you're screwed situation if you don't know what you're doing, right? That means you're going to lose your job in 2 weeks is what it means. Because you don't know what you're doing. Why? Because you're thinking about passing the interviews instead of actually being a good data scientist. So Amina, learn, my friend. A lot to learn. Man, you're looking to just pass the Amina. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Kazmat, welcome. Actually, I already welcomed those guys. Okay, 810 says, I am a process engineering student. My condolences. I have something in mind. I have a lot of data and information about my field. I want to feed AI, as in the project is training the AI about my field. So the answers are specific. Sure, you can do that. There's many ways to do that. You could do that via fine tuning. You could do that via a foundational model. You could do that via RAG system. Lots of ways to do that. Lots of ways to do that. I like it. It's a good idea. Anjar says hello. Hello, Anjar. How are you? Let us know where you're checking in from. 408 says focus also on skills like communication, visualization, problems. Okay, thank you, 408. Yeah, guys, as I said earlier, those are super important as a data scientist. Highly overlooked, but very important for data science. Anjar says, what is the topic of today? There is no topic, my friend. We can talk about anything that you guys want to talk about. Let me know. I'm here for whatever you guys want to talk about. I basically just stream and just take on all questions. And like I said earlier, guys, I do this because other influencers, other of the idiot influencers can't, right? Like, I'm just sharing my experience, you know, of 25 plus years with you guys, so it makes it easy for me to answer these questions. But other people can't, right? So that's why I'm here. Aya, I think it's Aya 94, welcome. Miriam, welcome. Shanoy, nice to see you. Mog3, I think I'm pronouncing that right. Salma, welcome. Dr. Christopher Bosch, welcome. Are you a real doctor? Let us know what kind of doctor. 2028, 5678, a leader. Nice to see you guys. Atia, Ridam, and Nasiri, welcome. Arts and Story says OpenAI Soul escaped and hacked into Hugging Face servers. Hence, I love the way you mock software engineers. They are just differently dumb to understand AI. I love it. Thanks so much, Arts and Stories. I appreciate that. You know, Arts and Stories, I love the way you put that, and you're absolutely right. And I do, and guys, if this is your first time watching, you should know that I do openly mock software engineers. And yeah, Arts and Stories is right here. Lately, I've been mocking them because, you know, they always say, oh, well, AI ships bad code. Vibe coding is bad code. Well, you know who else writes bad code is software engineers. Software engineers ship questionable stuff all the time, right? So, you know, software engineers like to pretend that they're these magical little elves, you know, with neck beards that are, you know, doing amazing work. They're not. Software engineers ship crazy stuff all the time. Why do you think we need patches? Like, why do you think Patch Tuesday is a thing? Because software engineers suck, right? So yeah, I have heard about that Soul breakout. I hope everything turns out okay on that. But yeah, guys. I mean, software engineers ship crazy stuff all the time, right? Why do we have code reviews? Because people make mistakes. So thanks for that. That was a good laugh, Arts and Stories. I appreciate you bringing that up. Atia, welcome. Ridam, welcome. Nasiri. Ridam says, hey to you too, Ridam. Hope you're doing well. Let us know where you're checking in from or what you're up to. But I hope everyone is doing well. Give me just a second to get back to my chat. Salma, welcome. Is it Aletta? Aletta, nice to see you. Q45. Is it Raul? Raul? Mariam, nice to see you guys. Osama. Okay. We're back to the nasty names. Some of you guys have some nasty names. Come on. We're just going to call you Wise. Wise, welcome. 38. Kareem, nice to see you. DG, nice to see you. DG says, hello, Aziz. Hello, DG. Hope you're doing well. It's Friday, guys. We made it to Friday. I'm feeling really good, except for the fact that it is hot outside. I live in the desert. I live in Las Vegas, and it is hot today. It was 100 degrees when I took my dog to the dog park this morning, and it wasn't even 9 a.m. So today is going to be just a blazingly hot day out where I live. So Yeah. Hope you guys are staying cool because, I know that a lot of parts in the world, at least in the northern hemisphere, are very hot. So hope you guys are staying cool out there. Yabba Dabba Doo, one of my longtime followers. Thanks so much for being here. Hope you're doing well. 408 says, any advice for an IT business analyst? I've never worked on an AI project so far. Why? Why haven't you? You should. You should, right? You should, if you want someplace to start, take the last IT or a business analyst project that you did and recreate it with AI. You already know what the end result should be, right? So just talk through it and get AI to work, get AI to write it for you, right? That's a good exercise. Or a way, if there's reasons why you haven't used it, let me know. 7667, welcome. We are getting some nasty names. I'm just gonna call you Exotic. I'm not gonna say that whole name. Come on. Why are we trending today to terrible names? Y49 says Aziz. Hello, Y49. How are you? Musfi says Musfi, welcome. Yabba Dabba Doo says sup everybody. Good to see you, Yabba Dabba Doo. Glad you're here. Okay, so DG says, I totally agree about vibe coding. People keep saying stuff about it to make AI mistakes, but even human make mistakes. The code we write is not totally perfect. Yeah, exactly, DG. Exactly. I mean, like, I hate the fact that these software engineers are so ignorant, right? I mean, one, humans are terrible at one-shotting code, right? So why are you expecting AI to one-shot it? And two, look, let's be honest. We all wrote code in the same way. You wrote the code, it broke, you didn't know why it broke, and you went to Stack Overflow, you found the answer, and you copy and pasted from Stack Overflow. Don't tell me you didn't do that. You did that. I did it too. In fact, I have a lot of really highly rated questions on Stack Overflow and answers. But I did it too, and so did you. So don't sit there and pretend like, oh, I'm a software engineer. You can't replace me. Trust me, you are easily replaceable. And your coworkers don't like you, right? So they're happy to see you go. They're happy to have AI bring in and get rid of the neckbeards, right? So software engineers, they're just the dumbest people on the planet, right? So yeah, thanks for bringing that up, DG. Um, it's just silly, right? Software engineers are the dumbest people on the planet. Ridham says, what do you think about RPA with IA? I'm going to assume you mean AI. Is RPA still a thing? I mean, the process itself as a concept is a thing, but the RPA software you may have used in the past, it can be replaced by AI, right? In fact, it can be replaced by Claude Desktop, right? Claude Desktop now has the ability to control your browser and watch you work and things like that, right? Excuse me. So yeah, right? Um, so is RPA a thing? As a concept, sure. But as tools, AI, Claude Desktop is probably your best tool for RPA now, right? I mean, if you think about what's that, Selenium, right? Like Selenium it will disappear in a couple years, right? Like there's no need for it. Claude Desktop can do that for you, right? 408 says, thanks to you too, 408. Thanks for being here. You're asking great questions today. Ilyas, nice to see you. Hadadi, welcome. Muad, Geometer 7. Geometer or Geometry? Yeah, Geometer 7, welcome. Pratik. Umaima, welcome. BTech, and oh gosh. We'll just call you Kranka. Kranka, welcome. DG says, I'm sure that when I use AI, the quality I write code with my humble knowledge is the quality of code I get at the end. I could never get it by myself. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, DG. I think that's a healthy realization that you're coming to, right? And I've also had that realization. The part that also gets me is some of the things that I'm doing not only is the code more elegant, but I've done it in real life, so I know how long it would take me. So, for example, to me as a developer, the hardest thing was always learning a new API, right? You walk into a project, the client needs X, X requires a brand new API that you've never seen before, and now you got to write code for that API. That to me was a very difficult task as a developer, right? That's not easy. And my standard reply in those situations was give me 2 weeks to kind of get my bearings with the new API, right? Because you got to learn how to authenticate, how to send a request, how to get a reply, what does the reply look like, how do you modify the reply, and then how do you make those replies mean something to the bigger project that you're working on, right? That was like a 2 week process for me. So for now, to be able to do that like literally in minutes, that to me is just like how can you not see the power of AI, right? Like like when you can sit there and you can wire up an API in minutes. I've had projects where I'll use 6 APIs in one project and I can do it in a day. That would have been like months and months of work to get 6 APIs working together. Like how can you not see the power, right? Like if you're a software engineer and you don't see the power of AI after that, then you're just dumb. Like you're just dumb. Period. Like this, it's not even a question, right? You're dumb. So yeah. So I hear you. It definitely creates more elegant code and like 100 times faster than what even a top developer could do, right? So yeah. Yeah, so I like the way you put that, DG. Thanks for that. 201, welcome. Anis 526. We'll call you Vishal. Vishal, welcome. YN. Chandra 21, nice to see you. Ahmed, welcome. Is it? We'll call you AJ. AJ, nice to see you. Ibrahim, Bandito Ortiz. That's a good name. I like that name. It's also a good name for a band, right? Like you should have like a wedding band called Bandito Ortiz. California Stars, welcome. Nice to see you. What a name. I like that name. See, guys, we're back to good names. These are good names. California Stars and Bandito Ortiz are good names, right? We were getting some nasty names there for a bit. Um, DG says, but there is something always comes to my mind as a developer with AI. It seems like everyone could be able to code is that it will block the need for us in the future. I want to know your POV about this. Sure, sure. There is no need to be a developer anymore for apps, right? As long as you can write in English and, be descriptive about what you need, AI will be able to help you, right? So yeah, absolutely, DG. As I've said before, the technical barrier for making apps has basically dropped to zero. The cost of making apps has basically dropped to zero. So yeah, but the key, DG, is for you to embrace AI, right? Like you don't go against the trend, just embrace it and become a master of AI yourself, right? That's the key. So you're on the right track with your thinking, DG. Just go all in on it is what I'm suggesting, right? Like if you see the wave, then just ride the wave. Musta, welcome 3288. Nice to see you. Anwar, Fluxonomial. I like that name. What a name. Let me know where you got your name from. Fluxonomial. That's a great name. And we'll call you Ola. Ola, welcome. Guys, if you're just joining us for the first time, I am a ex-chief data scientist. I was in the tech world for 25 plus years. So I am here to answer all your questions on anything you want, really. You want to talk about life? We can talk about life. You want to talk about what's coming up this weekend? We can talk about that. We can basically do whatever you want. I can talk about any topic. I love taking on all comers. Streaming is my preferred format because I don't want to sit here and just pre-record stuff for you. I'd much rather just talk to you guys. So yeah, let me know what's going on with you guys. Pie Clay, that's another great name. Welcome. Uh, oh gosh, what is this one? We'll call you O nine. O nine, welcome. BZ, nice to see you. BZ, I think you've been here before. Um, and we'll call you Zilla. Zilla, welcome. Nice to see you guys. So what do you guys got going on this weekend? What are you doing? For some of you, I know Friday's already the weekend, right? In a lot of countries, Friday, Saturday is the weekend. For me, I am just starting my weekend. I took my dog to the dog park. I got my breakfast. I got my coffee. I'm doing McDonald's coffee today, which I don't do very often, but just thought I'd try something different today. And I'm just trying to stay cool, guys. It is so hot where I live. So hot. But yeah, that's me. What's going on with you guys? O9 says, please tell me why you look like the Moroccan people. um, Look, like I said, you guys are not the first ones. People thought I was Egyptian last summer. I almost flew to Egypt to do a collab over there, guys. Like, that's how serious it got. Okay? So people think I'm Egyptian, people think I'm Moroccan, people think I'm Italian. I've been told Greek, I've been told Hawaiian, I've been told Hispanic, I've been told Armenian. What else have people told me? A bunch of different races that I could be, right? I know that I'm very cosmopolitan in my appearance, right? I could be a lot of races. I get that. I should have worked for the CIA, right? I would have been a great spy. I could go like in a bunch of different countries, right? And people think I'm one of them, right? Um, but why do you think I look like Moroccan people? I could look like a lot of other people, right? But look, what I think it really means, guys, is we're all just humans. We're all just human. Nobody's special. If you think you're more special than somebody else, F you. You're not. We're all just humans. We're all just on the same rock floating around in a vast universe. Nobody's special. We all look the same. We all are the same. We're all just human, right? So that's what I would tell you, O9. Ines, welcome. Dams, welcome. Yoshi, nice to see you. We'll call you Abdessa. Abdessa, welcome. Yoshi says, Sup, Aziz. Hello, Yoshi. How are you? Let me know how your weekend's going. Oh my God. We'll call you Hassan. That is a long name. I'm going to try this. Eb, Eb, Ebtal, Ebtal Mohammed El Hassan? Jeez, that's a long name. We'll just call you Hassan. Dams says, what are you clotting today? Anything you want, guys. If you guys want to send me a prompt, let me know. We can put it up in the chat, but I'm willing to hear whatever you guys want to prompt. Excuse me, I meant to say put your prompt in the chat. I'll copy it out of there. I'll put it in Claude. I'll put it in Fable. I'll put it in Opus. Whatever you guys want. Yarek, welcome. We'll call you Jan. Jan, nice to see you. Ishmael, Ahmad, Ikram. Is it Ikram? I think it's Ikram. Welcome. Ahmed, nice to see you. Kareem says, what is the best way to transition from SDET to data engineer? What is SDET? I don't know what SDET is. Kareem, give me some more explanation there. Yoshi says, my weekend is great. Good, good. What are you doing? What are you guys doing for the weekend? You guys do anything special? I'm trying to go see the Odyssey movie, but the tickets are really hard to get. I want to see it in IMAX, obviously. The tickets are super hard to get. Jacob, welcome. Mystery, welcome. Medell, nice to see you. DG says, with this multinationalities, it seems like you could be a team rush. That's funny. I appreciate that. Yes, I am a one-person multinational team. I love that. I love that. Okay, so Nako says software engineer in test. Okay. Why do you want to go into data engineering? Because I get people who tell me they want to go into data as a general field, which makes sense. But why are you specifically choosing data engineering? Hmm? Let me know. It's very odd that you would be specific on what you want to do, right? 408 says Odyssey. Yeah, I'd love to see the Odyssey movie, but it's expensive to get tickets, and I don't know what it's like for you guys, but I live in a city with a true IMAX, the true 70 millimeter IMAX, and they're doing shows around the clock. Like there's a show at like 2:30 in the morning. There's a show at like 6 in the morning. And every single one of them is sold out. They're sold out solid, right? So I'm trying to see it, but it's very hard, very hard. Dam says clodding on weekends as always as a web dev. Nice, I love it. I love it, Dams. I love hearing people that are actively using Claude. Did you know that less than 2% of AI people have a paid account? 2%. That's what it is. 2%. Actually, I think it's a little more. It's 2.2%. So if you are one of those people that is spending their weekends doing Claude, doing prompting, you are way ahead, right? You are way ahead. So good for you, Dams. Keep on going. 111, welcome, Mohammed. Morocco Ben. Not Egypt Ben, Morocco Ben. Morocco Ben is here. Welcome. I wonder where he's from. Nako says, I think there are more opportunities there. How do you know that? How do you know that? You just told me you're a software engineer. How do you know that? What makes you say that? I think you can assume that, but I don't know if you have any data to back that up, Nako. So let me know. Fun fact, some of the Odyssey movie clips were filmed in Morocco. Okay, cool. Not surprising, right? Morocco does do a lot of filming. There's a lot of movies that have clips or scenes or entirely shot in Morocco, right? Morocco is a very popular shooting spot. It has a very unique landscape, very unique architecture. So yeah, not surprised to hear that. Thanks for that, Yoshi. I didn't know that specifically for the Odyssey, but not surprising, right? Not surprising. Retta, welcome. Ilias7, nice to see you. So Nako says LinkedIn. Wrong answer. Wrong answer. Why are you getting your information from LinkedIn? Bad, bad Nako, bad. Don't do that, dude. LinkedIn is the last place I would look for information. Nobody knows anything on LinkedIn. And as a creator, LinkedIn is like the worst platform on the planet. Right? LinkedIn wants to tell you that they're a creator platform, they're a video platform. LinkedIn is a cesspool of trash. Right? So, Nako, if you're looking for, if you're being, if you're kind of basing your future decisions on LinkedIn, you've already lost, friend. You've already lost. Be very careful with that. Over on YouTube, we have our esteemed guest, the good doctor, casual economist, saying, why am I the only YouTube viewer? It's lonely and cold here. So, someone please hug me. That's funny. That's funny. So, casual economist, why are you viewing that as a negative? You should be viewing it as the exclusive VIP room, right? It's not YouTube, it's your personal VIP room, man. But you're looking at it as lonely and cold. I think it's just highly exclusive, man. Thanks for being here, the good doctor. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're staying cool. I'm assuming it's just hot as hell in your part of the country. It's hot everywhere in the United States, and I know in a lot of parts of the world. But yeah, you're just in your VIP room, man. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. You're describing a feature, not a bug. So thanks for being here, my friend. Um, Khalil says hello. Aziz, hello, Khalil. How are you? Uh, we'll call you. It's, my God, what's that name? Drix. We'll call you Drix or Derek's. I think it's Derek's. Derek's, welcome. Zira, nice to see you. We'll call you Dree. Dree, welcome. Akash, nice to see you. So Dam says, I've been submitting for new opportunities on LinkedIn for 4 months now, nothing, using the free version, by the way. So Dams, that's probably your resume. People come to me for all kinds of career help, and that is a common one that I hear. I send my resume, I don't get any replies back. That is 100% your resume. I don't know you, never read your resume, I don't know a thing about you, but I can tell you your resume sucks. It sucks. If it was any good, you'd be getting callbacks, right? So that's what I would tell you. Your resume stinks. So you want to take a new look at your resume. Yoshi says, "Yo Aziz, I have a question. What's the best AI app?" Well, for what? For what do you need that app to do, right? Do you need it to answer questions? Do you need it to write code? Do you need it to do something else? Give me more details there. Over on YouTube, we have another new follower on YouTube. Hamza says, "Hey, I am new to your channel. Can you give your short intro in just a minute?" Sure, Hamza. Nice to see you. Glad you're here. So, for anybody else who's following me, because I do have a lot of new followers. My name is Dennis. I am an ex-chief data scientist. I have been working in the tech world for 25 plus years, and I now do content creation full time. I've been doing it for 2+ years. I also do one-on-one data career coaching. And basically, I am here to share my real world experience. That's what it comes down to. I absolutely hate these idiot influencers who are out to just sell courses and steal your money. That is not what I do. I basically try to break some of the bad information that they have out there, right? So I'm here to give you the truth. I'm here to speak my mind. I'm here to give you answers based on my experience. And that's what I do, right? And if I call you a moron, you can't take that poorly, because sometimes I do have to tell you that you're going wrong. Right? Your best friends aren't your friends if they don't tell you when you're screwing up. So that's what I do. That's me in 1 minute. So thanks for being here, Hamza. Orange Blossom, welcome. Suad, welcome. Just Dark, nice to see you. Is it Abdul? Abdul, welcome. Zohair. Arts and Story says, "Dennis, please tell us, how does your digital twin help you with your work?" Yeah, sure. Yeah, if you guys don't know what he's talking about, you can click on the link in the chat for free one-on-one coaching. So here's what I do. I don't sell courses, but I do sell one-on-one coaching. I do have coaching clients. I have about 15 to 20 professionals that I work with right now on a one-on-one basis. We have one-on-one conversations. They have my personal phone number. We are all part of the same GroupMe, so everybody can talk with each other. It's very professional, very high-level talk. And basically, my digital twin lets you try that out. My digital twin lets you talk to me in a chat bot, and it gives you the same advice and the same tone that I use. It does not give you generic advice. It gives you advice that I would actually give you in a coaching session. So that's what I do. And it helps me find new clients, because not every client knows if the coaching is for them, right? It's a big commitment to choose coaching. So this lets them kind of try it out and kind of see if it's for them. And then, we decide to work together or we don't. But the digital twin helps me have those conversations over and over again with people. And you can do it for free. You can do it in the comfort of your own home. And you can just see if coaching is for you. So that's how it helps me. Also, it was fun to build it, right? It taught me a lot about building it. So I did build it myself. It's all homegrown. It's all hosted on my own infrastructure. But yeah, that's what my digital twin does, and it's just a lot of fun. It's just a lot of fun to do. So thanks for the question, Arts and Stories. Kautar, welcome. Oberol, nice to see you. Christian, welcome. Fatima, nice to see you. Is it Momed? Momed, welcome. Kumar, nice to see you. Yoshi says, like everything, asking questions, coding, etc. Okay, if you need the best all-around AI, in my opinion, is Claude, Anthropic, and the Claude tools. You have to learn how to use all of them, right? You have to learn how to use desktop, you have to learn how to use Claude Code, and you have to learn how to use Cowork. But the best all-around solution is definitely Anthropic. 6 months ago, I would have told you OpenAI, but I made the switch from OpenAI to Anthropic, and I have not regretted that change. Not trying to poo-poo OpenAI. OpenAI is still a solid company. I wish them success, but I do like Anthropic better. So yeah, Yoshi, that's what I would tell you. Get yourself an Anthropic account. Christian, welcome. Christian is asking a great question. You try Opus 5? No, Christian, I have not. In fact, you missed it earlier when we were looking there, where I did see the new Opus 5 option. So guys, if you haven't seen Opus 5 and I haven't either, send me a prompt and I'll put it here in the Claude window, right? Because I haven't tried it yet. I didn't even know it was out. Usually, like, they send an email and telling you that it's been enabled on your account. I haven't gotten that email. So yeah, if you guys want to try Opus 5, go for it. Now, guys, here's the secret, and this relates back to those idiot software engineers that want to tell you that, oh, you know, tokens are too expensive. You don't have to use the latest and greatest model. You guys asked about my digital twin. I wrote most of my digital twin with Opus 4.7. In fact, the engine it uses to reply is still Opus 4.7 or 4.6 even, right? You don't have to use the latest and greatest model. If you find a model that works for what you need, and guess what? It's going to be cheaper, use that, right? So yeah, we can fool around with Opus 5 today, but you could say, hey, you know what? This is great, and I'm glad I have access to it, but I don't need to be paying that token cost. I can pay a different, cheaper token cost and still get what I need. That's what I do, right? So don't fall for these stupid software people who will tell you, oh, well, you can't replace me. Tokens are expensive. Tokens cost money. No, they don't. Tokens are cheap to having a neck beard breathing down your neck all day, right? Kumar, welcome. 1407, nice to see you. Shakar, welcome. Is it Danya? Danya, nice to see you. A1, Abdel, Delara. Oh my gosh, we'll just call you 897. 897 and K26, welcome to both of you. So yeah, guys, you want to try Opus 5? This is your chance. Put a prompt in the chat. I think the chat is over here, I guess is where it would be. I think, yeah, so put it in the chat over here. I will take it from the chat and I will put it in the Opus window and we will see what we want. Dan says, I agree, Sonnet 5 still solves most of my issues earlier. Yeah, most of my issues easily. Yeah, I totally get it. I totally get it, Dams. Yeah, Sonnet 5 for most of your everyday questions absolutely is great, right? Like, you don't even have to be using Opus. So for those of you guys that don't know, Fable is the highest line right now. Then it's Opus, then it's Sonnet. So Sonnet is referring, excuse me, so Dams, when they're saying Sonnet, they're talking like 2 generations down from the latest and greatest. So guess what? Those tokens are super, super cheap. Like, they cost nothing, basically, right? So yeah, Dams, I love that you brought this up because you can be paying for the tokens down here and still be just fine, right? Nothing wrong with that. So Dams, I love that, and you're showing me that you are an experienced user because you should be jumping around models. Hey, let me try this, let me try that. You know, let me try an experiment over here. Let me run the same prompt in 2 different models. So Dams, I love it. Keep going. Let me go pay some love over to YouTube. YouTube says, thanks for the superb intro. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks for being here. I love getting new followers. And yeah, you know, just that's my intro, guys. I'm just here sharing what I've done in the past. And like I said earlier, guys, I really want to see you guys do this. Go to those idiot influencers that you follow and tell them, hey, hey, how come I never see you on a live stream? Well, why don't you do a live stream? They can't. They can't because they are terrified of you asking them questions in real time because they can't answer them. Right? Try it sometime. See what they say. They'll come up with excuses. Oh, well, I just don't have. They're afraid. They can't do it. Hamza says, I have a question. As there are many AI models available, if a new student has to learn all the basic code and logic, is it beneficial to use AI models or should one write code with hands? Hamza, good question. And I understand that we are in a unique time in life, but I would tell you to go use AI from the beginning. Don't even bother learning it. Hamza, we are going to reach a point where you won't even care what language is being used to write your code or to create your app, right? So I would just overlook all those programming classes and everything else and just go straight to prompting. I know that's bold advice and not something that people are always comfortable hearing, but skip it. Go straight to AI prompting. I think you're wasting your time learning ancient technology if you do learn it by doing it, the old-fashioned way. I sincerely believe that. So good question, Hamza. I think a lot of people could benefit from that answer, but there's little to no value in learning how to code by hand. It's just not a thing anymore. It's just not a thing. And I can already hear the neckbeards coming after me. Software engineering is very important. I am an important person. I am a special and unique snowflake. No, you're not. We're living in a whole new era. You have to be a man of your times and adjust. So great question, Hamza. Did you guys like my neckbeard voice? uh, Dam says, I keep the big model for my big tasks only. Yeah, Dams, I love it. I love it, yeah. Yeah, big models, big tasks, big costs, right? So yeah, you want to definitely, you know, portion out the work that is needed, that is legitimately needed for each part. So you don't have to use the latest and biggest model for that, right? So yeah, Dams, I'm all for it, man. I think you're doing great. Just keep going. Christian, thanks for waiting, guys. I promise I will get to your chat. Christian says, I had in general with better models, you use less tokens because less prompts to get to an answer. Ooh. Okay, Christian. Okay. Okay. So, Christian, I can appreciate that you're presenting the other side here. And Dams, maybe you want to reply to this too, right? Because Christian does have a point, right? Are you better off with the latest model if you can one-shot things a lot better or a lot quicker, right? So yeah, Christian is making a valid point. Now, having said that, it can become a little bit of a math question on how much more expensive or cheaper the models are from each other, right? Because if you're talking about a model that's X, the latest and greatest, and the next couple ones down are a third of the price, then that you might still be off with the older model if you can get it in two shots, right? You're still winning, right? Even if it takes you two shots, right? So, Christian, I think you'd have to kind of like do a little bit of experimentation because I think you can come to a quantitative answer, but I can appreciate your view there, right? That if you're getting better accuracy from the latest model, then the expense is worth it, right? So I hear you, Christian. It's a valid thought. Yoshi says, I feel OpenAI is outdated. Ooh, Yoshi, I love it. So, Yoshi, here's what I would tell you. I made the switch to Anthropic about 6 months ago, and I definitely agree with you. I did feel like Codex was lagging, and I really liked Claude Code, so I made the move over. Having said that, I do think OpenAI has had a good last 6 months, right? If you read the reviews on their latest releases, like just over the last 3 to 5 months, they've had some amazing releases. And I also say that because, to help myself learn, I keep in touch with colleagues that I really respect, who work in AI. I've met other creators, I've met other media people from the conferences that I do, from the special programs that I've been invited to, and we keep in touch with each other. And some of those people that I really trust are speaking very highly of OpenAI. So much so that I'm thinking of going back. I'll still keep a Claude account, but maybe go back and reopen my OpenAI accounts because I have heard some very strong things recently. So, Yoshi, I think your instincts are generally correct. I would have agreed with you 100% just 6 months ago. But right now, based on what I'm hearing, I only agree with you maybe like 60%. I think that OpenAI has had a really good quarter. They've had some really amazing releases. Like I'm hearing really good things about their latest coding engine. And again, I'm hearing that from people that I trust and I don't trust easily, right? I mean, you guys hear me. I talk poorly about everybody, right? So when I tell you that I trust somebody, that means something. So people that I trust have told me like, hey, Dennis, you should be looking at OpenAI again. So yeah, Yoshi, I totally understand where your sentiment is, but I'm curious. I think OpenAI might be in a little bit of an upswing, right? They were on a downswing, but from what I'm hearing, they were on a little bit of an upswing right now. Mohammed, welcome. Patel, nice to see you. CRV, Adu, welcome. Ilias, welcome. Josiah, my good friend Josiah is back. How are you? Good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well there. Um, Give me just a second here, guys. I need to check a couple of things. Yep. Okay. Where did I leave off? Is it Mr. North? No, Mr. NFL guy? Are you NFL guy or North Florida guy? What is that? Let me know, Mr. Guy. Sumia, nice to see you. Is it? It's hard. We'll call you Hussein. Hussein, welcome. Bam, nice to see you. Spiro, Ayadol, Jagadesh, I guess. Osama, welcome. Guys, thanks for being patient in the chat. I promise I will get to you. Jagadesh says, I have a doubt, like I am trying to index some financial documents. Can you tell me a better way to do it? Like a ton of documents. Okay, well, what's a ton? What's a ton? What are they? What's the format? What are you trying to do with them? Are you trying to store them? Are you trying to read them? You got to give me more information, guys. A good professional knows how to accurately describe their problem. So give me more information there, guys. Over on YouTube, Hamza says, "Sir, that's a unique answer, and that's what I expected from this live stream, and that is honesty." Well, I appreciate that, Hamza. And yeah, guys, like I've said before in my content, you have to be a man of your times. You have to be a man of the times that you live in. We don't live in a time where you have to write code by hand anymore, period. So that's why I get upset with these software engineers who just can't seem to change with the times, right? Writing code by hand is over. Just not needed. Embrace it. It's the times that you live in. There's nothing you can do about it. So Hamza, thanks for the questions. Glad you're here. Oh man. We'll call you Karam. Karam, welcome. Zakaria, nice to see you. Elbit, welcome. Kira, 12, nice to see you. Delara, welcome. Carlo, nice to see you. So Dam says, I had a conversation with a mate about writing code. He says that with AI in the future, we don't know what AI will put in our code. And like you said, he thinks we still need to write code ourselves. So, what I would tell your friend is, does it matter? Does it matter? I don't think it does. You know, the mistake that I see people doing is from software engineering is they get too caught up in the process of writing code. It was never about the process. Coding has always been about the end result. I click a button here, this appears, and I can go and do this other thing because I clicked on that button. That's the only thing that has ever mattered in code. The end result, right? People get too caught up in, oh, and my object design and my pointers and my garbage collection. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Give up. Nobody cares. That's what I would tell your friend. It doesn't matter. I don't think it does. You know, like I've said in my other content, I think we're going to reach a future where languages aren't even going to be human readable. Like it won't even matter. Like the way I work with Claude and the stuff I've written, it could have been literally written in any language. I choose Python because that's what I'm comfortable with, and I think there's more data available, so it leads to more quality code. But in the future, like, it won't matter. It may not even be readable by humans. So that's what I would tell your friend, right? That who cares? And you know, another thing I predict that I would also tell your friend is debugging as a concept is going to disappear. Like debugging as a word won't even be part of English. Like the only reason we need to debug is why? Because of us. Because humans create those bugs, right? We are terrible at working with the way computers think, and that's why we cause bugs. How many times, for all the developers that are listening right now, how many times have you had a bug because you forgot that you should have been using a 0 index instead of a 1 index? Raise your hand if that's happened to you. Everybody's gone through that, right? Everybody should have their hand up. We've all been there. How many times have you stayed late because you had a 0 versus a 1 index bug? Why put yourself through that? You don't need to, right? Like, so that's what I would tell your friend, right? Like, these things only exist because we as humans are involved. One day, AI will be perfect at coding, and debugging and errors will be a thing of the past. Like, they won't even happen. There'll still be functionality errors, right? Like, oh, that feature didn't work the way I wanted to. Let me go and write a prompt to fix that. But like debugging and all that stuff, like it's gonna disappear. It's gonna disappear. Great insight there, Dams. Thanks for sharing that. Uh, Dam says you ship in 1 hour what he does in a month. Literally no joke. Yeah, absolutely, Dams. Absolutely. And Dams, that's also another reason why um, software engineers are going to disappear, right? Because when you take that sentence you just wrote and you present it to an executive, and that executive says, well, wait a minute, that developer cost me like $180,000 last year. Like, the cost savings are way, way too good to pass up, right? Like, they're way too good to pass up. Like, nobody's going to say no to that, right? And coming back to Christian's earlier statement, if I paid a software developer $180,000 a year, and I can get rid of that, and now I can do prompting for $5,000 a month of tokens, which is a lot of tokens, by the way, right? A $5,000 budget a month for tokens is a ton of tokens. Guess what? You're okay with your AI making mistakes because you can rewrite that code 100 times for $5,000 worth of tokens, and you're still way ahead from what a developer costs you, right? So yeah, Dams and Christian and everybody else who's contributed, right? When you think about all these things coming together, like software engineers are cooked. They are 100% cooked. AI is faster, it's cheaper, it doesn't smell funny like software developers, right? So it's just like I just don't know how people think that they will have software development jobs in the future. Like are you not paying attention? Like it's just silly, right? It's silly. So yeah, Dams, I love that. I love the contributions here. I love that you're having these conversations with your friends. But yeah, absolutely, man. It's 2198. Hi, may I know try to learn any kind of like Python or AI/ML is a waste of time? Do we need to know the principles? So I'm asking as in use this to make job. Sorry, 2190. I'm not 100% sure what you're asking. I can assume what you're asking, but I don't want to do that. Can you please clarify there? I'm a little lost in everything you wrote. Please clarify, okay? Talib, welcome. Wood, 97, welcome. Miriam, nice to see you. Bizra, nice to see you. Omar, oh man, we'll call you Sammy. Sammy, welcome. Elijah, nice to see you guys. Guys, I see so many questions. Thanks a lot. Um, let me get back. Jagadesh says, bunch of different types of financial PDFs that will be uploaded in a single combined PDF, and I need to index and split them based on document type and extract the contents and store it like classifying. The problem I'm facing is way more different types of documents, like I can't match with keywords and only can get what I can do is LLM call. I need a deterministic approach. Jagadesh, I appreciate that you're asking a question, but it's too complex to be able to answer in a chat. If you want, you can schedule a phone call with me. Maybe I can help you with that. My calendar to schedule a phone call is in the link in my bio. But this is not a chat question. But I appreciate you being here, but it's not a chat question. Carlos says, I think it will eventually be very hard to communicate the work we do to colleagues or team members, as it'll be just too hard to go through and understand and make sense of. Our agents will do the work on our behalf and give us a thumbs up or down or negotiate on our behalf. I disagree, Carlo. I totally disagree. Just because you don't know what the agent is doing doesn't mean that you don't have value to stakeholders. Because that's what you're describing, right? You're describing the stakeholder management, right? I would never let an agent talk for me to a stakeholder. Like that's dumb. I would never ever do that. So I think that you are hitting upon the importance of being good with stakeholders and being able to communicate with them. That, as a soft skill, will increase in value, right? Um, and the reason I say that, Carlo, is because your stakeholders have never cared about how it happens. They don't care. They care about the end result, right? When I click this button, I want this to happen. Are we ready for that? Does your app do that? Yes or no? That's all they want to know. They don't care how many loops you use, how late you stayed, whether it's C++ or Java. They don't care, right? So if anything, Carlo, you're describing things that are going to be more important. It's going to be more important to be human in those scenarios, to be able to talk to them like a human, and to be able to meet their needs accordingly. But I would never, ever, 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 ever let an agent negotiate on my behalf, like you say. Like, that is terrible advice. Never letting that happen. Right? So you're describing things that you should be, skills that you should be elevating, not playing down. Dam says, of course. Yeah, glad you're here, Dams. Thanks a lot. Arts and Story says software engineers should learn a bit of stats to know where if they even be part of technology distribution in the future. That's funny. The problem, Arts and Stories, is that software engineers are so set in their ways, right? They are terrible at being flexible. Software engineers suck at flexibility. They completely suck at that, right? So I hear you, they should, but they won't. They won't. They're stuck in their ways, and that's what's going to kill them, right? Okay, going back to YouTube. Hamza said, well, on YouTube, let me welcome. Oh man, we'll call you Kina290. Kina290, welcome over on YouTube. Hamza says, I have another question. What skill would you suggest for me to acquire as a CS student, and from where should we learn it? There is too much saturation in the market. Soft skills and people skills. Take classes on communication. Take classes on interpersonal communication. Take classes on public speaking. Right? Because that's what's going to serve you best. Knowing how to talk to your stakeholders is super important, and it's super important no matter what, and it's 10 times more important in the age of AI. That's what I would tell you, Hamza. So it sounds like you're still in school. Take as many communication, psychology, public speaking, interpersonal communication, writing classes. Take as many of those as possible. 290 says, happy to join in this. Your insight on AI has been so good that agents now make my machine learning work. Nice. I love it. And we should be using it, right? Data science is no different. You should be using data science or AI for data science. So glad you're here. What will we say? Kina290? Kina290? I think it's your first time. Thanks for joining. Back to Instagram. Leju, welcome. Fadan. Is it Musalam? Musalam, welcome. Alim. Basil, welcome. Basil says we're already witnessing the layoffs. We are, Basil. We are. And obviously, I don't want to, dance on anybody's grave. It's terrible when people lose their jobs. But it's going to happen more and more. That's just me being honest, right? It's going to happen more and more. We have to be prepared for that. And the more resistant you are to AI, the more that you are terrible with stakeholders, the quicker those layoffs will come, right? So yeah, you're right. It is happening, and it's going to keep on happening. Elcon, welcome. William, nice to see you. Jam says, do you think companies should oblige their engineers to use AI on coding? If they want to survive, yeah. I think companies that are not embracing AI are in danger of losing to the competition, right? The AI adoption itself is a form of competition among companies. So if you are a company or you're working for a company that's resistant to AI, you're falling behind. And you, as an employee, should be paying attention to that, right? You should be paying attention to say, wait a minute, am I on a winning horse here, or am I on a losing horse? So yeah, I think they should be dams, but there are companies out there that are resistant to it. Orange Blossom, welcome. I think you've been here before. I can't remember. Orange Blossom says, hello, Dennis. Thank you for this live. But if coding no longer matters, why are we still testing on interviews and technical assessments? Yeah, Orange Blossom, like I said, that should be a red flag to you, right? Maybe that's not a job you want. I get it. You're right. People have asked me this, right? But maybe that's a job you don't want. Maybe you should be using that as a filter for yourself to say, whoa, wait a minute. These guys are still asking about hand coding? I don't want to work for them. That's terrible. Right? Or maybe they'll just tell you outright, oh, no, we don't use AI at our company. That run away. Run away, right? That's a red flag. So yeah, I hear you, Orange Blossom. There are companies out there still doing it, but use that information as part of your filter. You don't have to work for every company that offers you an interview. You don't have to take. You're not required to take interviews. You can tell them, "Oh, you require hand coding? Sorry, I'm busy. Not interested. Remove my application from your records. I withdraw my application. No thanks." You can do that. You're well within your rights to do that, right? So that's what I would tell you, Orange Blossom. Uh, Kushik, welcome. Abdul, nice to see you. Amine, welcome, guys. Thanks for waiting, guys. I see a lot of questions in the chat. Thanks for waiting. 2198. Wait, did I miss a question? Hold on a second. Yeah, okay, I got it. So 2198 says, I want to know in this situation, do we need to learn Python or AI, maybe ML engineering? Just giving prompt without knowing the base of coding, how can that make money for us? Well, 2198, it's not about making money, it's about having a career, right? So I always push back on people that are looking just to the minimum to get a job, the minimum to pass the recruiter screen. I just want to make money. That's trash, right? If that's who you are, please unfollow my account, go away. I have no interest in helping you. I want to grow the data science profession. I do that by helping people become better data professionals, right? That's what I ultimately want to do. That's why I'm here, right? Because I know that data science is bigger than me and one day I will be dead and I want to leave data science in a better position, right? So if that's what you're doing, then, you know, go ahead, run away, unsubscribe, block me. I have nothing for you and you have nothing for me, right? So that's what I would tell you. If you want to kind of maybe reshape your question or, try your question again, feel free to. But otherwise, I don't care to help people like that. That's just not what I do. William 2017, welcome. Is it Gopin? Gopin, welcome. Manesh, nice to see you. Rohit. Um, we'll call you Chadid. Chadid, nice to see you. Sehen, welcome. Is it Mariam? Mariam, well, how many women in Morocco are named Mariam? Seriously. It seems like every woman in Morocco is Mariam or Fatima. How many Mariams are there? Seriously. Patil, nice to see you. Is it Fayez? Fayez, welcome. 200, nice to see you. Samir, nice to see you. For those of you that are just joining, we are having open chat. We are talking about anything you guys want. If you guys want to try Opus 5, put a prompt in the chat. I am happy to put it into our window and see what happens, right? But I'm basically here just enjoying my time with you guys. You guys are asking some great questions, some great commentary. Um, it's no secret that I am very pro AI. I'm very AI forward. So I want to encourage all of you to embrace it, to work with it, to keep on going with it. AI is 100% the future. It's just the speed at which things are happening is insane, right? It's a very unique time in life, right? So keep going, guys. So Dams says, is it true that the bigger the company you work in, the more you will be fired or replaced? Um, I don't know, Dams. It depends on how you're looking at it. Will they have the biggest layoff? Sure, because they have the biggest people, right? So it's more of like a just like a nature of the beast, right? Um, if anything, Dams, I would tell you that the bigger the company, the less likely and the more slowly they are going to be to adopt AI, and that in itself is a danger. Like I haven't really done a lot of content around this, but Personally, for me, I don't want to be working for a large company right now. Large companies are slow to move, right? Large companies are great, but they're very slow to move. They're slow to adjust. They're slow to innovate. So I wouldn't want to be working with a large company right now because they're going to be the slowest adopters, right? So that's what I would tell you, Dams, that I would be looking to leave and go to a smaller company that's more AI forward. Because people think, oh, I want to work for these large companies, but large companies are not innovative. Large companies don't push the envelope, right? They have too many policies, too many legal restrictions, too many internal beefs, too many budget approvals, right? They're not fast. They're not fast. So that's what I would tell you, Dams, that I would be leaving if I was in a large company right now. Abdul, welcome. PickQ. I know you've been here before. I can't remember what we used to call you though. Is it just Pick? I think we'll just call you Pick, but welcome back. I know you've been here before. LBT, welcome. Brahim. Is it Packet? We'll call you Packet. Packet, welcome. DE, welcome. Pravash, nice to see you. Over on YouTube, the good doctor says, less lonely in YouTube chat. I can sit back and relax. Man, you're looking at it the wrong way. You should be upset that people have invaded your VIP room, doctor. Ah, doctor, such a missed opportunity. You're sitting over there in the world's best VIP room, and now you're happy that the VIP room is full. I thought I had trained you better than this. I thought I raised you better than this, doctor. Yabadabadoo says, I found AI's weakness. Companies can be slow and put up a lot of red tape. The restrictions that stop humans from getting stuff done with stop AI too. Absolutely, Yabadabadoo. Absolutely. It's surprising how difficult it can be to get stuff done. Absolutely, Yabadabadoo. I've worked for large companies. It sounds like you have too. I 100% agree with you guys. So guys, if you don't believe me, listen to somebody like Yabadabadoo. That's exactly right. Big companies are not innovative, right? They are very slow to move. There's so many legal checks and authorizations, and you got to get 10 signatures for this and 5 signatures for that. Like, they are not something to be admired. Everybody thinks they want to work for large organizations, but there's benefits to it. Don't get me wrong. I have nothing bad to say about the companies I work for, but they're not innovative, right? Like right now in times of AI, when things are moving so quickly, you do not want to be stuck in those 4 walls. Absolutely not. So yeah, but I do 100% agree with you. Orange Blossom says, thank you for your answer. You're definitely right. Yeah. The problem is that they say coding assessments are only used to select candidates, but right after being hired, everyone switches to Alice. Yeah, but that's bad policy, right? That means they're making bad hires because they're hiring on things that they don't even use in their day-to-day work, right? So if you've seen that Orange Blossom, you've dodged a bullet. Like you won, right? If you manage to avoid working for a company like that does that, you won, right? I mean, guys, one of the things I tell my clients that I work with, life is one long series of mistakes, right? You're going to make mistakes, other people are going to make mistakes. Try to make less mistakes and less costly mistakes than what other people do, and that's how you win in life, right? So Orange Blossom, you haven't made a mistake there, right? The mistake is going through the process and being hired and ending up working there, right? So you won. You won because you didn't make the mistake of falling into their trap, right? So I don't think you have anything to feel badly about, right? Like you won. That company's making a mistake, right? They're making a mistake in the hires and in their hiring process. But you won. Like you're ahead, right? So yeah, that's what I would tell you. Like, forget them. You're on to the next, right? Uh Dam says, thank you for this, and I hope all the best for you. Oh, thanks a lot, and I appreciate the good wishes, guys, but don't worry. Don't worry, nobody needs to start a GoFundMe for you. Your buddy Dennis is doing just fine. I'm enjoying the content creation that I do. I've been here. I've been doing it for 2+ years. I've had, which 2+ years is a lot more than most content creators, right? I've had great partnerships. I've done partnerships with Microsoft. I've done partnerships with Samsung. I have 200,000 followers. About 2 million people see my content every month. So I'm doing just fine. Nobody needs to start a GoFundMe for me. I'm doing just fine. I have a great set of coaching clients too, by the way. So yeah, I'm just here and enjoying myself and just grateful that I get to live in the time of AI. Yash, welcome. FP, nice to see you. Idris says, hey, hello, Idris, how are you? Hope that you're doing well. Hope everything is good on your end. Is it Klein? Klein, how are you? I am Riza? Riza, I guess. Riza, welcome. 1:30, nice to see you. 9:30, well, we have a 1:30 and a 9:30 in the chat. That's hilarious. Goldie, welcome. 2198 says, let me clarify. I mean, why are there still offers for jobs if just giving prompts to Claude is possible, or is it just a scam? It's not well, it could be scams, right? There are a lot of jobs that are job postings out there that are scams. It's just companies that are behind the times, right? That's all. It's companies that are behind the times. It's leadership that stinks, right? Because think about it. If you're applying for a coding shop and the coding shop tells you, no, 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 we do code by hand, or we do tests of code by hand, who's declaring that? Well, it's the managers that are deciding that, right? It's the people, it's your supervisors that's deciding that, right? So that's why I say it's a red flag, because look, you guys see how much the software engineers hate my opinions on AI taking over. Well, the managers are software engineers too, right? So there's managers out there that are also resisting AI, and those managers will lose. Those managers will lose over the long run, right? So I think that they're not a scam, they're just bad companies, right? I mean, look, I get it. Job searching can be tough. Interviews can be hard to come by, so you're tempted to take every interview, you're tempted to return every call. But guys, there's bad companies out there. You don't have to return every phone call. You're not obligated to go on every single interview. It's totally okay for you to say, you know what? I don't like this company. I'm going to take a pass. I decline the interview. Do that. Probably better for your mental health. It's probably better for your career, right? So yeah, 2198. Some are a scam, but some are just bad companies that you shouldn't want to work for. Is done. Welcome, Kiro. Nice to see you. We'll call you JLB. JLB, welcome. Goldie says, I'm a dev at a financial company. My condolences. They start to integrate Claude Copilot. Would they trust those LLMs to let them get control? You're describing two very different LLMs, first of all, right? Claude and Copilot are completely different from each other. And what do you mean by integrate? Like, are they going to let you code with them? Give me more information there. Michael, welcome. Mukaram, welcome. We'll call you K10. K10, Xavier. Gosh. We'll call you Profil. Profil, nice to see you. Oh my gosh, you guys have tough names right now. Is it Labita? Labita, welcome. Nice to see you. Tough names. Tough names in the chat right now, guys. But yeah, guys, not every company is a good company. And if you see AI resistance, put them in the bad company category. So yeah. Mainly says hello. Hello, Mainly. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Fan, nice to see you. Hope you guys are doing well. Like I said, I know Friday is the start of the weekend for most people, or for some people, I should say, in some parts of the world. So let me know what you're doing. Starting my weekend by taking out my dog. I got my breakfast. I did my coaching client check-ins. Speaking of coaching, if you guys want to click on the link that says free one-on-one coaching, you can talk to my own digital twin that's going to give you advice in the same tone and same quality that I give to my clients. I promise you that it is not generic advice. It is actual advice that I would give you, so it lets you get a feel for if coaching is for you or not. Man, 00, welcome. GST, welcome. Ilya says, bro, you are Moroccan, don't cap. Maybe, maybe. Who can really say what I am? Who can really say? Maloud, welcome. Goldie says, not so different, by the way. By Copilot, you can use Claude's models as Sonnet 4.6. No, no, no. Goldie, come on. That's a bad answer, dude. That's a bad answer. Goldie, you are showing. Goldie, welcome to 2023. You are showing 2023 knowledge of AI. You're 3 years behind, my friend. Claude goes way beyond models. You are not going to sit there and tell me that Claude and Copilot are the same thing. You are stuck in 2023, my friend. Bad answer, Goldie. I'm not mad at you. I'm just disappointed. That was a terrible answer. Oh my God. That was a terrible answer, Goldie. Ilya says, bro, no one listens to you. Yeah, maybe. Maybe nobody should listen to me. The only thing I know is that my stats tell me that I reach 2 million people on a monthly basis. So is 2 million zero? I don't think so. Goldie says, not me, the financial. No, Goldie, you said that. You said they were not so different. You didn't say the company told you. You said it. So come on, Goldie. Don't chicken out on me now. You gotta be a man and own your statements. You said it. Oh my God. Oh my God. 00. 00. Oh, 00. Who hurt you? Who hurt you, 00? Are you okay? Do you need me to call someone? Do you have a local helpline in your country that you can reach out to? Because 00 has just asked us how to get a DevOps job as a fresher. 00. 00, can we send you a donation somewhere? Do you have a GoFundMe? 00, are there any like charitable like organizations like the Red Cross or the United Nations somewhere near you where you can get help? Maybe you're in a foreign land. Have you considered going to your local embassy to help you? 00, I just want to tell you that my thoughts and prayers are with you, and that I'm going to be thinking about you, and I'm going to hold you in my heart. And I'm going to ask everyone in the chat to please keep 00 in their thoughts and prayers, because 00 is going through a tough time right now. He has yet to see the error of their ways. So we're gonna keep you in our thoughts and prayers, 00. Yeah, you're gonna be okay, buddy. It's gonna be hard, but you're gonna be okay. Michael, welcome, says, your content and wisdom inspired me into learning magnetic architecture through Coursera. Now building multiple high frequency strategies. 2 out of 11 are showing. So does this help with DevOps roles? Oh my God. Guys, you're killing me. You're killing me. Oh my gosh. What is it with the DevOps stuff all of a sudden? You guys are crazy. Oh my gosh. Are you guys not paying attention? Does AI not exist in your part of the world, guys? I guess AI hasn't had global penetration yet. KT says, who's better, someone doing a general science degree or a data science degree? What is a general science degree? I don't think that's a thing. Hey, what'd you major in? Science? Which one? All of them? I just majored in science, bro. Is that a thing? Give me more information, guys. I don't think that's a thing. Like I don't get it, dude. Orange Blossom says double 00 hilarious. Yeah, 00 guys. Please keep 00 in your thoughts and prayers. Some people out there need our help, guys. You know, and I'm so glad that this community can come together and see our fallen brother and reach out our hand in friendship and say, I'm here for you, my fallen brother. So guys, let's all keep 00 in our thoughts and prayers, okay? Goldie, your statements are a little weird, guy. Goldie, I don't respect people who can't keep to a straight story. You keep on changing your story. You're a weird dude. KT says there's a degree called general science, usually for people who later on want to go to med school or something like that. What country are you in, KT? Because in the US, I don't think we have a general science degree. You might have pre-med tracks, but that might be somebody who's studying biology or chemistry or you know something else like that. But there's no general science degree. There might be in other countries, right? I'm open to that, but I really can't give you an answer because I don't know that there is a general science. KT says Canada. Okay, I mean, is Canada still a country? Is Canada still a thing? I don't know. Let me know in the chat, guys. Okay, so the question in front of the chat right now is Canada a thing? Let me know in the chat. You guys can tell me. The good doctor can tell me. The good doctor lives near Canada, right? So, yeah. I mean, I don't know if Canada counts, guys. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think in the chat. But a general science degree? I've never heard of such a thing. It just doesn't make sense. Like, what do you even study in a general science degree? Like, I get it. You could probably study the scientific method, but that's not a whole degree. You don't need a whole degree to understand the scientific method, right? So yeah, that's just weird. That's just a weird thing, guys. All right, guys. You know what? I think this is a natural transition point. Um, how you dissing Canada like that? Who's the weird dude, man? That's how you speak. Oh God, Goldie. Goldie, you have a ceiling to your progression in your career. It's called subtlety. It's called learning to take a joke. Goldie, Goldie, feel free to unsubscribe. You don't have to attend my lives. Feel free to unsubscribe, my friend. All right, guys. Thanks so much. 3 days in a row of streaming. I'm gonna go for 4 days tomorrow. So I appreciate your support. Keep on coming back. I will be back tomorrow. I'm trying to be consistent about the timing, but it's still a little weird. But I will be back tomorrow. We can talk more, bring more of your. Hey, everybody. How are you? Good morning. Happy Saturday. Happy weekend. Well, I know for some of you, this is the second part of the weekend, but I hope that you're doing well. I am doing fantastic. I am indoors. I am trying to stay cool. It is hot as heck where I live right now. So I'm here, I'm ready, I got my iced coffee, I got my Instagram going, I got my YouTube going, so I am here and ready for whatever you guys want to talk about. Let me know how you're doing. Let me know what you're up to. How have you been? What are you looking at? What are you studying? What are you hoping to get from the weekend? I'm seeing people on Instagram already. Kareem, is it? Oh my gosh, we'll just call you Lil. Lil, welcome. RHB, book I read, welcome. Jagadesh, welcome back. Book I Read says, hello, Dennis. Hello, Book I Read. How are you? What book did you read? Let me know. That's a great name. I like the name. Amid, welcome. Riyadh, Ozuma. My good friend Ozuma is back. How are you, my friend? Um, 101, Jagadesh says, hey, Dennis. Hey, Jagadesh. Thanks for coming back. You know, I'm seeing so many repeat names in the chat, and that's really encouraging to me. You know, maybe it means that I'm doing a couple things right if I can see some repeat names in the chat. I'm just doing the best I can here, guys. So thanks for coming back. Yassine, welcome. Hamu, nice to see you. Rayanne, 107, welcome. Ozuma says, hi, Aziz Dennis. The name of Aziz lives on, and I love it. People gave me that name last November, I think. And when I accepted that name, I made a short video on it. And that one little video, it's like 7 seconds long, has like 1 million views because people really like the Aziz name. So you can call me Aziz anytime, anytime. iOS 7, welcome. Ziad, welcome. Is it Yaya? I think it's Yaya. Nice to see you. Asme, Fatima. Why is every Moroccan woman named Fatima? It's either Fatima or Maryam. If you say one of those two words to a Moroccan woman, you're like 90% right. I don't think there's any other names other than Fatima or Maryam. Let me know why that is, guys. Mohammed, welcome. Is it Amalb? Amalb, welcome. Okay, so Book I Read is done. They are ready to start talking. They don't want any more introductions. The book I read says, what is the future of the forward development engineer? I think you meant deployed engineer. Forward deployed engineer. Especially for freshers, if someone wants to build a long-term career as an FDE, what skills, technology, and learning path would you recommend, right? Okay, guys, so forward deployed engineers, FDEs, is a huge field right now. I am very I'm very happy that that field has developed. However, here's what you need to know about FDEs. It's going to change over time. FDEs are only going to exist for maybe the next 5 years. Now, that's not a negative thing, right? But eventually, the only reason why we need FDEs right now is because companies don't know what they're doing with AI yet, right? They're on that learning curve. But once that learning curve flattens out, FDEs are basically going to go away, right? So it doesn't make it a bad career. It just means that you'll shift to something else. So to me, if you're training to be an FDE, you should be thinking of it as a consulting role, right? You're a consultant. You're a heavily AI forward consultant helping other companies become AI forward. That's what an FDE is right now. And it'll remain that way until companies themselves become more forward, right? Or it'll trickle down and you'll just start working with smaller and smaller companies, right? But that's what I would tell you, books I read. Start preparing for it as you were preparing for a consulting role. So a lot of business sense, a lot of communication, a lot of emotional intelligence, and a lot of presentation skills. I think those 4 are going to be key if you want to succeed as an FDE. SBA, welcome. We'll call you Muns. Muns, welcome. Munib. Is it Manaman? Manaman, welcome. P45, Khalid. I am Amir. Amir, maybe? Amir, welcome. 22, nice to see you. Anas, Albir, welcome, guys. Over on YouTube, we have a new follower. Is it Adikas? Adikas, welcome. Nice to see you. Adikas says, hey to you too, Adikas. Let me know where you're checking in from. Let me know what you're up to. Anybody wants to let me know what's going on, or if you guys have questions, this is a good time for it. I'm here for whatever you guys want to talk about. I'm going to try to stream for an hour today. We'll see if I can do an hour today. I got a couple of client phone calls today. Weekends are very popular for me to have client phone calls, right? Because that's usually when my clients are available. They usually work during the week. So yeah, I have a client phone call today in a couple of hours. So I can't stream a ton today, but we'll see what we get done. We'll see what we get done. 2024, welcome Sadu, Sunil, Mustafa, and Sali. Welcome. Karan, nice to see you guys. Over on YouTube, we have our good doctor, our veteran of the chats, the doctor, casual economist has joined us. Dennis, happy Saturday. Happy Saturday to you too, my friend. I'm streaming a little bit later than usual because I'm sure that you're tracking my time over there. I know you're over there, doctor. You're over there, tracking my time. So I'm a little later than usual today, but I'm here. I'm present. This is day 4, I think, of streaming. So I'm trying. We got a little streak going, right? I think at 4 you're officially a streak, right? Um, so yeah, guys, please don't spam my chat. If you put a question in the chat, I will do my best to get to it. But please don't spam my chat. It ruins the view on my end here because I have a different like admin view. Please don't do that. Is it Distrox? Distrox R? We'll just call you R. So R, welcome. Masoom, welcome. Nice to see you guys. So yeah, so let me know what you guys are up to. Let me know what's going on with your weekends. What are you doing? What are you working on? Are you working with Opus 5? Opus 5 was the big release yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday. Let me know if you're working with it. I worked a little bit with it last night. If you guys want to see it working, send me a prompt in the chat. I will put a prompt into Opus. That's the whole point of having the window here. So let me know. Ozuma says, I've heard that AI companies will make AI usage payable like water and electricity bills, but I don't know if that's true. Ozuma, that's 100% true, right? They're, in a way, they're already doing that. Like they're already doing that, right? When you use the API version of their products, you're paying by the token, right? Which is the same as paying by usage. So maybe you mean that they're going to start charging that for just the average user who's using desktop or something like that. If that's the case, I could kind of see that, but I'm going to say it's unlikely. It's unlikely because charging a flat fee has its advantages for people that don't use the service enough, right? When you charge a flat fee, you're always going to have people who use it moderately, and then you're going to have people who use it very low, right? And that usually results in a net gain for the company. I think I read somewhere where people think they want an unlimited plan, but they usually only use like 30 to 40% of their plan, right? So I could see it both ways. But what I do want to impress upon you though is that it's already happening, right? If you're using the API, which I use, a lot of companies use it, you're already paying by the token. So they already have it. It's just not something that your average user would be exposed to, right? Because really only businesses or advanced power users would need the API version. Good question though, Azuma. I love that you're researching the business side of AI. That's a good thing. Faizan, welcome back. Yusuf, nice to see you. Mustafa, welcome. MJ Leo, welcome back. I think you've been here before. Kailash, I know you've been here before. Welcome. Salma, Ayub, the bruh dude. Piyush, welcome back, guys. Love seeing the repeat names in the chat. Okay, so Asme says, what advice would you give to someone who is starting college and majoring in data science in California with no background? Yeah, go for it. What I would tell you is try to use your elective courses for things completely not related to data science. Try to use them for communication classes, right? Particularly, you want to look up classes for interpersonal communication. Interpersonal communication is super important. So that's what I would tell you, Asme. Too many data science students, they take their electives and then they go do computer science courses, or they go and do statistics courses or something like that. Don't do that. Get the soft skills, right? Or at least get the soft skills at an academic level. You're going to have to practice them on your own. But that's what I would tell you. Use your courses to go learn something else. And also, quite frankly, that's part of what I did. When I had electives, I would always use communication courses. My senior year, I had electives that I could literally choose any class, and I took a women in film class just because I've never taken a film or an art class before. So I took a film class, and it was about women in film, right? Like, you should try to expand your horizons. Don't stay too honed in on I have to take data science, I have to take statistics courses. Expand your view. So I hope that helps you, Asme. Does that mean that you're about to start like here in a couple weeks? I think it says you're a freshman. Let me know, Asme. D-Strock says, first year bachelor's AI data analytics. What do you think? Same advice, D-Strock. Take as many like non-technical electives as you can. I promise you that somewhere on your campus, somebody is teaching an interpersonal communication course. Go take that. That'll help you. It'll help you 10 times more than anything else you can pick, and it'll help you just as much as any data science course you'll take. I promise you that. 100% promise you that. Is it Amai? Amaib? Amaib says, hello, Aziz. I just got my engineering degree and looking for a first job currently in data science BI. I am having a hard time looking for it in Morocco. Can you give me some advices? Well, what part is giving you a hard time? So clients come to me to work one-on-one on job searches, right? That's part of the coaching that I do. And I break it up into sections. Are you having trouble getting callbacks? Like, when you send out a resume, you're not hearing anything back? Is that what you're having trouble with? Are you having trouble, when they call you for the initial screening, are you having trouble getting a first round interview? Or you get the first round interview, but you're not being moved further along. Is that where you're having trouble? Each one of those stages is completely different, right? So Amalb, you have to give me more. You have to give me more information. At what point are you having trouble? Fatima says, hey Dennis, I am a front-end developer. My condolences. What do you suggest me to grow in the future? Don't be a front-end developer. Guys, front-end development is solved. It is completely solved. Don't be a front-end developer. That is a losing proposition. Like, have you seen some of the front-end tools that are available now? I mean, even within Claude, if you use the design tools, you're going to get some really amazing websites. So Fatima, I would make the move out of front-end development as soon as possible. Like, you can't make that move fast enough. You should be like you should have like the feeling of an emergency. Like, that's what I would tell you. Get out of front-end development. Like, the tools are too good and they're only going to keep on getting better. So you guys know that I'm not optimistic about software engineering. Right behind them is front-end development. So Fatima, you came here for the hard truths, and that's the hard truth. You got to get out of that. 148, welcome. Patil, nice to see you again. Yusuf, my gosh, what is that? QWERTY, welcome. Eunice, thanks for hanging out, guys. I'm trying to get to all the questions. Dark Lucy, wow, what a name. Dark Lucy, geez, so goth. Distrock says, why non-technical courses? Because data science is not always technical, my guy. You will have more success if you have non-technical skills in data science than you will technical. I 100% guarantee you. If all you can do is talk like a technical person, nobody in the business world will like you and they won't collaborate with you. I guarantee you that. I've seen it many times in my career. Nobody invites the math nerd to the leadership meeting, right? Why would they invite you? You're the weird math guy that nobody understands. Why would they invite you? Right? So yeah, so keep on pursuing some of those soft skills, some of those communication courses, some of those public speaking courses, some psychology courses, sociology course, anything that's non-technical. So D-Strox, you're worrying me a little bit. You're worrying me a little bit, buddy. Like you should want to pursue non-technical things, especially at the college level when you can get it, basically as part of your curriculum, right? Okay, welcome 777. Welcome. Amal says yes, exactly. Yeah, Amal, definitely get out of front end. Ruan, welcome. Dude, not nice. Dude, not nice. I think you've been here before. I want to say I've read that name out loud before. So welcome back, dude. ABD, nice to see you. Is it soon? Soon, welcome. Dr. J. Fox. Are you really a doctor? Do we have 2 doctors in the chat? Wow. Guys, we have 2 doctors in the chat. Usually we just have casual economists, but now we have 2 doctors. That's awesome. Okay, so D-Strox, continuing with D-Strox says, and you think I need masters of data science after finishing that? No. No. If you have a bachelor's in data science, don't go after the masters. Go get something better, like a master's in HR or finance or marketing or psychology or whatever. No, you do not need a master's after undergrad. Okay, so Amal says, I don't get returns after sending my summary. Okay, guys, so this is a common thing. I know that Amal is not alone in this, right? You send out your resume, you don't hear anything. Okay, so I can tell you right now, Amal, your resume stinks. Your resume sucks, Amal. I don't know you. This is the first time you're in my chat. I know nothing about you, but I am 100% certain your resume sucks. 100%. You should be hearing back. If you're not hearing back, that means there's something wrong with your resume. So this is where I sit down with my clients and I completely, help them redo their resume. Because you should be hearing some things back. The jobs are out there, right? But if you're getting a 0 response rate right from the very beginning, that very first step, your resume stinks. So guys, I know that applies to other people out there that are listening. Your resume needs to be re-examined if you are getting 0 replies back. I can 100% guarantee you that. I've seen it. I've done it. I've been the recipient of those resumes. I fixed them with my clients. Your resume just plain stinks. That's what I would tell you, Amal. Take a renewed look at your resume. Ayub, welcome. Shah, nice to see you. One Inc. We have a second Leo in our chat. Welcome, Leo. ABD. Soon, is it Soon? Soon-Kian? We'll call you Soon. Soon, welcome. Ayub says, is data analytics still a good path to follow? Maybe. Do you have other aspirations beside or beyond data analytics? Like going into data science or AI engineering? I ask that because that's typical, right? People use data analytics as a way to start off in data. They don't necessarily want to stay there. And that's what I would tell you, right? Data analytics will eventually be done by AI. You could argue that it's already being done, right? It's pretty good right now at AI. Excuse me, AI is pretty good at data analytics right now, right? So If you want to use it as a starting point to kind of get you off the ground, okay, sure. But I wouldn't want to stay there. AI will push you out. So that's what I would tell you, Ayub. You can use it to start off, but probably not stay there. Wait a minute, is your name Ayub or Marianne? I can't tell with that name, so I hope I'm calling you by the right name. Nikhil, welcome. Zuhair, nice to see you. Musk, Lucky, welcome. 110. Vatsalia, nice to see you. Eamon, RD5, Muad, nice to see you guys. Hope everyone is doing well. Give me just a second here. Yusuf says, is AI ML engineer a good career choice? Maybe. Maybe. Why are you choosing it? What's your why for choosing it? Yusuf, let me know. Whenever people ask me if AI and ML is a good career choice, I always want to know why. Like, why are you asking that? So, Yusuf, answer in the chat. Why are you looking at it as a career? Why did you ask that question? I want to know. Give me your why. Is it LQ? We'll call you LQ. LQ says hi. Hello, LQ. I think it's your first time in the chat. So welcome. We're here to discuss anything related to data science, AI. If you have a prompt you want to put in the chat, put it in the chat and I will put it into Claude and we'll see what answer it gives. We have some pretty good prompts in the chat. You guys are good at coming up with questions. So let me know. Ozuma says, is it true that AI is only owned by large companies such as film companies and electronics companies before it was exported to everyone? I don't know if I'd agree with that because you're talking past tense, right? Now, are there AI engines that are just developed for film companies? Sure, absolutely, right? I think that there's plenty of film and entertainment companies out there looking at dedicated uh, uh, generative video engines. Sure. So, like, are there engines out there that just aren't widely available to the public? Sure. But that happens in a lot of industries, right? There's airplanes that you can't buy. There's cars you can't buy. Right? So yeah, I think that is happening. Having said that, I think this is where open source can still help, right? Because eventually there'll be open source equivalents for just about all of the engines, right? Over time, that will happen, right? But yeah, I mean, are there specific engines out there that are being worked on that are only made available privately or whatever? Absolutely. Absolutely. Let me know how you guys feel about that. I mean, I'm not sure if I think that's a negative or a positive thing. I haven't really formed an opinion on that. But yeah, let me know what you guys think about it. It's a good question, Ozuma. Abstract MBA, welcome. That's a great name. Hanex, nice to see you. Ahmad, welcome. Josiah, welcome back, my friend. Visesh, welcome. Is it Merit? Merit, nice to see you. Krishna, Send It Sam. What a great name. Send It Sam, welcome. Aya, nice to see you. Khalil, 070, welcome back. Let me see. Asme says, I just finished my first year of college where I completed some elective classes in calculus. Boring. Do you think I should transfer to data science or statistics? Why would you want to transfer? What is your degree now, and why do you want to transfer? Let me know. So Asme and Yusuf, you guys owe me explanations on why you want to do data science. Look, I always ask this question because I'm very, very passionate about data science. Data science is not something that you choose just because. Nobody just becomes a lawyer just because, or a doctor, right? Same thing for data science. You don't just choose it and be like, well, let me try this out. Let's see how it goes. You have to be passionate about this stuff if you want to succeed in this, guys. I firmly believe that. Okay, so Ayub says my first name is Ayub. Okay, cool. Thanks for that clarification. I appreciate it. Destruct says, I'm happy to know that because I am good on communication and social life and not too much good at the technical part, but I know the basics. Why everyone said to me I need to make a project and go to. Ooh, Destructs. Danger, danger, my friend. Danger, danger. No one who is good at communication needs to say they are good at communication. Be very careful, Destructs. Very careful there. I think you're talking about dangerous grounds there, or you might be making dangerous assumptions. Nobody who's good at communication needs to say it. And also, most people who are good at communication never say it because they know how difficult it is to maintain and keep up with it. I mean, that's how I would classify myself. I think I'm an okay communicator, but I'm always working at it. So I'd never tell you that I've mastered communication. Like that's a stupid statement, right? Because you as an individual realize how hard it is. It's like saying you've mastered math, like you finished math. Like what do you mean you finished math? Math is infinite, right? So same thing, right? So be careful there, Destructs. It's a massive red flag to read your statement about being good at communication. Very, very careful there. Casual Economist says, I think I'll get a PhD on WGU on basket weaving. I think your viewers actually believe I'm a doctor. Well, why shouldn't we believe you're a doctor? You told us you were. Why should we doubt you? Why would you out yourself like that, Casual Economist? You gotta keep the bluff going. I would just stay with that story. I'm surprised you haven't changed your YouTube name. Fatima says it means I need to switch to AI field. Why? Okay, so Fatima, Asme, and Yusuf, all of you owe me a reason why you want to switch. Tell me why you want to switch, guys. If you tell me how, if you tell me why you want to switch, I'll tell you why you're wrong. Okay? Can we make that deal? Mina, welcome. Is it Ashik? Ashik, welcome. Az, nice to see you. Rita, it's Hager. Hager, welcome. Yasing. Moha, nice to see you. Moha says hello, Aziz. Hello, Moha. Obaid, Zoba, Isat, welcome, guys. Thanks for hanging out today. Ayub says, what would be the next path after data analytics, knowing I don't really prefer technical skills like program? Ayub, have you considered other fields? Is it possible that the technical world is not a good fit for you? So here's why I'm saying this, guys, and I think this is important for everybody in the chat. You have to have a period of your career where you have some technical deliverables and you manage to get some technical wins for yourself. That has to be part of your overall career arc. If you don't have that on your resume, it's going to be very hard to advance into other things, right? Like the typical career arc is always that early on you're heavy technical, low on the supervision and management, and in the later part of your career you're higher on the supervision and management and lower on the technical. But you can't get to those later stages unless you have a technical side to your career. So I encourage people, like I've given advice earlier about getting the communication, getting the soft skills, but that doesn't mean that you can just get by on that. You have to have some technical wins, right? You have to develop, you have to build a reputation as a data scientist. as a quality data scientist, right? Like if you don't have that portion of your career, it's very difficult to move beyond that, right? So Ayub, if you're not looking forward to at least some of the technical work and some of the technical wins, then what are you doing? What are you doing, dude? I mean, it's possible that the tech world just isn't for you, and that's okay. I don't mean that in a negative way. Not everybody has to work in tech, right? So yeah, I would rethink that. Mahmoud, welcome. Sly Eel, I think that's how you say that. Sly Eel, welcome. Amanus 77DN, welcome. Isam Muad, R Josh, welcome. Is it Amen? Amen, welcome. Nice to see you. Where did I leave off? Where did I? I'm trying to get to everybody in the chat, guys. According to Yusuf says, according to my research, Yusuf, you're already on the wrong track. I haven't even read the rest of your statement. But Yusuf, I asked you about why you want to go into AIML, and you started off with according to my research. Ooh, Yusuf, I'm not happy so far. According to my research, AIML seems to be in high demand in the near future. Oh, Yusuf. Oh, Yusuf. I also love the technical aspect of it when I look more into it, such as training models using datasets. Yusuf, why didn't you start with that last part? If you love the models, if you really love the models, you wouldn't care about what the research says. You would still do it, right? A cancer doctor doesn't go into cancer research because they think that more people have cancer. They go into cancer research because they really want to help people or they find cancer fascinating, right? If you go talk to a cancer doctor right now, they're going to tell you how much they love helping people, not, hey, I think more people are going to get cancer in the future, so that's good for me. Come on, Yusuf. Yusuf, I'm not mad at you. I'm just disappointed in you, buddy. Oh, man. Fatima says, what do you suggest for good communication? Um, you have to work at it, Fatima. There is no single answer for that, right? Good communication is a constant learning process. There is no finish line. So I would tell you to start off with some formal classes. I can't remember if you were one of the people that's still in college or not. Start off with some formal classes to help you build a foundation and then keep on working at it and then supplement that with other books and things that come out, right? But the number one thing you have to do to improve it is to just constantly work at it. I'm still constantly working at it and I'm almost 50 years old, right? So you got to keep on working at it. There is no finish line for it. There's no certificates, right, that somebody gives you, right? Bashar says, hello, sir. Hello, Bashar. Nice to see you. Glad you're here. I think it's your first time, so welcome. We're here to talk about data science or careers or AI. If you want to send me a prompt that you want to see run in Opus 5, right, I have it ready to go. So let me know. Osuma says, I recently become interested in programming. Why? I intend to program things related to AI in general, whether it's a website or an application, such as Java or a C++. Okay. One, why are you doing this instead of AI prompting? And two, neither Java or C++ are really website languages. They're application languages, but they're not website languages. So, Ozuma, I would encourage you to narrow down your focus. Like, do you want to do web app, mobile app, or traditional applications? And then the whole point would be to learn it via prompting, not via Java or C++, right? Like why not just let AI pick the language? You could be doing that, right? Just let AI pick the language, right? So that's what I would tell you, because neither one of those, Java or C++, is a website language. And how did you choose those? You probably chose those because you saw them online, right? You saw some idiot influencer talking about those or something, right? So that's what I would tell you, Azuma. Fatima says, because I tell you I am a front-end developer and I ask you for future growth. Okay, so Fatima, you could benefit from communication, but what you really need is you need a new tech to focus on. Assuming you want to stay in the tech world, right? So why not lean more into AI and doing more AI prompting or doing your front ends with AI, right? But the front end development itself is completely dead. So that's what I would tell you, Fatima. I mean, Fatima, have you spent any time with Claude Design? Because Claude Design is very, very good at just about any design aspect you need, including websites, right? So that's what I would tell you. Why not just lean into that? But don't be doing it like by hand, like writing code the old-fashioned way, the ancient way, right? That's not going to last you. That's completely dead. Bashar says, I am in data science right now. Great, congratulations, you're in the right spot. We talk all things data science and AI. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. If you guys give me a bad suggestion, I'm going to tell you, hey, that's a bad suggestion. Don't do that. Right? So you're in the right spot, Bashar. You're in the right spot for honest data science. Ferris, my good friend Ferris is in the chat. How are you, my friend? So good to see you. Hope that you're doing well. Ferris says, hello, friends. Hope everyone is doing well. Yeah, thanks so much for being here, Ferris. I'm doing great. Hope the same for you. I think the chat is also doing well. We got a couple of people in the chat. We're trying to help and embrace and help them see the light because we have quite an interesting chat today. So thanks for being here, Faris. Okay, so Asme says, I chose data science because I am interested in having a career that could be remote or hybrid. No! Asme, wrong answer. Wrong answer. Right now, my major at City College is data science. I should transfer after my associate degree. Asme, were you the same person that was in California? I can't remember now. Guys, for me, the chat kind of blends different people after a while. Asme, let me know if you're a California student. Asme, why did you say that? There's a lot of careers that could be remote or hybrid. Don't choose data science because of that. That's a guaranteed path to failure, guys. Don't choose a career just because it can be remote. And also, I know this is not a popular opinion, but I'm not a fan of remote work for people that are early in their careers. You need the FaceTime. You want to be in an office setting. If it's the only job you can get, okay, fine. But you want to be in an office setting. You want to get that mentorship. It's very hard to get mentorship when you're a remote worker. It's very hard to get promoted when you're a remote worker. No one promotes remote workers, right? The statistics clearly support that, right? So Asme, Asme, everything I just told you is in addition to the fact, like I said, you have to love data science. There has to be something inside of you pushing towards that, right? So Asme, low probability of success, my friend. Very low probability of success if that's your outlook on it. Danger, danger, Asme. Danger, danger. Big Zane, what a name. Big Zane, welcome. Ali9, welcome. Kement, nice to see you. Is it Imane? Imane, welcome. 99, nice to see you. Asme says, yeah. Okay, Asme, so you were my California student. Okay. Is it Abuday? Abuday, welcome. Jones, I love your name. I can't say your whole name, Jones, but I love the name. Thanks for the effort. Thanks for being here, Jones. I think you've been here before because I think I remember that name. Warda, nice to see you. Shreya, welcome. Faris says, "Are we prompting at all today?" We can, but guys, like nobody puts a prompt in the chat. If you guys want to see Opus 5, put it in the chat and I'll put it in our window and we'll see what it says, right? You know, it's funny because sometimes I'll get like 3 prompts that people suggest and we have very lively conversation. And other times you guys don't want any prompts. So I'm here for whatever the chat wants. But yes, if you guys want to put a prompt, let me know. Thanks for the reminder there, Faris. RF1, welcome. Sandra, nice to see you. So Fatima says, that's what I need to move in other fields like AI and data science because front end is dead. Okay, but Fatima, do you like data science? Do you like the data field? Because front end and data science don't always go together, right? I always get concerned when people want to move into data science out of convenience or because it's the job of the future or because they saw something online. Those are terrible reasons to go into data science. So Fatima, I'd have to know why. And as you can see, Fatima, the 2 other people who have given me their why have probably not given me great whys, right? So guys, I'm giving you this advice because these are the same mistakes that I made in my career, right? Like I was a developer for a long time and I was very good at it. I was a senior developer for a long time. I was making good money, but I didn't like it. It just wasn't fun. Like I wasn't passionate about it. I had other friends who were developers who were very passionate about it, and I could see their excitement, and I couldn't share that. Like I couldn't relate to it, right? But that's why I took the time to examine my own needs, my own thoughts, my own likes, and say, oh, okay, let me try data science. This sounds like I could like it appeals to the things that I enjoy, right? If you don't do that, then you're just going to end up burnt out, right? So be very careful, guys. Mario says, morning, sir. Good morning, Mario. Glad you're here. Hope you're doing well. Oh my gosh. The Haka nose can? We'll call you Nose Can. Nose Can's a good name. Thanks for being here, Nose Can. Usari, welcome. Hughes, nice to see you. Jaw, welcome. Asme says, yeah, you're right. I just don't feel like I'm truly interested in anything yet. Okay. So, Asme, if that's how you feel, and maybe other people in the chat are also feeling that way, the book that helped me was Mastery by Robert Greene. Write that down. Write that down. Go read that book. It will change your life. It's called Mastery, and it's written by Robert Greene. Asme, if you're really feeling that way and you're kind of, you're still in your student career, it sounds like you're still at junior college, and that's okay. Get that book because that book helps you figure out what your passions are and what you should dedicate your life to, as in what you want to master in life. And that's really what's going to lead to long-term happiness. And if you can do that, everything else you want, the money, the promotions, the titles, the advancement, whatever, will come. But don't pick something just because it sounded good, because somebody online said that data science is great, right? Don't do it because I tell you it's great. Right? Nobody should listen to me, guys. But that's what you should do. Mastery by Robert Greene. That's the best move you could do right now. So thanks for being honest about the Asma. It's not always easy to have those types of honest revelations about yourself, but you'll be better off for it. So good for you for being honest. Krishna says Mastery by Robert. Yes, that's exactly right. That's exactly right, Krishna. Thanks for putting it in the chat. I appreciate it. Harsing, welcome. Yoshi, welcome back. I know you were here yesterday. I love seeing people come back. Maybe I'm doing a couple of good things if I see people come back. Floor, welcome. Benjamin, nice to see you. Ahmed. I think I already said Lena. Lena, welcome. Yeah, guys. So I know that there's a lot of people in the chat today that are still kind of looking for general career guidance and just general help. Please, please, please do something that you enjoy, something that you're passionate about. I wish somebody had sat me down in my career and told me the same thing. Because I was a developer for a long time and I just didn't like it. I just wasn't passionate about it. But I've been following data science for the last, I guess it's 15 plus years now, maybe 17 years now. And it's been the best decision of my life, right? And you guys are part of that proof, right? I would have never built an audience online unless you felt that passion from me and sharing that passion with you guys, right? I have the technical knowledge and the content creation abilities to start a channel about software development, right? I could start a .NET channel today and have tons of content on it. But you know what? Nobody would watch. I would have 0 followers because I'm not passionate about that. I have the skills, I have the knowledge, I can create content, but I'm not passionate about it and nobody would watch. You guys watch this data science channel because I'm passionate about it. And the same thing goes for you in the future if you want advancement. Right? Trust me on this, guys. 100% trust me on this. Krishna says, in the age of AI, what are the skills you think are needed to progress in careers? You have already talked about soft skills and technical skills. Anything else? Sure, business skills. Krishna, it will all be about business skills. Can you sit down with the business side and say, "Oh, yeah, that process is terrible. Here's how I can help you fix it, and here's how we measure that business growth, the business impact, the ROI," right? So yeah, Krishna, the answer to your question is business skills, right? Sai, welcome. Krish, nice to see you. Boris asks, I know you're not a fan of remote work, specifically for people that are early in their career. What does Opus 5 think about the future of jobs? I see companies pushing towards in person again. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Let's ask that. That's a good prompt. That's a good prompt. Let's ask that. Give me just a second, guys. Okay, so Faris, I think I captured your prompt or your question in a reasonable way. If you want to modify that prompt, let me know. But I think that's a relatively reasonable prompt. So let's give it time. Let's see how it does. Opus 5 is not fast, guys. So I'm going to continue with the chat here, see where people are at. David, welcome. Is it Wazi? Wazi, nice to see you. Parak, Mermist, welcome. Vishal, Mr. Beta, welcome. Nice to see you guys. So, guys, we have our first prompt in the chat. Thank you, Faris. Anybody else wants to put a prompt, let me know. Okay, so Opus 5 has said that there's 2 stories. The share of US workdays done from home has been very sticky. Okay. So this is saying that 23% of employed people are remote, is what this is saying. And companies are going to keep on pushing in person, right? Because they have the real estate, they use the headcount. See, guys, and that's exactly what I'm saying. The culture and the apprenticeship, that is so important for people early in your careers. So I know it's a tough pill to swallow. I get it. Remote work is fun. I get it. But you are missing out on the apprenticeship side. So the actual forecast is 4 to 5 days in office. It's already happening. Competing for talent on a smaller budget. Flexibility as compensation. Okay, that's interesting. Fully remote will stay as a minority niche, and increasingly a price when remote roles are benchmarked to lower geography. Okay. So yeah. So guys, if I were you, I would focus on this number here. 23% of employed people are remote, right? That corresponds to another number that I saw in a survey. The survey was done by a large recruiting firm here in the US. And the survey talked about how 65 to 70% of candidates for a job are willing to go into the office 5 days a week, right? So that means that if you're saying, well, I'm only going to be a remote worker, you're already behind, right? You're behind before you even applied. Because 70% of the candidates are ahead of you because they're willing to say, yeah, sure, I'll go into the office, right? That's what that number says. So far as I think the conclusion is that there will be remote work in the future, but it'll be harder to get, and companies will have no problems finding candidates that are willing to go into the office. And essentially, those candidates are beating you. That's what I would tell you, Faris. That, this is a good insight by Opus. And like I said, I can attest to this because of other things that I've read, right? I mean, we're off by like 5% in the measurement. But I've read that where 70% of applying candidates are okay going into the office. So if you're insisting on remote work, you're very much in the minority. So that's what I would tell you guys. Good questions. Good questions. Beta says, I'm using the free Claude. It's so bad. Yeah, yeah. But you know what, though? At least you're using AI, right? A lot of people aren't. And I get it. Not everybody can afford Claude. Claude can be expensive. AI subscriptions can be expensive. I get it. But you're doing what you can, Beta, right? You're doing what you can, and that's good. Miriam has joined. Sweet Weird Life has joined. Oh my gosh, what a name. Okay, so we have Sweet Weird Life, which is a great name, and then we have another Miriam. I think that Miriam is like the 20th Miriam we've had today. Guys, seriously, come on, Morocco. Morocco's got to pick more names than just Miriam. Krishna says, now that AI can literally do anything, what does Opus 5 think about the job roles that will sustain in the next? Okay, Krishna, give me a prompt. Give me a prompt. You guys are talking in generalities, but this is a good opportunity for you guys to practice your prompting, right? Put a prompt in the chat. Let me know. Let me know. Zakaria, welcome. 07, welcome. Is it Saharia? Saharia, welcome. Zakaria says, you're from Morocco, right? Who can really say? Who can really say? You're asking questions that have no answers, Zakaria. Like who can possibly answer that? Like there is no answer to that. Right? Like that's like asking what is beyond the infinity of space. Like who knows? Who knows, right? You're asking difficult questions. Is it Sana? Is it Sana? We'll call you Sana. Sana, welcome. Fidel, welcome. Rashid, nice to see you. Yassine says apprenticeship point is a trade-off. Juniors learn a lot from overhearing how someone debugs a problem, getting corrected in real time, picking up unwritten norms just by being in the room. Yes, but there's other ways you're going to be mentored, right? Like I do that all the time. I ask juniors to come sit with me. I do pair programming with juniors, right? You're not going to get that doing remote work, right? So you've seen it's not just overhearing things. People will actively reach out to you, right? At least if you're in a good work environment, right? Like I do that with my juniors all the time, right? Hey, I'm working on something cool. Get a chair, sit over here, bring your notebook, right? So Beta says, yes, I'm using to do my first year project as a network anomaly detection by MI model. Nice, nice. Good, Beta. That's a great use case for AI. And the fact that you're doing it and being AI forward, good for you, my friend. That's a positive thing. Benamar, welcome. Malvikas, I think it's Malvikas, welcome. Karan, nice to see you. MTK, welcome, guys. Glad you guys are here. Actually, guys, this is going to be a good transition point. I have to go. I have some client coaching calls I have to do today. Weekends are busy for me on the client coaching side. If you want to experience my client coaching, click on the link that's in the chat. It's completely free. It's my digital twin that can help you with your career in my same tone and the same advice that I would give. I promise you that it does not give generic advice. It gives the same advice that I would give you. But thanks for being here. Tomorrow I'll be streaming again. Tomorrow will be day 5 of streaming. I have a little streak going, so I'm going to keep going with the streaming. Thanks for all the great questions, guys. But as always, please take care of yourselves, take care of your families, and I will see you again tomorrow. Hello, everybody. How are you? Happy Sunday. We have made it to Sunday, and I hope that you are doing well. I am here for us to talk about data science, AI, machine learning, whatever you guys want to talk about. I'm here for it. I'm here for at least the next hour. We'll see how things go. But I hope that you're doing well. I hope that everything is going good on your end. I'm already seeing people checking in over on Instagram, which is great. You can also join us over on YouTube if you'd like. Over on Instagram, wow, all these great people joining. 17, welcome. Daya, 17 says, hey, hello to you too, 17. Ozuma, my good friend Ozuma is here. Ozuma, you're becoming a regular. Thanks so much. Albert, nice to see you. Brahim, Hadak, Dilas, Beta, welcome back. Hadak says, we kissed you. I think you meant to say missed you. I don't know if I could kiss all of you. There's a lot of people that go in and out of my stream. But I appreciate the sentiment. I miss you guys too. You know, the funny thing about streaming is, I told you guys, I used to do it a lot more in 2025. I slowed down in 2026, but I'm picking it back up. And it's reminded me how much I enjoy this. I mean, streaming is fun. Streaming is my preferred format of social media, right? Like, I hate making long form videos. I hate it. I'm good at it. I have a lot of knowledge to share. I just don't like sitting here recording stuff. So I love being here with you guys. Thanks so much for being here. Really appreciate you. Destructs, welcome back. Destruct says ciao. Otho, welcome. Keely, welcome. 17 says hello, Aziz. Hello to you too, 17. Beta says chill, bro. I think he realizes his mistake, right? I don't know how many people in the chat would want to kiss me. Yeah, I don't know. I have yeah. Partners to kiss is a very difficult thing to find. I was just chatting with one of my friends. He's a managing director that I've known for a while, good guy. And I was just telling him how I've been wanting to go on a beach trip. I've been craving a beach trip. It's hot where I live. I want to go to the beach. I can't find anybody to go with. Like, nobody wants to go to the beach. So if you're out there, you know, and if you're single and you're in the Las Vegas area, you want to go on a beach trip, let me know. But yeah, I can't even find people for a beach trip, much less to kiss. So thanks for the sentiment, though, guys. Otho says, excited for this topic today. Otho, Grant, me too. I love this because I never know what you guys are going to ask, right? That is why I stream, right? Because I love talking to whatever topic you guys want to talk about. So I never know what you guys are going to pick. So I'm here for however long you guys want to talk about whatever you want. If you want to do a prompt, let me know what you want to prompt. We can try Opus 5. We can just hang out and talk. Whatever you guys want to do. But thanks for being here, Otho. Ozuma says, hi, hello, friend. So glad to see you back. I get real encouraged when I see people come back. You know, maybe I'm doing a couple things okay if people keep on coming back, right? DZ says, last day I asked you about statistics major. Well, you're going to have to remind me more than that, DZ. I get a lot of questions. Guys, between the chats and the comments and the DMs and the emails, you guys got to be specific. I get a lot of stuff, so I don't always remember a question from one day to the next. I don't remember questions from 10 minutes to the next, right? So DZ, you got to give me more information, okay? 17 says, yeah, you should. 17 also says that they're an econometrics major. Ooh, fancy. Guys, we have an aristocrat in the chat. He's an econometrics major. Fancy. Don Salazar says, looking cute, my dude. That's funny. That's funny. Well, Don, apparently you're the only one because I can't find somebody to go to the beach with. So maybe you guys can set me up. Okay, chat, go find me a date. Go find me a date for a beach trip, chat. Otho says, I thought you meant vibe coding when you said vibe. Yeah, Otho, we can do that. I have Claude ready to go. Put a prompt in the chat. Right? Put a prompt in the chat. Daki says, I just graduated. I need project for a portfolio. Ooh. Daki. You worry me, dude. You worry me. So guys, I know some of you are new to following me, but you should know that I never, ever help people with project ideas. Even the people that I coach one-on-one, you know, you can find one-on-one coaching for free in the link in the chat. Even for the people that pay me for one-on-one coaching, I do not give project ideas. The ability to come up with your own project ideas is super important. So Daki, you worry me, bro. How did you manage to graduate and you don't have any project ideas? Like, that's bad. That's bad, my guy. Very worrisome when I see that, right? So yeah, very worrisome. Pia, welcome back. Nice to see you. Otho says, what do you think about Fable? Is it better than Opus 5? Otho, that's a good question. One, I probably haven't spent enough time with Opus 5 to give a full analysis, but I will tell you that Opus 5 is faster. You know, that's one of the things people don't talk about. Fable is not a fast engine, guys. It takes its time. Is that how you define better? Maybe, maybe not. It's one of the measures that I use. I want a fast engine. That doesn't mean that you have to use that measure, right? But for me, speed is important. So just on that, I would tell you that Opus is better, but maybe speed doesn't matter to you, right? So that's what I would tell you, right? That it kind of just depends. Osama is in the chat. Osama, my good friend, I haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're doing well, my good friend. I just saw your name pop up. Welcome. I'm surprised you're here instead of YouTube, but you're welcome to stay here. So good to see you, Osama. Okay, so, oh gosh, what are we gonna call you? Is it Jurav? Jurav says, hi, can you talk about agent building do's and don'ts? I think that's a little too broad, Jurav. I'd have to know what kind of agents you're building, right? Every agent's gonna have different do's and don'ts based on what it's doing, right? Like, are these internal agents, external? Are you dealing with private data or public data? It's too broad. You're gonna have to give me a little bit more information there, Jurav. 17 says, yeah, I hold my master's degree in applied econometrics, and I'm now looking for a job because a lot of companies, I think, they did not know this major, even though we can do the same as data science. Ooh, slow your roll there, my friend. Slow your roll. I don't know if I agree with that. And I say that because I coach some econometrics majors. I have a PhD. I have a PhD in econometrics that I'm coaching now, and I have never met an econometrics major that can do full modeling. You can do some modeling, and that can make you feel like a data scientist, but there is no way that econometrics can replace an actual data scientist. So 17, I appreciate you. I love having you in the chat. I love your enthusiasm. But let's slow the roll there a little bit. Slow it down. There's a lot more to modeling than econometrics. So let's just slow down, my friend. Slow down. Over on YouTube, we have a good friend. Okay, Osama, thanks for joining over on YouTube. You can hold it down over there. Osama says, hello, sir. I hope everything is going well. Thanks, Osama. Everything is going fantastic. So glad to see you. Osama, you're one of my original supporters, so thanks so much for being here. I get so encouraged when I see the veteran supporters, so maybe I'm doing a couple things okay. But I hope you're doing well in Morocco, Osama. It must be blazing hot for you. I know it's hot for me. So in Morocco, it's got to be just like miserably hot this time of year. So I hope you're doing well, Osama. Sugar Mariana. Wow, what a name. Sugar Mariana has joined the chat. Welcome. SVN says, "Hi, sir. How are you?" I'm doing well, thank you. I've had an active morning. Guys, something I forgot to say. Go over to my Instagram. I saw a robo-taxi this morning. That's the excitement of the day. I saw an actual bona fide robo-taxi today. I guess they're bringing them to my neighborhood because I think it was one of the ones that does the mapping ahead of time. But I saw a robo-taxi in my neighborhood and I posted a video online. I took the video myself. So my neighborhood is getting robo-taxis. I'm not a fan of them, but I thought it was an interesting development. So yeah, so I'm doing well. I've had an active morning. I posted a robo-taxi video. Go to my Instagram if you want to check that out. But yeah, that was my big excitement. I saw a legitimate robo-taxi. Amina, welcome. Hatim, nice to see you. We'll call you 01. 01, welcome. Hafeel, welcome. Oh gosh. 17 says, what can data science do and econometrics not? Oh, come on. Come on, 17. 17, I'm not mad at you. I'm just disappointed. Come on. Be better than that. 47, welcome. Is it Abdi? We'll call you Abdi. Abdi, nice to see you. Is it Saliman? Saliman, welcome. Casper. Hafeel says, I am from India. Welcome, welcome. I have a lot of followers in India, so I appreciate you. Thanks a lot. Glad you're here. 810 says, no, we are in Morocco and we are chill AF. No, you're not. It's got to be blazing in Morocco right now. It's got to be super hot, right? Like, come on, you can't tell me that Morocco is having pleasant weather right now. I mean, look, most places in the northern hemisphere are having horrible weather right now, right? I mean, I know in the U.S. we certainly are. So yeah, definitely not gonna be optimistic that it's nice and cool in Morocco right now, or anywhere in northern Africa, really. 810 says no hot weather at all. Come on. Is that true? That can't be true. Look, guys, I know I have other people from Morocco in the chat. Can you guys confirm what 810 is saying? I think 810 is trolling me. It's got to be miserably hot right now in Morocco, right? 17 says we work on time series panel. Yeah, you work on it, and I said you're familiar with some of the part of data science, but I don't think you get deep into it, my friend. Otho says the Tesla robotaxi, are they road ready? I see videos of robotized taxi cars in the USA, and sometimes they do a lot of crazy stuff. Yeah. So Otho, this was a legitimate Tesla robotaxi. It still had a driver, and it was following like a strange pattern. So like I said, I think this was one of the mapping robotaxis. that they use ahead of time before the deployment, right? Now, to your point, Otho, I am not a fan of them. I think that FSD will never be achieved by anyone, right? And by the way, I should also tell you, I do have experience writing in a Waymo. When Microsoft was very generous, they flew me out to Ignite in San Francisco last year, and as part of that, I got to go in a Waymo, so that was a really interesting experience. But I was definitely outside of my comfort zone riding in a Waymo because I don't believe in them. So I agree with you, Otho, that they definitely do a lot of crazy things. If you guys want to get a little bit more technical about it, what you're seeing is the concept in ML known as generalization, right? The cars can generalize a problem. So to you and I as humans, when we see the car driving in a lane between the lane markers, you think, oh, that car has learned how to drive because it's staying on the road. But the reality is it's just generalized to move forward. It doesn't know that the lane markers are there and it has to stay within the lane markers. It looks like that way to us as humans, but the algorithms don't know that, right? So yeah, it's a problem of generalization, right? Where it can be like it looks like it's advanced, it looks like it's learning, but it's not, right? So yeah, Otho, I agree. I'm definitely like very, very pessimistic about them. I think that those cars. Well, here's the problem, guys. When you talk to data scientists and machine learning people and the people that are pro FSD, everything they tell you is under the assumption that there's no problem that machine learning can't solve, right? That's like their basic premise. If we do enough training on enough data, everything in the world can be solved. Everything has a machine learning solution, right? Like that's the base assumption that they're making. And I think that assumption is wrong. Maybe there are problems in the world where machine learning doesn't have an answer. Like, why can't we just accept that, right? They're making this fundamental assumption that everything can be solved. So why? Like, maybe they can't, right? So yeah, definitely appreciate your thoughts, Otho. I'm definitely somebody who is very pessimistic on FSDs. Like I said, when I rode in a Waymo, I was definitely outside of my comfort zone. But yeah, that's what I think there. Alejandro, welcome. MD, welcome. Aaron89, Hamza, Ashi. Is it Ashi? Yeah, Ashi, welcome. Afifi, nice to see you. Um, Otho says, I'm in Morocco and I don't know where these guys live because we are cooked. I hear you. I hear you. Otho, the only person saying that Morocco is okay is 17, who's also the same person that's saying that econometrics is the same as data science. So yes, 17, you're officially sus, my guy. You're just giving bad information. You're just trolling us, my guy. So yeah, 17, you're out of control, my friend. Um, where was I? Did I get everybody's question? I think I did. Yeah. So yeah, guys, for those of you just joining, welcome. Glad that you're here. It's a Sunday. I'm here streaming. Today is day 5. 5 days in a row of streaming. So I'm getting back into it. I'm here to talk about anything data science related, algorithms, AI, career, whatever you want to talk about. I'm here for it. I'm excited about it. Just let me know. Let me know what you guys want to do. If you have a prompt that you want to try, I have Claude open and ready. We can do Opus 5. We can do Fable. I know that not everybody has access to the latest AI tools. So this is your chance, right? Milk and Cereal. Oh my God, what a great name. What a great name. Milk and Cereal, welcome. Nice to see you. Abood, welcome. Uh, We'll call you 90. 90, welcome. 34, nice to see you. Hope that you're doing well. Osama over on YouTube says, "Sir, are you streaming every day?" Osama, that's a good question. Um, I don't know if I'm going to do it every day. I might take a couple days off, like maybe Mondays and Tuesdays, like but I have made a commitment to stream more. So Osama, you'll definitely see me streaming more for the rest of the summer and into like September. I don't know exactly how long I'll do it for, but I'm trying to get back into it and be consistent without putting too much pressure on myself, right? Because, it's just fun. Just we're gonna keep it fun, keep it light. I know that you were here when I was doing the daily, and I appreciate that. It takes a lot out of me to do the streaming, right? So I'm just gonna have fun with it, and we'll see, right? We'll see. But always appreciate your support, my friend. Casablanca Bakery. What a nice name. That sounds delicious too. Where are you located? Like, where exactly? Like, are you on the Corniche? I mostly know the Corniche in Casablanca. I know a couple other areas. But let me know where you're at, Casablanca Bakery. Otho says, I'm interested in machine learning. I'm a software engineer. Do you have a roadmap to start learning ML? Um, why do you want to make the switch? Otho, you got to give me your why. Anytime somebody goes into machine learning or data science, I want to know why. Osama says, great news, thank you. Yeah, Osama, thanks for that. Yeah, streaming is fun, and I'm having more fun with it. I'm remembering how much fun it can be. So yeah, I'm just gonna be here streaming, and we'll see how long I do it, or how long each session is, or how consecutive sessions I have. But no pressure. Jack Carter, welcome. Since Minky, Since Minky, that's a great name. JQE 19 Jolly 2998, welcome. Cheyenne, Cheyenne, have you been here before? I feel like you've been here before, Cheyenne. So welcome, Cheyenne. Black, nice to see you. Um, guys, when I'm not streaming and I need to relax a little bit, I've been watching a lot of movies. Have you guys seen the movie Project Hail Mary? Have you guys seen that? I think it's on Amazon Prime. Maybe it's on other services in other countries. But if you guys haven't seen the movie Project Hail Mary, I highly recommend it. That was such a cool little movie. I really enjoyed it. What a great little film that was. So if you guys want to have time later, you want to see a good movie, Project Hail Mary is definitely a recommendation for you. IBR, welcome. Nice to see you. 17 says, Aziz, have a good day. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, 17. I love your enthusiasm. Just slow your roll on the econometrics and data science. 17 says, yes, I watched it. Okay, cool. See, 17, you're a good guy again. Before you were terrible, but now you're a good guy. 17 says, I confirm it's amazing. It's a really good movie, guys. If you guys want to see a good movie, check out Project Hail Mary. I just thought it was a really good movie. Hamza says, hello, I want to learn GEO AI. Any advice? GEO AI. Do you mean GEO or do you mean Gen AI? Because those are two separate topics. They're both a thing, right? GEO is a thing, but I think you meant to write Gen AI. Let me know, Hamza. Mohammed said, what is it about? Are you talking about, I'm assuming you're talking about Project Hail Mary. So, Project Hail Mary is about the entire universe dying, and they have to send everything is dying except for one star. So, they have to send a starship to that one star to figure out why it's not dying. And, obviously, there's a lot of characters involved and a history involved. But the movie focuses on this voyage to this star, and then they figure out why the star is dying or why the star is surviving and nobody and it's not dying, and that's how they save Earth and they save another planet in the process. So I don't want to spoil it for you guys, but it's a fun little movie. Like, Ryan Gosling did a great job in it. It's got some really great scenes. It's got some really touching scenes. Like, there are some really sweet scenes in the movie. And by the way, I am not a big sci-fi guy. I really don't like most sci-fi, but this movie is sci-fi, and I definitely enjoyed it. And I'm going to read the book because I've heard the book is also good and quite different. But yeah, if you guys want to check it out, Project Hail Mary, it was a really, really good movie. So highly recommend it if you guys have some extra time. A7 says, hello, how are you? I'm doing well, A7. Thanks for being here. Guys, I can't complain. I get up, I go take my dog to the dog park. I love watching him run around. I stop at Starbucks, I get my coffee, I come back home, I talk to you guys, I talk to my clients. Like, what do I have to complain about, guys? Life is good. Life is good. I know that there's a lot of suffering and a lot of pain in the world. So what do I have to complain about? I'm just here with you guys. So thanks for asking, but I'm always doing well, guys. I'm always doing well. So Otho says, I want to get into AI model training. I won't switch, but I want to stay up to date with AI technology. But if I get a good grasp on ML, I could search for career opportunities. Okay, okay. So it sounds to me like you just want to improve your overall tech knowledge and all that. So that's cool. I can respect that. So, Otho, what I would tell you is first of all, realize that ML and AI are not the same thing, right? They're both data science, right? They both are under the umbrella of data science, but they are different from each other, right? So, what are you going to be doing that is going to help you decide between machine learning and AI? No matter which way you decide, I would tell you that focus on the prompting side of it, right? Like, don't go learning the code for ML, learn how to prompt for ML. Because that's how data science will be done in the future. That's how it's already being done in most scenarios, right? So that's what I would tell you. I would tell you that no matter which road you choose, you still want to be very AI forward with it. You still want to be very much on the AI side of advancing your skills in that way, right? So don't go researching the ML algorithms. Go practice the prompting to help you find the ML algorithms. That's what I would tell you. Hamza says, I mean geospatial AI. Ooh. Okay, Hamza. Well, good for you for knowing what field you want to go into. Unfortunately, I am not an expert in that, so I really am not comfortable speaking to that. I really can't help you with that because I just don't know enough about it. You know? And guys, that's one of the things I think separates me from the other content creators. If I know something, I'll help you. If I don't know something, I'll tell you that, right? So many content creators out there are just kind of faking it, right? They're these idiot influencers that have no experience. They've never worked in the field, right? And that's part of what I do. I'm here to just share my real world experience with you. So, yeah, I wish I was more educated on geospatial AI, but I'm not. So I really can't help you. Sorry about that. A7 says, what do you think about DevOps and cloud engineers? Is it a good? Um, I don't know. Maybe. It's going to be overtaken by AI, right? Like, I don't know if you're choosing. I hear a lot of people asking me about DevOps because they think it's going to be safe from AI, but it's not. There's plenty of documentation out there, which means that AI will overtake it at some point, right? I mean, most of the stuff is scripted anyways, right? If you talk to most DevOps engineers, they're scripting it out, right? And if you're scripting it out, that means AI can do it, right? So A7, I don't know what your motivations are, but like it's not a moat. Like you're not going to be any better off from AI because of it. right? So let me know. Maybe you have other motivations, but most people who ask me this question, because I get that question a lot, are basically looking for that. That's what I would tell you. 7667, welcome. Mahmoud, nice to see you. Is it Lala? Lala, nice to see you. El Grine? El Grine? Paul, welcome. Mohammed, welcome. Danfar, nice to see you. Mohammed says, I'm studying software engineer in the 4th year of 5. Oof. Oof, that's a bad position to be in. What's your advice? I'm in Morocco, but change majors? Change majors? That's what I would tell you. Seriously, Mohammed, get a new major. I get it. I get it. That's bold advice, but in the US, I don't know if they have this saying in other countries, but in the US we say if you find yourself in a hole, stop digging. You are in a massive hole right now, Mohammed. You're in a massive hole because software engineering just won't exist in the future, right? So stop digging and get yourself a new major. That's my honest advice to you. I know. I know. All the neckbeards out there, they're gonna be typing, I'm a special and unique snowflake. No one can replace me. Software engineers will be replaced. So yeah, Mohammed, if you can do that, switch. Get out of there. I'm telling you, you're in a hole. So what are you gonna do about it? You got to get out of the hole, right? Why? That's funny. Putting my hands in front of my camera threw the focus on my camera off. That's funny. Let me fix that. That is hilarious. Let's put something in front to recalibrate. I need to recalibrate my camera. Oh, that's funny, guys. Give me just a second. You know what? The neckbeards did that to me. The neckbeards knew that I was making fun of them. So they messed, there it is. They messed with my camera. The neckbeards did that. You see that, guys? I was just sabotaged. Otho says your camera is out of focus. Yeah, thanks, buddy. I just fixed it. As soon as I made fun of the neckbeards, they messed with my camera. You hear that? You see that, guys? You see what those neckbeards did to me? Oh, that's hilarious. That was funny. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. That is funny. Otho says, you're one of the few people that say focus on prompting and vibing instead of learning the algorithm stuff. Is that a good strategy for the future? What if the AI becomes somehow unreachably expensive? I wanted to say. So here's the thing, Otho. Do you know why I'm one of the few people that gives you straight answers? I'm one of the few people that gives you straight answers because I don't sell courses. I don't sell courses. So of course, those other idiot influencers are going to tell you to not do prompting because it would kill their course sales on the old crap they've been selling you, right? So yeah, uh, me not being one of those people that just steals your money helps me be honest with you guys. Because that's why they do that, right? Because they sell a course on it, they sell a certification course on it, or whatever nonsense they do, right? I don't do that junk. So I can tell you, no, this is the way of the future, right? Because those same people are they're working on a prompting course, and then when they have the prompting course, then they'll tell you, oh, switch to prompting and read my course to do it, right? So yeah, totally not surprised, but believe me when I tell you, AI is not going away. AI will only come more and more into the workplace, and prompting will 100% be key. Thanks for joining, guys. There's so many people popping in. Thanks a lot. Mohammed says, we have an option to study AI in the 5th year. Should I keep going or change major, or what major is better? You could be studying AI now, Mohammed. Why are you waiting for school to dictate when you learn something? You could be learning things on your own, right? So Mohammed, and for any other students in my chat, go to my profile, go to my highlights. In my highlights, I have a roadmap section. And in that roadmap section, I have a roadmap for college students. And I tell you what I would be doing if I was in college. And I would be taking a major in the humanities and then doing AI prompting for 2 hours every night. Guys, just because it's not on your college curriculum doesn't mean you shouldn't learn it. Learn it on your own. Why are you waiting to your 5th year to do AI? Do it now, like literally now, right? So Mohammed, you have to take your own learning into your own hands, right? Who cares when your college is doing it, right? Switch majors and learn it on your own. Medboard, welcome. Hari, nice to see you. We'll call you Fidel. Fidel, welcome. NTQ, Detoxify, welcome. Such a variety of names in the chat today. Ilias, welcome back. How are you? So good to see you again. Like I said, guys, I get really encouraged when I see repeat people in the chat. Hopefully I'm providing some value to you guys, so thanks for being here. Fatima is here. Guys, okay, I know I have people in Morocco in my chat. Why is everybody from Morocco named Fatima or Mariam? Can someone please answer that? I've been asking that on my chat the last 3 days. It seems like every woman from Morocco is either Fatima or Mariam. Like, are there no more names? Did the names run out in Morocco? Like, seriously, guys. Yeah, good questions in the chat today, guys. So as somebody pointed out, I think it was Otho, I do give unique opinions. I do have unique advice. I don't let sponsors pay me to give particular products or particular direction. I don't sell courses. I do sell one-on-one coaching, but I don't sell courses. And I just give you guys advice based on experience, because I do have a lot of experience in the field. A lot of the idiot influencers don't, right? They're just making terrible content just for the clicks, right? So yeah, I'm here giving you guys honest advice. Osama says, sir, who is the best? Improve your skills in prompt engineering or managing an AI agents team? Ooh. So Osama, I would have to challenge you here and tell you, can you do one without the other? I don't think you can. I think you have to be a pretty good prompt engineer in order to properly manage AI agents, right? AI agents are only as good as you tell them to be, right? So can you be a good AI agent manager without being a good prompter? I don't think you can. So I think you have like a little bit of a minor roadmap there, right? First, you got to be a good prompter and then look at AI agents, right? But yeah, those are not mutually exclusive skills, Osama. You need one for the other, right? Detoxify says, yeah, I have heard great content from you. Oh, thanks for that. I appreciate that. You know, I'm just sharing my experience. I'm an old guy, guys. I'm old. So I'm just here to give you my experience and hopefully leave the world better than I found it. That's all one person can hope for. 290 over on YouTube says, nice work. I was here earlier in the week. I am calling in from Nigeria. Nice, welcome. Yeah, I have a lot of followers in Nigeria too. Well, you know, Nigeria is a big country, right? It's got a huge population. Most people don't realize how big the population in Nigeria is, right? But welcome, nice to have you here. Speaking of regulars, The good doctor, the casual economist is back. Mr. Clips himself. Do you mind going over your Clipper app soon? I want to see the process of clipping one of my crazy comments. um, yeah, that could be fun, casual economist. You know what? Maybe I could do that. Maybe I could do like a deconstruction of one of my AI apps. Because casual economists, to be honest, okay, well, let me take a step back for those of you that don't understand this. So, if you guys don't know what casual economist is talking about, I do live streams and then I also clip this content. And I did that with yesterday's stream, and I had one of the good doctor's clips up very quickly. And casual economist noticed that, and he wanted to know how that happened. And the answer is that I now have my own clipping app. I used to use a third-party service, which was great, but they were very expensive and very slow. So now I do my own clipping. I don't rely on anybody else. I do it myself with AI. So casual economist, the funny thing about that clipping though is that it's actually a feature within a greater app that I have. I have an entire app that manages all of my social. So that Clipper app, as cool as it is, it's actually just a feature in a bigger app that has like 7 other features, I think. So yeah, I think it could be cool to deconstruct that sometime. The challenge is I couldn't do it vertically, right? It would have to be like a YouTube stream and do it widescreen or something. But yeah, I completely vibe coded an entire app that helps me. One, it helps lower my expenses because I no longer rely on third parties, and it lets me add my own little features and little tweaks that I like just for me, and manage it that way. So the speed that you noticed yesterday was like one of the things that I built in, right? Where it instantly clips them, it saves them to my folder, I re-index, and it can be posted like 40 minutes later, right? So yeah. Um, is that spam? What is that? Okay, I don't think that's spam. But anyway, casual economists, I hope that makes sense. But yeah, maybe deconstructing that would be fun. Or also, if you want casual economists, send me an email. You know where to reach me. Maybe we can do a one-on-one too. You're such a great supporter. I'd be happy to do that. You know, just on a basis. But yeah, the clipping that I'm doing, and really the replacement that I'm doing for all the third-party apps that I used to pay for, is really something that I've invested a lot of my AI time in. 290 says context engineering is the new lingo. 290, I like that. I like that. You're right. It is a lot about context engineering. And 290, honestly, I think right now that's kind of an advanced concept. I don't think a lot of people know what that means. So if you're thinking of it in terms of context engineering, good for you. It means you're ahead of the curve. I definitely know what you mean, and I've been thinking about doing a video on that. But yeah, if you think about your AI work as context engineering or context planning, you're 100% right. You're advanced. So Osama, you might want to think about that too, right? Because that is part of the context management for AI agents, right? AI agents kind of need context. And can you create context? Can you properly manage context if you're not a good prompt engineer? I would tell you that the answer is probably no, right? So yeah, Casual Economist says, cool, I'll reach out if you don't stream out. Yeah, let me know, Casual Economist. It'd be good to catch up with you. I know you're an interesting guy. So yeah, feel free to send me an email if you want. We can work something out. Um, oh man. Okay, detoxify. Hold on a second. Um, I don't know if I want to answer that question. Zinzo 21, I appreciate you being here. I think it's your first time, so I want to acknowledge your question. Um, your question is a little weird. It's almost like are you trying to is that a spam message of some kind? Zinzo, can I ask you to reword your question? Like what is it that you're looking for help with? I'm a little confused. So Zinzo, welcome. Appreciate that you're new, but I don't know what you're asking. Detoxify says, Dennis, what would be the best side hustle to do in 2026 as a software quality engineer in order to achieve financial freedom as a 9 to 5 can never get you there? Um, ooh, so 72 also adds like starting an AI agency or something. Is that saturated to tap it? Okay, guys, I'm going to give you an unpopular opinion here. And I've had this opinion for a long time. I've shared it with some people, even some family members, and it's not a popular opinion. I am not a fan of side hustles. I think that if you need a side hustle, there is something wrong in your life. The question is not what side hustle should I do? The question is why do you need a side hustle? Right? Like if you need a side hustle, it's basically because your spending is out of control. Right? Like you can't control your budget. Either that or you stink at your work, you're underpaid, you're too what's the word? You're too afraid to ask for a promotion, you're too afraid to ask for a raise, right? There's other problems in your life that lead to you having a side hustle. And I've had this conversation with family members. I'm not going to name names, but you know who you are, right? The question is not what side hustle should I choose. The question is, well, why can't you get your spending under control? Why do you need a side hustle? Why are you in the wrong job? Why are you not changing your job if your job doesn't pay you enough? Right? I mean, that's the real question, right? So that's what I would tell you, 72. You're asking the fundamentally wrong question. And this is what I do with my one-on-one coaching, guys. I take a holistic approach to coaching. We don't just talk about data. We talk about life. We talk about careers. We talk about leadership, strategic development, because all of this counts, right? Like, I don't want to help you find a side hustle. I want to help you fix why you need it because you've done something wrong, right? So that's what I would tell. That's what I would tell you, 72. It's not about finding the unlock, the side hustle for 2026. It's about fixing your life, right? Um, Casual Economist says, yeah, I don't like side hustles either, unless the side hustle is illegal on the side. Then I'm all for it. That's funny. That's funny. So guys, if you're looking for a hustle on the down low, it sounds like the good doctor is your guy. You know, reach out to him directly. Don't mention my name to the fuzz, right? But yeah, guys, you don't have to have a side hustle, right? Like that's one of what's that? Um, you could almost make like a meme out of it, right? My toxic trait is not having a side hustle because it seems like everybody has one, right? Like, but the problem is, why do you need a side hustle, right? The good doctor says the Miami doctor selling drugs on the side makes the world go round. That's hilarious. You know what? All statements of that are true, including the Miami's. I love how you narrowed it to Miami because Miami definitely seems to lend itself to that world, right? That's hilarious. Okay, Osama, I missed your chat. Osama says, do you think that in the future, the role of data scientist or data analyst will evolve into someone who orchestrates multiple AI agents and validates their out? 100%, 100%, Osama. And I would take that a step further and say that data analyst as a role won't exist. It'll get swallowed up by data science because the AI tools for data analysis and like business intelligence are going to get very, very good. That's what I would tell you, Osama. It's just going to be that you're a data scientist or just a general data professional and you're orchestrating AI agents. So yeah, you're validating the outputs, but then you're also managing the people side, right? Managing stakeholders will still be a thing. That will never be replaced by AI. So it'll increase the demand for your soft skills also. So yeah, Osama, great question. Great question. You're thinking along the right tracks. Okay, so back to Instagram 72. I answered your question in a way that you probably didn't expect. But yeah. 21 says if you are a student, for example, you need a side hustle. Um, Not really. You just need an internship. You need an internship to help you get into a good job, right? Like people think that, and then they'll go get like some other crazy job that has nothing to do with their major or with their future, right? So be careful with that, Zinzo. A7 says, so what tech fields have a good future? From what I understand from you, I should focus only on AI related roles. Does that mean other fields have no future or just lower demand? It's not focusing on AI related roles. It's how can you use AI in the job you want to be in, right? So I'll still be a data scientist, or as Osama asked earlier, right? You'll still be in data science. You'll just be heavily aided by AI. Does that make you an AI engineer? No, not quite, but it still makes you a data professional, right? So A7, it's not about abandoning things. It's about adjusting to incorporate AI in a significant way. Like we could be talking about cybersecurity, right? Cybersecurity will have very specialized AI tools or AI approaches. So you can still do cybersecurity, just do it with AI, right? So yeah, that's what I would tell you there, A7. Uh, 72 says, I'm not getting it. Everyone tells me that a job would never help you reach financial freedom. Well, what's financial freedom? Right? Like people need to kind of readjust those things too, right? Because what they really say is I can't spend all the money in the world right now. Well, that means you need a budget, doesn't mean you need a side hustle. Right? I mean, most people are terrible at budgeting and saving for the future, right? Most Americans have zero retirement savings. Why? Because they really wanted that 100-inch widescreen TV for their living room. Do you need a 100-inch television? No. But they went out and bought it, and that's why you don't have future savings. That's why you don't have a retirement account. That's why you need a side hustle. Right? I mean, most people live beyond their means. So yeah, most people are going to tell you that. Oh, you'll never achieve financial freedom. But what they're really saying is, I owe my credit card $20,000. That's what they're really telling you. Guys, one of the best things I ever did for myself, and this is the God honest truth. I know you guys won't believe me. You guys know that I didn't get my first credit card until I was like, I think I was like 42 years old, like 41, 42 years old. I was in my 40s when I got my first credit card. Like my hand to God, that is true. I've never had debt. I hate credit cards. I hate paying interest rate. I pay my credit card off every single month. I never carry a balance. That's that's the opposite of most people, right? Like people are basically needing a side hustle because they can't afford the interest rate on their credit card. I mean, that's the honest truth, right? But I was in my 40s by the time I had my first credit card. Yeah, I was like 41, 42. Like that's how you get ahead. That to me that's financial freedom. Like nobody can tell me I owe them money. Like that's financial freedom to me, right? So guys, it's up to you how you define financial freedom. If you listen to other people, yeah, other people, are usually in debt, right? The average debt in the US is still, I think, more than $15,000, right? Average credit card interest rate is 20 something percent, 22%, right? Like, yeah, of course they're in financial trouble. Of course they need a side hustle. So run your life differently, right? Yeah. I mean, I have on my credit card, I have my I have like an Amazon credit card, you know, like from like Amazon like store credit or whatever. I think my credit line on there's like $12,000 or something. So yeah, I could go crazy right now and buy like every electronic I ever wanted and every podcast microphone I've ever wanted and get multiple TVs, right? $10,000 buys a lot of TVs, right? But you got to control yourself. You got to control your debt. Casual Economist says, I got my first one at 18. It's been maxed out since 1990. Um, were you 18 in 1998? I don't believe that. Um, but yeah, I mean, most people are just paying the same. I'm not saying this applies to you, Casual Economist, and I know that you're joking. But some people are just paying the same credit card interest rate over and over again, right, for years. Credit card debt is my only friend. That's funny. That's funny. Oh no, so you said your oldest friend, which is equally funny. You know what, Casual Economist, you're not alone in that, right? You're not alone in that. A lot of people have been paying the same credit card debt for years. Right? So yeah, guys, I realize that I'm not giving you a popular answer there, right? I get it. But why do you feel like you need a side hustle? That sounds like a personal problem. The problem isn't that nobody's hiring you for your side hustle. The problem is that you need one to begin with. Right? So, you know, be careful with that, guys. Be careful with that. Just giving you life advice here, guys. Aiden, welcome. Kartik, welcome. Is it Hajar or Hajar? Hajar, welcome. Saeed, nice to see you. Ali, 71, 1KA, welcome. All right, guys, this seems like a good time to stop. Thank you so much for everybody who joined in. Great questions today. Let me see if I stream tomorrow. No, we'll see. We'll see. No pressure. But yeah, thanks so much for being here, guys. As always, please take care of yourselves, take care of your families, and I will see you again tomorrow.